start the class. Do you guys need light or it's good? Yeah, you're good. You can see the screen. Great. Okay. This course, I don't know how much research you have done before coming. For those who don't know, I know Gokul, you guys have attended, but yeah, one class over the class. Yeah, HANA course. I want to make people have many misunderstandings about HANA. First, I want to clear about that. Not only people, trust me, enterprises have confusion. Not only people. So I will clarify what is HANA, what HANA does, and what HANA doesn't do. Okay. HANA is not a magic tool, because when I go to enterprises, people say, "Oh, we have HANA, so this can be done." Everything cannot be done with HANA. Yes, it has got definitely many advantages, but we have to check what situation we have, what situations HANA is the best, and what situations we should not use HANA. Okay, there are some limitations also. It's not a one-all and be-all end product, right? And then I will introduce you to the architecture of the HANA. That is very important.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you please speak a bit louder?
Actually, I'm on a full volume. Maybe I'm away from the speaker. Okay, let me try. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear, but the volume is a bit less. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Actually, the speaker volume here is on the high. Okay, it's on the highest.
Okay.
I'll try to speak louder. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell is that I will introduce you to the HANA and what HANA does and what is the architecture and how it is used, how it is applied in the enterprises. Okay. So based on that, you can take a very conscious decision whether this course is for you or not. But my 2 cents are, if somebody wants to be in the SAP space, this course is absolutely mandatory, whether you are a FICO consultant, or if you are a project manager, or even if you are a technical developer. This course covers the overall aspects of HANA. That is what this course is about. Of course, this is more technical. Let me tell you that in day one. So if somebody is not interested technical, they can take their decision. This will be techno-functional, means why we use HANA. HANA is to support the business, right? So you should know the business part of it also. Business part of it is a domain knowledge, which we are not going to cover in this class. What we are going to cover in this class is the technical architecture and the technical development features, how HANA can be configured, implemented, and modeled. That is what the scope of this course is. So we will be covering 3 main books of SAP, which is HANA 100, HANA 300, and HANA 350. This is the scope of this course. 100 is absolute HANA overview. Okay, this is for everyone who wants to know about HANA. This is for project managers, program managers. Everyone should know about HANA. Even if you are doing a program management for HANA, you should know. But otherwise, you can't plan a project. People will take you for a toss, right? What are its deliverables? What are the milestones you should look for? So that is 100. 300 is deep dive modeling. Okay, and 350 is data provisioning. So these 3 are the main facets of HANA application consultant. People are confused. There are some basis people who are working on basis. For them, the HANA 200 is the course. This is not the course for them. We are not going to do any database administration here. We are not going to do any backups, recoveries. That job is handled by a separate team. That team is called basis, and that is called HANA technical. Okay. What we are is HANA application. We are application consultants, right? When you learn this course, you can try for HANA application consultant. Don't ever try for HANA basis. If basis is your background, this is not the course for you.
That's a different track.
It is a totally different track where you do database administration, backup, recovery, DR, disaster recovery. You do all these aspects. That is not the scope of this. Here we'll be doing modeling and data provisioning. Third course, which is HANA 350, is data modeling. What is data modeling? Sorry, data provisioning. Data provisioning, sorry. Data provisioning is to get data, what are the various channels through which we can get data into HANA, right? Yeah, it's kind of an ETL, but well above and beyond ETL, okay? So that is 350. So you should be familiar with these 300, 300, and 350. These are the SAP's naming conventions for the training catalogs they give. That's why we commonly use the same 100, 300, and 350. Of course, I will be covering another part is security. Of course, I will be covering security, how to secure the data which is residing in HANA and how to give access to the users and how to restrict the users for not seeing the data. If I'm showing a fiscal year financial data for a particular cost center, I should not let other cost center managers see the data, right? So I have to restrict the data with respect to authorizations. And that topic also I'll cover, which is part of 300 only, but it is different from data modeling. It is, you have to model such that the security is in place, right? These are the major topics I'll be covering. Of course, on the last day, usually, this is an topic which I cover is called ABAP on HANA. Yeah, that takes, and I am going to give you an overview only. That is a very deep, it's a course in itself. For that, you need to know ABAP. But why I teach you is that you should know that how ABAP is integrating into HANA. Why ABAP? Because ABAP is the language of SAP. All the applications of SAP are written in ABAP language, Advanced Business Application Programming. So HANA talks with respect to SQL and SQL script. So how does an application talk to a database? You should know that, right? How SAP has integrated, is still integrating. It is still integrating the application server of SAP into the HANA database seamlessly. That is the aspect. So I'll be covering, that is a bit advanced topic. I don't expect everyone to get it, but I would recommend you to at least digest whatever you can, okay? And those who are advanced, those who already know ABAP and those who want, I can help them after the course in doing the exercises and everything in that, okay? So this is the scope of the course, what we are going to cover in this. Usually it takes 4 weekends. It's more than enough. If everybody is having SAP background, I can cover very advanced topics, but nonetheless, it is not that case. Many people have diverse backgrounds, so I have to go a bit slow on some topics where it is more SAP centric, especially SLT, and I have to extract data from ECC into HANA. People need some hand holding there. Got it? So with this, I will start. I'll start explaining what is HANA, okay, and what is the architecture of it. Why HANA suddenly became a buzzword, okay? So let's understand that. Before even we go there, this might be a repetition for some people who are already in SAP, but I have to explain the foundation why SAP has ventured into HANA, okay? So as you know, initially when the enterprise ERP systems were introduced, right? When ERP systems were introduced in late 80s and early 90s, what were we doing? Why ERP system was introduced? ERP system was introduced because we were running silo applications, okay? For inventory, we were running a separate software which doesn't talk to any other softwares in the organization, right? Similarly, for HR, we were running different. So the applications were siloed, right? Applications were siloed. That is the reason ERP came into picture. What did ERP do? ERP is an integrated package, basically. It integrated all the software applications that are required to run an enterprise, right? What do we do in an enterprise? We hire employees, we post GL transactions, we issue purchase orders, we get sales orders, right? These are all the aspects of an enterprise, right?
So GL is finance, right?
Yeah, finance.
So finance module.
Finance module, right? So these are all the common transactions which we do in an enterprise, right? To run a business, I need to get some inflow of cash, right? I have to get some inflow of material, and I have to get some inflow of people, right? Because these are the three nervous systems of the enterprise: people, finance, people, and material, right? So we had different applications which were running those, with different softwares which were running those applications. Our job as an ERP was, SAP, what it did, it seamlessly integrated, like from an order to cash. The moment I get a sales order, how it flows into an enterprise. The sales order, what general knowledge, what does a sales order do in an enterprise? The moment a sales order hits your business, what is that? As a common layman, what would you do? You'll check whether do I have the product or the service which I'm planning to render, is it available in the system or not? So first place is you check your inventory, right? Once you check your inventory, if you are making that product and if it is not in your inventory, what you do? You try to make it. Or if you are purchasing something, you go to the procurement module, right? The very common fabric of an enterprise I'm talking, very common fabric, right? So once I come to know that this product has to be either made or bought, then I issue if it is to be bought, I issue a PO. If it is to be made, I issue a production order, right? Production order, if I have to make. If I have to buy, I issue a purchase order. If I have to make, I have to issue a production order to my shop floor. Look guys, this is the delivery time and this is the time you have to make. Then once the product is delivered, then I bill it, ship it, invoice the customer. I tell, look, this is the product and I am sending this, right? So when I send this, now it hits the finance module. Now I have a accounts receivable. That means I have to receive money from my customer, right? And if I have to buy a product, I have to pay my vendor. So all this is integrated in the ERP package, right? This is a general ERP. And this system is known as OLTP, Online Transaction Processing System, OLTP. Why it is online means it's a real time. The moment you hit a sales order, immediately it gets saved in your system. The moment you issue a purchase order, it gets saved in the system and you can see from the system directly. So it's an online. The moment you key in, you get that, right?
All these applications, like you said,
they are integrated through the software logic.
So all this is the finance, people, and material, all
right.
those things.
All these are integrated.
All are integrated. So when something happens in one end, that's what this OLTP is.
OLTP is where the whole business is done. OLTP is the software. Online Transaction Processing System is the software where the whole business is carried out, right? So that is the foundation of your business, and that is the foundation of your IT, information technology, right? Now, once I have this all transactions done, are you okay with it? No. Tomorrow your top management asks that, okay, tell me how many sales orders you have generated from a particular customer. So naturally what you try to do, you try to query the database, right? You try to query the database saying that give me the sales orders from this time to this time for this customer. So that is called the reporting aspects or the analytical aspects of the enterprise, right? That is called the analytical aspects of the enterprise. One is I have to carry out a transaction. Two, I have to report on a transaction, right? These are the two major functions of an enterprise.
So just like inserting, updating, and only take place in OLTP.
Right.
And for showing that in reporting basis, OLTP.
That's correct. That is called online analytical processing. OLTP is where your business is happening. OLAP is your analytical engine, basically. Okay. OLAP is your reporting layer of the enterprise. OLAP, online analytical processing. That is your reporting layer of it. Because you should know, why do you have to report? Because you have to loop back. You have to circle back to your strategy that am I doing good in this region with this customer, right? You have to figure out, and then accordingly you'll take a strategic decision. Okay, you'll say, okay, Toyota Corolla is getting marketed here and it is being consumed in Northeast region too much, right? So what you'll try to do, you'll you will plan your production such that your Northeast region consumption, based on your Northeast region consumption, you'll make your production plan differently, right? So I need this reporting to again do my strategy on my OLTP. So these are very interconnected. My OLAP and OLTP are very interconnected. That is why to know this HANA, you should know what's happening on the business side, right? What's happening on the business side. Of course, it's okay to not even know also, but if you want to be a good consultant, you should know what are the tables there, what's happening. If I ask purchase orders, you should know which tables to pick, which we will talk in this class, but I cannot give you all the tables and all the information of the domain. Okay, so that is what I'm telling. I'm not going to cover that part in this class. What we'll be covering is how to take data from this OLTP system and how to put it into the online analytical processing. And once the data is in the online analytical processing, how to build a model out of it so that I can report in a very efficient way and I can report very many facets of it. I don't have to have 1,000 reports to get different dimensions of the business, right? I will model such that in 1 or 2 or 3 models, I get most of my reports which I'm looking for. That is the fundamental aim of a general enterprise OLTP and OLAP. Now, when we started this ERP, SAP, what it did in late 80s and early 90s, it started generating data. A lot of data has started collecting. Okay, in the enterprise systems. What does this mean? You are getting data means, to give you an example, like for example, a consumer goods company. For example, I was consulting with Unilever. On an average, they produce 2 million sales orders per day. 2 million sales orders. Yeah. So 2 million sales orders, if you are consuming per day, see how much data explosion you have on your database, right? And sales order is just one fraction part of your business. You have 130,000 employees, right? You have millions of customers for consumer goods, right? All retailers. So what is happening with this expansion of ERP and with the advent of time is your data is increasing in your database, right? Your data exploding. Your data is exploding in the database. That is what the fundamental issue of why OLAP came into picture. The reason I will tell you why I had separated reporting out of analytics, out of OLTP. I could have put both in the same process, right? Why did SAP try to separate? Why did it started analytics part of it called BW, BPC and every module? What was the reason? That time the reason was, when I am performing a transaction in my OLTP, when I am performing a business transaction in OLTP, I should not consume or dilute the resources of the ERP system for reporting. Suppose, simple example is, you're trying to book a reservation, airline reservation on your online portal, okay? What is your expectation as an end client is that your transaction should go through fast and in a ACID way. ACID means there shouldn't be any duplication and all that, right? Atomicity and all that. We'll talk about that later. Okay, so it should be isolated, it should be atomic, right? So your idea is that I should not stop my business functioning. I should not stop the speed of my business, right? By overloading the OLTP system with reporting on top of it. So that is why SAP separated out using the Bill Inman's principle, data warehousing principles, Bill Inman and Ralph Kimball. They have started creating data warehouses, right? Which is nothing but this 10, 12, 15, 20 years of data. I'm putting it in my data warehouse. And what do I do with that data? I do analytics on of it. I do my prediction. I do my what if scenarios. I do my reporting. I do my analysis, my due diligence on that. Due diligence on the data. That is the fundamental aspect of the reporting part of it. But why did I separate it out? Because at that time, my speed was my issue. I could not dilute my system resources for reporting. So I told, okay, let me nightly send the data to the data warehouse and let them report out of that as a separate box. But let me continue my OLTP system as efficiently and as fast as possible, right? Now, that was the phase between the 2000s and 2000 early 2010s, like that.
So data warehouse is completely with this OLAP.
Data warehouse is based, OLAP is based on data warehouse because that is the foundation. OLAP's engine's foundation is data warehouse, and SAP's product is called S.A.P BW for that. Okay.
BW BO everything is.
No, BO is the reporting layer of it.
Okay.
How do you present your data?
That's
that is BO layer, or BI they call. Technically, in industry terms, that is called business intelligence layer. Okay. And data warehousing is where your data resides.
Okay.
The data which you extract every night and keep it, stack it. It's like a warehouse. What do you understand by a warehouse? Where you have the large quantities of it. So it's a data warehouse. Got it? So we separated OLTP and OLAP to make the OLTP as efficient as possible, so that I could digress my system resources on reporting separately. That was the fundamental. Now, with all this happening, now people started using, initially the data warehouse was used mainly for KPI reporting, key performance indicators of the business, KPI what we call, right? Key performance indicators. What is my inventory turnaround? What is my cash flow turnaround? It depends on your industry, how you want to measure your business. There is no standard for that. Okay, how you want to measure your business, right? Do you want to measure by number of customers, or do you want to measure by the rate of the turnaround of the customers, or do you want to measure by the cash flow? It all depends on you as a owner of that business, right? So we started using OLAP for KPI reporting. That means I don't need the latest and greatest data from the ECC system, from the OLTP system. What does that mean? If I'm doing a $5 million deal with a customer, and tomorrow he added another sales order of say 100,000, I don't have to know the details of whether it is a 5.1 or 5. My general trend I want to see that this guy has a volume of, this customer has a volume of 20% of my total business. Whether it is 5 or 5.1 doesn't matter much, right? So that is why this was not used for real-time reporting. Initially, when data warehouse started, it was used for key performance indicator reporting. Okay, to measure the general trends of the business. Right? For that, I don't have to know the details. But what happened is people started using this warehouse. Their expectation increased that it should be real time. That means I also want to do operational reporting as well as my KPI reporting. What does operational reporting mean? Simple example. Operational reporting means I want to know up to the minute what is the sales. For example, you are doing a POS, point of sale business, right? If you are doing a point of sale business, you are having 10 centers, and you want to know every minute that what is the sale that has happened. In a warehouse, what I do, I extract in the night. At the end of the day, whatever is data is collected, I'm extracting and keeping it. But that will only give me yesterday's data. People want real-time data. That at this moment of time, what is my sale? For that, the necessity of real-time came. And that is the reason for why HANA came into picture. Got it? So why HANA came into picture is, I want to report real time on my business. Okay, you can say, why can't I produce a report on my OLTP which gives the real time, because that has the latest and the greatest data. You can, but you are diluting. The speed was the issue. The performance was the issue. So to counteract the performance and to facilitate the real-time reporting, HANA was introduced. So what is HANA? It's high performance analytics appliance.
Even with HANA, so this ERP system should be there. from OLTP, the data would come real time to the ERP system, and that has to be again moved to HANA, right?
That's correct.
So
there is a data redundancy.
Data redundancy is there, but this is again taking time, so it doesn't reduce the time in any way.
No, that the technology is changed. The time it takes is on a real-time basis. The moment you update a transaction in a OLTP system, immediately it is in HANA also.
Okay.
It is not. There is no data lag.
Okay.
There is no time lag and data lag.
So we can run the report and.
Yeah, you will get the latest and the greatest. Whatever you have in ECC, you will get that. So they started. Now the journey of HANA has started. How the journey of HANA has started? Let's understand that first. You guys are all clear? Over the phone, I'm assuming that you all are awake, wide awake and listening. And I hope you have, if you have any questions, you can stop me. Otherwise, my assumption is that you're understanding. And my sincere request is whoever can come to the class, and if they are local, do come to the class. My experience with online is that you get lost very fast in your thoughts, in your surroundings, ambience. So better, if you really want to do this course sincerely, come to the class. Just because you are lazy to get up and come here at 10 o'clock, don't. At least these 4 weekends, try to make use of that. Because in the class, I can see your face and I can tell whether you're understanding or not. Otherwise, I have no idea whether you're understanding or not, okay? Okay, so what is the evolution of HANA? Let's understand that. So what did I tell? What is HANA means? High performance analytic appliance. So it started as a HANA initially when it started.
So one question. This is Prasad. So you were mentioning that you will have to extract the data from ERP to the HANA.
That's correct.
If you are using BW or HANA, do we have to extract the data first from the ERP to the HANA and from HANA to BW?
No, Prasad. That is if you're talking of BW on HANA, that is a totally different design. Okay, BW on HANA means I am for BW, my HANA is my database. HANA is my database. Yes, into BW it can come through SLT. SLT is the server through which the real-time data comes into HANA, System Landscape Transformation, SLT. So via SLT, you can get into your DSO and do the real-time reporting. Got it, Prasad?
Okay, sir. Can you please repeat it again?
Okay, the architecture is like this. Let me draw it for you so that you will be clear. Okay?
Thank you.
So the question for him, the question what Prasad is asking is, as I told you, BW is your reporting system. If I have to get data into BW, there is a product called BW on HANA also, okay, which is not this course. That is a separate course in itself. But for you, those who don't know what is BW on HANA, BW is your warehouse, okay. That warehouse is just an application server. It can sit on any database. The advantage with S.A.P products are agnostic to database and agnostic to operating systems. Means it can sit on any database and it can operate on any operating system. Okay, S.A.P is not designed for a particular operating system. Yes, with HANA, they recommend you to use a HANA database, which we'll talk. Okay.
So this BW on HANA is HANA database.
So BW on HANA means my BW application server is sitting on a HANA database. Okay. It is just there the HANA, Prasad, there the HANA is acting just like a database. It is not acting like an application for it. It is not acting like an appliance for it. That is the difference between HANA as an appliance and HANA as a database. Okay. Anyway, I clear the concept, but
yeah, I think what I'm saying is, like, if you have a BW on HANA, HANA is the database for the BW. Like, instead of Oracle, maybe we'll be using HANA database.
Right.
But when you are extracting data from ECC, which also has, like, maybe it's running on HANA.
Right.
So,
if it's running on HANA, I'll tell you then. If that is the scenario you're asking, So say this is my ECC application server, and say this is my BW application server. Say this is my BW application server and this is my ECC application server. Okay, that means these are just app servers. That means this is where the software, SAP software logic is. Okay, when you buy license for the software. They don't provide you the hardware and everything. Hardware and everything is different. Okay, so when you buy license from SAP, you buy the license for the software. So these are your app servers. They can sit on any database. They can sit on any database. So suppose his question is, this is also sitting on HANA, and say this is also sitting on HANA. They are two different applications, right? They are two different applications. ECC is a different application, BW is a different application, and both of their databases is HANA. This is the scenario he is talking about. So in this scenario, his question is,
what is ECC?
Oh, ECC is your OLTP system, SAP's OLTP system, Enterprise Central Component. That is where whole your business, what I was talking of OLTP. Good morning. That is where the whole business happens, right? Your online transaction processing happens. SAP's product is known as ECC.
What is the difference between BW and ECC then? Like in business warehouse also all the business data is there, right? I'm not wrong.
Yeah, here, okay, what is the difference? I'll tell you a simple example. Here, suppose I have all the details of the customer, okay, in ECC. But in BW, I only extract only the details I need for reporting. I don't, say for example, I don't want to know what his bank details are, right? I don't know what his customer locations are, customer addresses are, right? I have all the aspects of the customer in my ECC, whereas in my BW, I only extract what is needed for my reporting, what is needed for my business model. I don't report whether his bank account is this or he has a bank account in Bank of America or something. I don't care about that part, right? So I don't extract all those details into BW. In BW, I only extract, this is the customer, this is the amount, this is the volume he has generated. That's all the details which I look for. Got the point?
Okay, yeah.
That's the difference between a warehouse and an enterprise database. In an enterprise database, I have all the attributes and everything about that. Whereas in a warehouse, I only extract what I need for my reporting. I don't know what is your background. I'll come to introductions after this. After I introduce the subject to you. For example, if you see a material master table, it has got 196 fields minimum. Now I think it is 230 or something. It has got 230 fields in itself in ECC. I don't extract all those fields into my material master in BW. In BW, I only extract say 20 or 30 of them. Maybe I need only 20 or 30. 20 or 30 also I would say is a very big number. The use is maybe of 10 to 15. Got it? So that is the difference between a ECC data footprint. Yeah, please. Yeah, that is the difference between the footprint of a ECC and the data footprint of a BW, the dictionary footprint. Got it? So what the question, Prasad, you are asking is, if suppose this is my scenario that my ECC is on HANA and my BW is on HANA, then I don't.
Yeah, do I have to do the modeling both in ECC and BW? Because in BW we do the modeling like creating cubes, DSS, all that stuff, right? So okay, here in ECC, do I have to do the modeling?
Yes, you have to do modeling in ECC. I'll tell you what you have to do. So what I do is that my reporting layer can be common. Okay, my reporting layer can be common for both of these, which is my BO, business objects layer. Okay, so I'll be reporting out of this BO. But your question is, I will do model. My model can be consumed from ECC. I can develop a model in ECC, and I can also develop a model in BW. In which cases I do what? If I want to do operational reporting, if I want to know the at the point of time, then I will build a model in ECC. And if I want to know historical data, because in ECC what I do, after every 2 years I archive the data. It's not in my regular database. It is not in my primary database. I archive the data. The data is gone. So I cannot report on a 10-year trend. Suppose I want to find a 10-year trend. Where will I look? I will look in my corporate memory. And where is my corporate memory? My corporate memory is in BW.
So before archiving all this data is transferred to BW?
BW every day it transfers.
Okay.
Every day I have a data load between ECC and BW. So BW keeps accumulating the data. Usually for audit purposes in industry standards, we keep 7 years minimum of data, right? Whereas I don't keep 7 years of data in ECC. If somebody asks me the details, I'll go to my archive database and get it. If auditor asks, I'll go to my archive database and get it. But in BW, I store the 10 years of data. So Prasad, depending upon the scope or the requirement of your reporting requirements, I do the modeling accordingly. If I want historical type reporting, if I want KPI metric type reporting, I will do that model in BW. For that, I don't need real-time report. But if I want to do operational reporting, I do the modeling in ECC. I'm doing modeling in ECC means technically I'm doing modeling in the HANA. Here the HANA is a database, but HANA has also, that is the difference between a traditional database and a HANA database. A traditional database, I need a separate tool, a front end to read the data, model the data. But whereas in HANA, I have a small application called Studio, HANA Studio, and through that Studio, I can create models in the database directly. That is the fundamental advantage of HANA as a database. Is that clear? Then I can report out of my BO. Is that clear, Prasad?
Yes. Thank you.
No problem.
Hi, Jagan. This is Rama here. I have a question, though it may be premature. I heard in HANA we can create applications as well, right? So is there any user interface component delivered inherently in HANA to develop interfaces like screens and so on?
We don't try to do any. We don't try to do in HANA. Let me clear. HANA is mainly used for reporting, guys. Okay, when you are using HANA as an application, not HANA as a database, you have to be very clear. Not you, as an enterprises, have to be very clear. How do they want to use HANA? Like currently, where I am working, they are using just HANA as a database for now. In the phase 2, they want to use HANA as an application tool also, right? So his question is that if generally HANA is used mainly as a database only. If I have to do any dialogue type transactions, that means I have to have a man-machine interface. That means a user gives an entry into a screen and there is a logic called screen flow logic which takes the input, processes it behind the application. That is all called as dialogue programming or webbed-in pros. In SAP's terminology, they are called as webbed-in pros. If that is the kind of thing, HANA is not for that. For that, what SAP has provided is, if you have to, because I can interact directly with ECC on HANA through SLT or through a BW. I'll tell you the various flavors of HANA, like HANA on a business suite or a HANA live or anything. There are many flavors of HANA as when you are using for an application. But to your question, Raman, the point you have to understand, if suppose that is your requirement, you need another, SAP has provided you another tool to interact with your external applications called Access. Extendable applications, Access, that is called. So on this, I will build my reporting layer, sorry, my dialogue will be from here, my application. My application is here, and through Access I interact with the HANA database. This is the model which as of today we are following in SAP. Is that clear? But I don't develop any screens on HANA. In a studio, I don't develop any screens. If I have to develop, I develop using my Access engine, I develop on the client, and I take the data from the client and processes it in the HANA. There I'm trying to use HANA as a database. Is that clear?
Yes, Jagan. So
it is not an application development tool.
Right.
I do development. I develop models. I configure models. I develop models in HANA. My data models I develop.
Right. Yeah. Fiori is a user interface application, right? So I think. I'm thinking.
Okay. Since you are talking Fiori, Fiori is a UI. Okay, it's a UI. Fiori is the problem is I can explain that, but other people will be totally confused.
Okay.
Whoever can understand. What is Fiori? Fiori is a front-end layer. SAP started developing a front-end layer for users to simplify the screens. Those who know SAP, if you see a sales order screen, it is a set of 15 or 20 screens with at least 15 to 20 fillable fields on every screen, right? Not that every enterprise, every company which buys SAP uses all those 15-20 fields on each screen, and all that 15-20 screens which together make a transaction called VA01, which is a sales order. Not all companies use that. So what SAP started doing is that it started giving you a pseudo front-end layer for you called UI. UI is a general industry concept, and Fiori is SAP's product. And in that, I will customize such that I will only get, say, I only use of the 120 fields, I'm using only 10 fields on my screen. I will have only those 10 fields.
So that is not already available in that SAP software?
No, SAP software has got the regular VA01. I'll customize my VA01 in my Fiori. So Fiori is for that, because your enterprise may use VA01 differently, his enterprise may use VA01 totally differently, right?
Right, but you can't, you can figure it out from the back end when you are...
No, your front-end screen itself you are customizing, because SAP gives you a common screen.
Right.
So in the back end, you can say that this tables is populated. You may not fill the other tables, but your screen doesn't change. You still have to go to those. The screens remain same, right, in VA01?
Right.
So to customize the screen, on a Fiori, I'll make my VA01 customizable to my organization.
Oh, that's like, for example, the screen that you have there.
Right.
It's a plain screen.
Right.
But not necessarily you're going to need all of the icons. And
Exactly. You'll only pick and choose those icons and you'll write. Of course, you can write a code and everything. You can do referential integrity checks. For that, you can write a code in UI and everything using the Eclipse tools. But that is what the user interface is. Okay.
So those who are using Fiori frontend can integrate, can take data from HANA database and display. Is it?
Yeah, Fiori is generally a front-end layer. It talks to the application server, which in turn talks to the database. Yeah. So Fiori is something like this here. This is kind of the Fiori here.
Something like
Fiori. Yeah, something like a WebDin Pro or a Fiori. Fiori is just a latest version, which can, in a WebDin Pro, I have to do a lot of coding, right? But Fiori is ready-made almost like. It is just like configuration, dragging and dropping and do this. Where WebDin Pro, I have to write all the logic and everything. Screen flow logic, I have to write everything in that. Got it? Is that clear, Raman? Your question?
Yes, Jagan, thanks.
Yeah. So let me. I was talking about the evolution of HANA, right? So initially, HANA started as a database. That means I am only using for my DDL, DML, and DCL. These are the three common database actions we do. What are the three common database actions? We define data, right? We manipulate data, and we control access of data. These are the three fundamental things we do in a database, right? DDL is data definition language. DML is data manipulation language. and DCL is data control, right? Data control languages. These are the 3 common functions we do on a database. So initially we started our venture, SAP started the venture of HANA for these 3 functions, right? Defining and modeling and then controlling. Now what did SAP try to do? See, in this example, now my ECC is sitting on HANA and my BW is sitting on a HANA database. So SAP thought that why can't I have a unified database called HANA and mount all the applications on that? I can have a uniform HANA database and I can mount all my SAP applications like CRM, ECC, CRM, APO, BW, like that. All my applications I can put it on HANA. So what the role of the HANA is changing primarily from a database to an appliance.
It's acting as a database.
Pardon?
Even here it's acting as a database. Right?
Yeah, but it does more than a database. It does more than DDL, DML, DCL. Like what Raman was asking, that it can do more like an application now.
So what's the difference between this HANA being a database software and HANA being an application software?
Yeah, I'll explain. In a database, I'm only storing the data, accessing, retrieval, and storing the data, right?
Okay.
But with an appliance means I can also write applications on top of it. I can write applications. Whereas in a database, in an Oracle, for writing an applications, you are using Oracle front-end, what is their tool called? Oracle apps and all those things, right? Oracle developer or something, they use the tools, right? So you need to have those tools, right? So now I can write my applications. For example, the applications of COPA, controllability and profitability analysis, controlling and profitability analysis. The application of inventory, I have developed applications on top of it, which directly interact with the HANA and give me the results, right? So it is changing its role from a database to a application, right? That is why it is an appliance.
When you said application, I thought ECC, CRM, those things are separate applications.
Yeah, these are all applications, but these have got SAP's standard applications, right? If I want to write my own custom application on top of the HANA, I can do that using HANA Studio Development Environment.
Oh, then okay, now I got it. So then it acts as an HANA appliance.
Right.
Okay. So anyway, the data is there.
Yeah, the scope of the HANA, they have changed just from a database to an application.
Okay. So anyway, all the data is residing in HANA,
yeah.
And we could.
And the application I'm writing is either in a SQL or in a ABAP, which is not delivered by SAP. I am writing that application as an enterprise. I am writing that application, custom application. Of course, HANA Live means SAP has delivered the applications by themselves. That is what HANA Live. It's called the content. HANA Live means SAP has programmed for you all the applications that it thought that you may require, right? It thought that you require a COPA application. It thought that you require a asset equipment joint application. It thought that you require a inventory. So it returns some applications and put it in a package called HANA Live. That is what HANA Live means. HANA on a business suite means my whole ECC applications is being rewritten for HANA. That is what is S4 HANA. My ECC application is being rewritten to run only on a HANA database.
So this the separation is not there. So HANA is a database, and then the application on top of it is not there. So this
no, you will have an application server, and you will have a database server, but they are integrated with respect to HANA.
So this application is within HANA.
Yes.
So that's why that's S4 HANA.
Yeah. In S4 HANA, no, S4 HANA is different. S4 HANA is, I don't have a separate box called BW. I don't have a separate box called APO. Everything is within one box, applications. And all those applications talk to HANA. Okay. That is what is S4 HANA. Okay.
Quick question, please.
S4, yeah.
Yeah. How often do you see in the marketplace customers utilizing S4 though?
Okay, S4 is a relatively very new. People have only greenfield implementations like which are starting fresh on SAP. If you got a new SAP license for enterprise, then only we use. Or if you want to migrate, you don't want to have the siloed applications like ECC, BW, and you want to maintain only one box. That time I migrate from them into S4 HANA. So the future of SAP is all in S4 HANA. That means when SAP stops supporting their individual applications, when they sunset these applications, that time either they have to buy another software, or if they want to remain with SAP, they have to move to S4 HANA. So that is why I'm telling you this course is necessary for the SAP future. HANA is the course for you need to. What we are learning here is the basics of HANA. It doesn't matter which configuration SAP is going to go. These basics, what you will be learning in these 4 weeks, is very important. No matter what, whether you are an application developer, you are a finance FICO functional consultant, or you are a program manager who is managing IT projects in an enterprise, or you are a analytics champion in an enterprise. All of them need to know HANA. And what we are learning here is a very generic one. It is not specifically for any particular function. Okay, not for a program manager, or not for a functional consultant, or not for a developer, or like that. You are learning modeling here. How to model the data in HANA. Got it?
Got it. And one more question, and no details. In terms of pricing, I mean, if you know on top of head, what are we looking at from a CFO's perspective or CIO's perspective? If they move to S4, is the price difference significant enough when it comes to licensing?
Okay, let me answer that question.
And again, sorry for this question, no details. I know it's a distraction from where we are.
Yeah, HANA's license is based on memory, guys. HANA's license is purely based on how much memory you are going to consume, means how much data you are going to put. What is your data footprint? Is it 30 gig or 30 terabytes? So depending on that. So as far as the pricing goes, the pricing is purely driven by the memory consumption in your enterprise. If I have a 5 terabyte footprint of the database, including my dev quality and production, I pay a certain license fee. If I have a 30 terabyte footprint, I pay a different fee. Between ECC on a traditional database and a ECC on a HANA, which is S4 HANA, there will be a license is definitely a higher cost than the ECC. That's why organizations are very skeptical about investing in S4 HANA. Let me tell you that also. But SAP will force them to be, because they will stop supporting these current applications in some few years, 2 or 3 years. I'm not surprised if it is less than 5 years, I would say.
You mean
so there is a certain price difference, but if you talk to SAP, they give you the cost benefit analysis of how much you can reduce your IT overall footprint, because now you are managing 10 applications. Instead of that, you will be managing one solid integrated application. So you will get the TCO, what they call the total cost of ownership. The TCO will be very good in the later years of the life of the IT.
So you mean they are thinking of removing this ECC and BW and...
Yeah, removing means the functionality will be there, but within one box. I will not have interfaces, data flowing from ECC to BW or ECC to APO or a BW to APO, like that.
So they are basically combining everything into one application, jumbled up with everything.
So that is what I told you, history repeats. So where did we start? We started with ECC. No reporting system was there. If you know those people who worked in early 90s and late 90s and early 2000s, we never had a BW system. BW only introduced in 1998. My reporting was solely done on ECC that time. If there any veterans are there who worked in early 90s and late 90s, we used to have a system called EIS, Executive Information Systems. So I was doing reporting only on that database, right? But since my performance was a problem, I yanked it out and I separated it and created a new BW box. Right now I'm back to square one. That's what I'm telling. History repeats. Now we are back to square one. Everything is one because of two advantages: software and hardware enhancements. What are my software and hardware enhancements? We will learn after lunch. Like what is the technology architecture of HANA, right? That columnar storage, row storage, and all that stuff, right? So now in S4 HANA, everything is back in one box now. So that is what we went from one box to different boxes again to back to one box.
So one more question.
Hold on 1 second, guys. There is one question. Hold on over the phone. Yeah.
So Fiori also included in that set-off box, or Fiori would be completely different?
Fiori is a UI layer, user interface layer. It will sit on top of that box. So if you know what is S4 HANA's configuration? HANA as the database, S4 as the application server, Fiori as the front end. That is the S4's latest, that is how they are presenting S4. Fiori is your front end UI application, S4 is your application server, HANA will be your database.
And even S4, like, is it possible like S4 can even capture the data from Hadoop and BigData?
Okay. Okay. Good question. That has nothing to do with S4. That you can do in a HANA also using Smart Data Access. SDA it is called. In HANA, something is called Smart Data Access. We cannot. That is not in the scope of our course because we don't have Hadoop in those systems. But I don't know what is your background, but there is something called as DB connection. We can do SAP with an SAP application server. I can directly talk to a DB database called DB connections. So it's like a DB connection. So what HANA does is that HANA directly talks to the Hadoop database. It doesn't port the data from Hadoop into HANA. It doesn't. It reads as when required. Okay, it reads. The data still resides in Hadoop. So from Hadoop it reads. I have a model in HANA through Smart Data Access provision. I take the data at the runtime of the query. I take the data from Hadoop into HANA and then I report and I do modeling out of that. That is called Smart Data Access. It has nothing to do with S4, but yes, in S4 that may become prevalent because you want to interact the SMAC concept. You all know the SMAC concept, right? Social media, analytics, cloud, right? That is called SMAC. Mobility, SMAC. S stands for social media, M stands for mobility, A stands for analytics, C stands for cloud. So that's what I tell you. You have to be, if you want to be in the IT industry, one of the four. And HANA comes under analytics.
Like Fiori, like the way you're telling, like Fiori is basically the UI. So it means as a client, so from Fiori he can generate some query and he can get the data using S4 application from the Hadoop database, right?
Yes, absolutely. But Fiori generally we use it for UI for SAP applications. As of my knowledge, I'm not a Fiori expert, but my knowledge we generally use for SAP applications. So what I do is that I will try to get the data via HANA through Smart Data Access from Hadoop into HANA, and on top of the HANA, if I have to mix the data with ECC and that Hadoop data, then I mix my social media data and then I report on the UI layer.
So Smart Data Access is like for data provisioning.
Yeah, it's one of the data provisioning methods.
But is it specific only to Hadoop?
But only the difference is I don't persist the data in HANA database, in Smart Data Access. The persistence of the data is still in the Hadoop only. Whereas in other data provisioning, the persistence is in HANA. Means I've stored the data in HANA.
Yes, we create a virtual table set. Yeah.
That's correct. They are called virtual models. So my UI layer is somewhere here, guys. Don't get confused between a UI layer and a BO layer. BO layer is a reporting layer. It is the way the reports are presented to you, either in a formatted way or anything. So this will be your UI layer. This will be your BO layer. So your BO, still you can report, it will extend like this. This will be your application / UI. Okay, still your reporting layer is. So I have a database layer, I have application server layers. This access acts somewhat like a middleware, okay, between your external application and between your HANA database. Access acts like your application server / middle layer. Okay, and this is your reporting layer. You can report on top of anything like this.
Is there any business case for UI, like to get some real-time example?
Yeah, all UI, because of this customization of transactions, is all a business case.
So if in a retail store, if they want to directly see the data or get some report on it, they go to the UI layer.
No, you are getting confused between UI and BI layer. No, UI layer is to do my day-to-day interactions with my customized screen. Instead of using SAP's VS01,
okay,
instead of using any SAP's transaction you take, MM01, VS01, instead of that, I will create a custom screen in my UI layer tailored to the need I want, my enterprise wants.
Okay.
And that I give it to the users. So they will log, instead of logging onto VS01, they will log into that UI layer and use that one. That is the UI layer. Whereas a BO layer, if somebody wants to see a report and he's on the go, he can see either on a mobile, his iPad, or he can see on his cell phone. That is all by the BI layer handles that. How to present it, where to present it, in what format it has to present, that is handled by the BO layer, which is the BI technically. It is the BI, but business objects is the tool which you are using. So this is your BI layer technically.
Quick question, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
So for this particular course, basically concentration is going to be on the architecture, modeling, provisioning, and to what extent provisioning? I'm sorry?
Security. And security.
And security. And then provisioning, are we going to do something in depth, or basically it's going to be an overview where we are going to use SLT, where we are doing DXE and so on and so forth?
We'll be doing 4 things in the provisioning. We will be doing SLT, we'll be doing DXE, direct extractor connection, we'll be doing data services,
okay,
and we will be doing, of course, flat file loading is a very simple, that's a very simple thing. So these are the 3 main things we'll be doing.
Okay, and then in terms of security, basically assigning privileges and creating users pretty much to that extent, or anything more than that?
That's it. What more else is there? Of course, you have to understand the security layer and architecture of it. That's what we'll be doing. And nothing more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Even as a security consultant, you won't do anything more than that, because analytical privileges are developed by modelers, and you give those privileges to the security consultant. But I'm teaching you the security part of it also, so that you know how to interact with them, or if you already have a security background, you can become a HANA security consultant with the 1 hour or 2 hour course you listen from me on security. That much is more than enough to know about security.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, Jagan. Rama here again.
Yes, Rama.
Maybe this is a bit off, but I want to know what are the job prospects of a modeling profile compared to Basis or BW on HANA and so on. Can you just talk a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. Okay, since I keep the topic for the question answer session when I finish my introduction, but since you have asked, I'll tell. Most of the 70 to 80% of the jobs are on modeling only. If you see the job market go to monster dive, 20 to 30% might be technical, like HANA Basis. 60 to 70% are modelers only. They look for modelers. And 5 to 10% may be very miscellaneous other things, but mostly it will be HANA modeler. That is the job. That's why this course focuses on modeling.
So is BW a prerequisite for this? Are most of the jobs looking for BW?
Okay. No. Okay, let me tell you this, guys. What is the job market with respect to BW on HANA? Even SAP, what is trying to do, you know, SAP is trying to hire BW people for HANA, their HANA practice. Why? Because HANA is mostly like BW. HANA architecture, application, purpose, scope is mostly for BW. So those who have a BW background, they prefer those. But it is not a prerequisite or it is not a necessity. But preferred, if you have a BW background, even enterprises or SAP, they try to this. Now, there is a lot of confusion, not only you guys. When I went here, I'm currently working as a BW on HANA architect only. When I went to this, my client, they thought BW on HANA means everything is on HANA. Let me clarify that concept. BW on HANA means only my BW portion, my data warehouse portion of the enterprise is on HANA, okay? And that has nothing. If you don't even have a one HANA modeler, still I can run my BW on a HANA because my modeling is done in BW. The way we do the modeling in BW is totally different. Conceptually same, but the way we do the modeling in BW is different from the way we do in HANA modeling, okay? So BW on HANA means you need to know BW very well, okay? So I recommend you not to apply for those jobs. Those jobs are not for you. They are for seasoned BW consultants, okay? Okay, they may say that it is preferable to have a BW on HANA background, right? But it is not a prerequisite. To be a HANA modeler, BW on HANA is not a prerequisite. It is like a nice to have or a prefer.
Thank
Does
you.
it answer?
Can you repeat this BW and HANA thing again? Because it got a little confusing actually.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't get that. Yes, even that would be great.
Okay. No, BW on HANA is, see, you can do modeling either using a BW or using native HANA. What we are learning is native HANA modeling. What we'll be learning in this course is native HANA.
So in future, is it like the BW and HANA would slowly move to native HANA model?
That's correct.
So this BW and HANA
in S4 HANA, we will be doing kind of BW modeling only, but we'll be integrating our BW modeling with native HANA modeling.
Okay. Usually BW comes first and then HANA shows up basically in enterprises, as I think.
Yeah, what you are is that they already have a footprint of BW. After that, they will take a decision to go on HANA or not, right?
Okay.
Is that your point?
Yes. Yeah. So my question is, since they already have BW models and everything on BW already, if they bring in HANA, what kind of effects?
That's what Prasad's question was. That was the first question Prasad asked. That I already have a BW. I have purchased HANA now, HANA license. So what will I do with now existing BW? Will I sunset it? No. That's what I told. If you want operational reporting, then I will create a model, because in my BW I cannot give you real time, right? That is my fundamental limitation of BW. Right?
On the other hand, sorry to cut you off. On the other hand, what about the modeling that is already there in BW?
So what I do, what in that organizations do is that they put they take out the Oracle database and put a HANA database there. Okay, it's a lift and shift. So they will replace the traditional database of Oracle with the HANA, and all my models will be migrated with respect to HANA, right? Because I have to make the models HANA centric, otherwise they are of no use to me. What does that mean? I'll make them columnar database. They're right now sitting on a row database.
Exactly. Right. Yeah,
so
right.
I have to make them HANA. I have to optimize, that is called optimization for HANA. I have to optimize them for HANA. That is what happens in a BW on HANA migration project. That was the previous project which I have done, BW on HANA migration. I did a in-place migration of, took out the Oracle database and replaced with the HANA. But just that replacement, I have to adjust the models to suit for HANA.
So
and if I have to do a operational reporting, then what I do, I developed a studio, and in the studio I developed the operational reports for HANA.
So what you do is basically you kind of fix the models in BW to basically suit it with the modeling in HANA.
No. In your case, what I do is that, suppose I give this class example. Those who are FICO guys, they will understand. Suppose I'm closing my month, my books I'm closing, okay? In my BW, I have the data. I did my OB52. I got my data into BW until yesterday night.
Right.
This morning, I came, I ran my trial balance.
Right.
My assets and liabilities did not match. Okay? What do I have to do? I have to put my journal entries. I have to post my journal entries to match this assets and liabilities.
Right.
So I go to ECC. I do my journal entries, manual journal entries, MJEs.
Yeah.
I do my manual journal entry, run a pseudo trial balance, but this data is not in BW until tonight. But the user says, look guys, my reporting is out of BW. I want a trial balance report complete. So what I do is that I give my journal entries data from ECC on HANA, and I give my yesterday night's closing from BW on HANA, and I report base. So now I'll get a good trial balance between, because earlier otherwise I had to wait for my trial balance from my ECC to come into HANA in a nightly fashion. Or something I had in BW, I had something called as a real-time data acquisition. I had to use that technology. But still, now the seamless and the best way is I will report my BSEC, BKPFs and Kaggle FlexA, FlexT tables from HANA, and I'll report my historical periodic data from BW, and I'll report out of it. That is how we are using HANA. Got it? When BW is already in place. Got it?
We'll see later on. I'm kind of confused how the models in in BW, if I understand they have modeling and
right
cubes and everything.
Right.
How do they interact with the?
No, they don't directly interact.
Oh.
I will have a separate model on ECC which gives me today's manual entry. I'll have a separate model which gives me until yesterday night. I'll integrate this data in my reporting layer. In my AO, I will analysis for office. I will integrate that.
Okay, so they are totally two separate entities.
Yes, but if that is your case, I can do a. Since you have asked, I can consume a HANA view in a BW. Or I can consume a BW model in a HANA. Both ways are possible. If you want as one model also. If somebody enterprises are like you, where they say no, I want in one, you can do that. I can develop a model here which will give me MJE data, and I can consume that model in my BW.
Right.
This is called interoperability. Or I can consume the yesterday's night's data model into HANA, and I can report out of it, depending upon which is your preference.
Right.
It is called interoperability.
Right.
If you're consuming BW in HANA, the models will be there. I mean, we have created our models in BW.
Yeah, what you'll do is that you'll have the definition of that model. HANA, my database is same. Only thing is, I'm semantic definition. I'm moving, consuming from here to here or here to here.
So we are not doing anything with HANA modeling. BW on HANA?
No, if you are consuming a BW model in HANA, then what you do is that there is a way to import that model definition into HANA Studio.
Okay.
So you are doing the other way around. Suppose you are consuming a HANA view into a BW. Also, you have a model which you will develop a BW model from the HANA view. So semantic layer you are just aligning.
Okay.
The database in the HANA is same only.
Yeah, my question is also something similar.
Yeah.
So for the migration, you said you will be removing the Oracle database and then replace it with HANA. And then the reporting would again be from the BW.
Correct.
So we could do the same modeling or reporting conceptually from HANA itself. So then why do we still have BW?
Guys, I spent $1 million in that BW model. Overnight, I cannot make them into HANA.
Yeah, not overnight. So slowly
you will migrate, but I have 10 years of data here. The 10 years of data, again you'll move here?
No.
Why? I have a model, I'll keep it. Anyway, that is running on HANA only. Anyway, I'm paying the license for that whatever 10-year data I have. I'm paying the license for that. I can easily, since using interoperability, I can consume the data. I can relate these to my BI layer. So why I should sunset that.
Okay, so if somebody doesn't have the BW, they can do whatever that could
For
be
the
done
greenfield implementation, yes, you can do only. That is what is the HANA on a business suite.
Okay.
HANA on a business suite means I am putting everything in the HANA, but still again you are going to archive the data. If it's HANA on a business suite means I don't have BW, I only have ECC, but here I don't keep 10 years of data. No, because I keep only 2 or 3 years. My speed performance will be affected.
So that could be archived even in HANA, right?
Yeah, you have to archive. In a ECC systems, you have to archive the data.
So
you don't keep more than 2 years.
Yeah, so BW might not be required in the greenfield.
Yeah, it is not, but that's what organizations are also confused. You require certain kind of BW modeling also because it's your warehouse. What will be your warehouse? You need to have a warehouse. Without a warehouse, like it is like this. You are consuming, you are producing. You don't have a warehouse. You can't stock everything in your storehouse in your factory, right?
So we have
you need a warehouse.
We have HANA.
HANA is a database only, but you need a warehouse. You need an infrastructure, shelves and everything. Right? So you need a. So within that's why in S4 you will have a BW type modeling also here. It is not that BW is gone.
Okay.
That is why SAP is trying to hire BW consultants for their HANA practice. If somebody is a citizen and they have a BW background, they can try.
So
SAP
BW
has
is
many jobs open. Yeah, SAP Newton Square, Palo Alto.
It's not here in New Jersey, right?
No, you can stay anywhere. Be a consultant. Not be a consultant.
Okay.
So Jagan, when you said SP4, in SP4 we are going to bring everything into HANA like BW, APO, and all that stuff. So because now this is all into ECC, like we cannot like in ECC we have like usually most of the corporations they keep either 18 months or 24 months, right? So do we have to archive the rest of all the data? Then what is the purpose of bringing it? In that case, what is the purpose of BW? Because the BW is to do the analytically like how we have been performing over the past couple of years. Based on that, you make decisions, right? So we are losing that facility, right?
Let me tell you guys, maybe I didn't understand your question clearly, but let me tell you if I understood what you are trying to ask, the overall big picture. Guys, don't underestimate BW. BW, we do lot of business value add into the data. I'm transforming data into information in BW. Don't think BW is just a warehouse. I am reprocessing the data a lot. I aggregate, I align, I do a lot of things there.
That's an application layer. Right?
Yeah, don't underestimate BW. So his question, I think, Prasad's question is, I think, that we cannot shunt off BW just like that. There is a lot of logic here. That is why to leverage that logic only you have DXC, direct extractor connection. I'll explain about DXC later when data provisioning. So for today, just understand that BW has got lot of business value add there into the data. It is not just the ECC data sitting directly like that.
And I want to add on the on the finance perspective. BW, I don't believe BW is going anywhere.
Can't go away.
Because of the fact, companies nowadays are looking more into their earlier transaction, like 10 years, 15 years data gathering, and then aggregating it and making decisions on where they want to go in the next 2, 3, 5 years, 10 years. Basically, it's a historical data. They will always need it. It's not going anywhere, basically.
Yeah, I think Prasad is also telling the same, that BW has lot. If I understood him, BW has lot of logic which has to be to move that into HANA. You require a lot of developers. Trust me. So whatever in 7 years I have developed the logic here, there is a lot of logic. It's a fully ABAP based. So whatever I have developed here, I have to rewrite that all in HANA, and to rewrite from scratch in HANA is a very, very time consuming, and so organizations won't be that foolish that they will shunt off BW. Because I know in BW I do a lot of value add of the data. all that we have to write again in SQL or in ABAP in BW on if you are on ECC on HANA. Yes, if it is a greenfield implementation, yes, you don't have already a BW, you can do whatever you like. But you already, most of the organizations are already on BW. So they have to think twice before doing that. Okay?
So like, as you said, BW on HANA is not so easy and they cannot shut off BW, but in coming years, gradually they can do it, right?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. The moment I try to port all that logic somewhere on S4 on HANA, then I can slowly shunt it out. But what I'm trying to tell is that BW has got some inherent strengths. The BW modeling, it may not be a separate box in itself. The box can be within S4, but BW has got some concepts and some modeling techniques which will still be used. That's what I'm trying to tell.
So when you say BW modeling on HANA, so,
yeah,
it means that whatever the BW model has already been created, the data is being run on HANA database or what? Like,
yeah. The data is always in the HANA database. In the application server of the BW, you created that model, and you can consume that model in. You can consume that model in HANA or in BW. You have that interoperability option.
Okay, so it means when we are saying BW modeling on HANA, so it means that the database is now on the HANA database here.
That's correct. If I just say BW, it is on Oracle. If I say BW on HANA, the HANA is the database and modeling is on the BW application server, and it has been optimized for HANA.
And it can also happen like there can be an amalgamation of BW modeling plus native HANA modeling, both are running on the HANA platform, on the HANA database.
Yes, that is what interoperability means. I can consume both the models on the same HANA database on a reporting layer.
Oh, that's why you were giving the example of ECC.
Yeah.
BW.
Right.
Prathakar, I have a question. This is Gabri.
Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Gabri.
Gabri. Yeah, go ahead, Gabri.
The extension. I'm a finance module specialist with the FICO and SD background, and wanted to find out if this the course will lead to simple finance at some point.
Okay, let me tell you that answer that question, guys. Not only you, many millions of people have the same question. This course is a generic HANA course, guys. This is absolutely needed. It is like this. You need to know the letters A to Z before you start writing poetry, right? This is like that. This is A to Z you are trying to learn. After that, you can branch as a functional consultant like Gauri, like you, or you can branch as a some developer, right? There are some developing background, or you can be a techno-functional architect, data modeling architect. You can branch anywhere depending upon your earlier domain experience. But to know about, even for S4 HANA, just by knowing simple finance won't help. You should know what is the architecture and the HANA modeling behind the scenes. You need to know this. This course is like a one in colleges, what 101 they call, right? This is a 101 for HANA. Yeah, the basic HANA 101. You need to know this course. Directly, if you go to simple finance, they will only tell you what a single document flow is. They will only talk about those. They will never tell how that is translated into a model, unless you don't care about that. But you need to, as far as I know, as for HANA, you need to care about what's the underlying architecture before, even in an application layer. What you'll be learning in simple finance is just an application changes. That I'm taking out all my BSAC tables and I'm only keeping, since you're finance, I'm giving you that example, right? Okay. I'm going to have a single piece document flow, means my controlling document will be same as a financial document, same as my results analysis document. So those changes will be there. What you'll be learning in simple finance is that, but what you have to know, even in a simple finance course, if you see of SAP, they have at least 30 to 40% of what we are learning. 30 to 40% is completely what we are learning in these 4 weeks is part of that course. Is that clear, Gauri?
Yeah, thank you. And so at some point in time, will you guys also will have S4 HANA Finance?
Second week of January. We are building the server. That's what the plan is. Second week of January.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Like in my case, Jagan, like I'm basically background from IoT.
Yeah. Let's take a 5-minute break, guys. We'll have introductions, and then after that we'll break for lunch, and then whoever is interested in the course, I'll start the actual course. Okay. So let's take a 5 to 10-minute break, and we will start introductions because I have to know the background so that I can adjust this accordingly. Okay. If everybody is SAP savvy and they can understand, I can totally go in a different direction. If everybody is not SAP, I have to go in a different direction. Got it? If everybody is ABAPers, I love that. I can go into the very much depth. But I am pretty sure nobody is ABAPer here. You know what is ABAP on HANA, right?
What does it mean?
So I have decided from my previous batch experiences, I used to teach ABAP on HANA on a third week, second day, but I have decided to teach that on the last day of the course. Until that, I'll cover all other topics because people
Get frustrated.
frustrated on
Why? Why is it because of they don't like programming? Or?
No, it's ABAP background.
Mental, psychological torture that we'll be going through. So you better go at the end of.
Yeah. So that who doesn't want to listen, they can.
I think it's because of the programming.
Just run away, basically. You have that.
Because ABAP on HANA is entirely, I think it's programming.
The concept is different. They are changing open SQL concepts and everything is a change. It's a total change. Change of pattern. Yeah. But that is my favorite course, guys. Let me tell you that. That's my favorite.
Like, if we cover ABAP, we'll be getting deeper, or it will be like some kind of.
I'm not going to teach. That is not a ABAP course. That is how ABAP is integrated into HANA. That one day, I'll be only telling you for one day how ABAP is integrated into HANA. It's not a ABAP course. For that, it is an assumption that you already know ABAP. So I'll be telling what is the difference in the ABAP of that and this new OpenSQL ABAP.
Fine, right?
And the situation also. And the situation also situation
So did someone get a job? I think she or one of those two did get a job, right?
I think, yeah, they are not in touch with me, but I think people got placed, I think.
as I said, one of those two will be getting placement. So you done with the project in Virginia?
Go live. We went live last week. No, 2 weeks back.
So it's over or?
No. It is there.
अब तो वो
अभी hypercare में है. 45 days hypercare.
अच्छा.
December 18 तक hypercare है. Hi. Yeah. Okay, guys, we are back. So let me introduce myself. I don't. One prerequisite is I expect you to not have I want to keep a very low profile because I teach at S.A.P America also, and I don't want them to know that. That's why I don't join S.A.P America. If I'm there, I cannot teach outside. Yeah. But I do as a consultant. I go and teach other places also in the S.A.P America and S.A.P Canada. I teach, so that's why I like to keep low profile in this. S.A.P world is a small world, so I don't want to be much famous there. My background is I'm basically a mechanical engineer. Worked 5 years as industrial engineering and operations. I was into operations for 2 years. After I did my MBA, I joined as an operations manager in TEPCO. That was a kind of hectic life. So because I had to produce, as I told, in 2.5 minutes I had to produce 2.5 minutes I had to produce one vehicle. It was too hectic. So I thought, why I studied engineering and MBA. So I came into SAP 97 and started as an ABAPer and did my ABAP for 3-4 years. Still doing ABAP, but core ABAP I was doing for 3-4 years. Then got certified in BW and moved into BW modeling. In BW also I was doing more ABAP. You would be a good BW consultant if you are a good extractor, because in ETL, the E part of the ETL is extraction. Many people are, because the Modeling part of BW is much easier compared to the extraction part of it. So everybody tries to be a modeler, nobody tries to be an extractor. But if you want good money, you have to be an extractor.
So we use ABAP for extraction.
Yes. Not only ABAP, you have to know ECC very well to extract, how to handle deltas and everything, right? So I worked as an extractor for a couple of years, then as a modeler. Then in 2007, I wanted to try some management positions. So I joined AIG as a senior manager and then moved up the ladder to senior director. But in 4.5 years, I had some bad experiences, so I came out back to consulting. So in 2011 onwards, I'm back into consulting. I did first HANA implementation in 2012 with Jabil circuits, and then the same company I did BW on HANA migration. Then I did a PPC on HANA kind of implementation. Then now I'm doing BW on HANA implementations. Okay, that's my background. I have good teaching experience, and I like to teach. But more than but day to day, I don't do hands-on day to day. Day to day, my job is more like an architect, so I have to design the models and everything and test them. Usually, the instruction would be around every day it would be around 9:30, 10 Indian Standard Time. We don't maintain very good American timing. But I don't cut your hours. Whatever additional after 4:35, we'll do that also. If we start late, we end late. That's the point I'm trying to tell. Because to come here at 9, I have to get up at 5. So that is my limitation. So 15 minutes here and there, bear with me. Saturday and Sunday, tomorrow we are not having class because tomorrow I have some work. Because we just went live, so first period close is there for us, so I'll be busy with that. Busy now with day minus 10. How the period close works is day minus 10 closing and day plus 10. So 20 days I'll be busy. But only tomorrow is the situation. Next week we'll have regular class Saturday and Sunday. Saturdays we'll try to start around 9:30 or 10. We'll take the consensus because some people, if they're coming from far, we have to take them into consideration. 10 to 4:35 or 9:30 to 4:30, depending upon. Trust me, after 4, everybody wants to end the class. That's my experience. Okay. 8 days we should be finishing. How the course is. Until the first 3-4 days we'll be doing the basic modeling. Then after that 2 days we'll be doing data provisioning, right? And 1 day the miscellaneous topics. There are many miscellaneous topics like security, then text analysis, then and then decision tables. Like that, there are many miscellaneous topics that takes 1 day. Plus reporting, just introduction to reporting. Reporting is not the scope of this. How you want to, what are the tools, what is the architecture, and what are the 2 common tools like Lumira and AO. We'll try to show the reports on Lumira and AO. So that is one, and 1 day for S.A.P on HANA. I need 1 day for S.A.P on HANA. So this is how the 8 days will be laid out. And what I expect from you guys is you should read a lot. There is a lot of information overflow for you here. So try to absorb that during the break. It means between 2 consecutive classes. Okay, and try to be as hands-on as possible. The best way you learn is only when you do in the system. Otherwise, you'll not learn. Reading the book, you'll grasp something, digest, but you won't get the grip until you do it in the system. So do as much as you can in the system. So that's my introduction, guys. Any questions? You can always reach me or Madhu, and we'll get back to you. So I'll start the introductions. What I expect from introduction is what is your background. Then I can tell you that should you be in this course or it's better to pursue something else. Okay. Because if you're totally in a different background and you're coming just thinking HANA is okay, let me tell you the job prospects and some people are motivated by the dollar rate per hour. So it is good to get motivated by that, but higher the bar, higher the expectation is also, right? So what I want you to know is that you have to work hard, and not only working hard, where the challenge comes is, the challenge is you have to show a progression that, because HANA, just on a HANA you won't have a job, right? They expect HANA with either a ECC background or a BW background, right? Because you have to support HANA for those backgrounds. When I interview people, I 100% know the resumes are fake. So I don't try to figure out whether they are genuine or not. It doesn't take me 2 minutes to figure out, because any of the project I will have a contact, but I don't. What I see is that can you come and hit the ground running? That's all I check. That do you have knowledge enough to come and do the project? You have 10 years on your resume or 3 years on your resume, I really don't care. Whether you're certified or not certified, I don't care. What I care is that can you come and do the job? Do you know what, if this is a requirement, how can you handle the scenario? That's all I look for in interviews generally when I talk to people. Okay, so what I expect is that, so that way I can give you a honest opinion that should you pursue this course or not, otherwise both of us will be wasting time, right? So let's not do that. Let's take a conscious decision, and then from the next half we'll start the actual course. Okay? Yeah, go ahead.
My name is Nitya. I have 6.5 years of experience in IT. I was started as an developer and then moved to CRM technical, but worked till 2 learning. And after that,
but with SAP only, CRM
SAP
also.
only. ABAP and CRM technical.
Oh, cool. So middleware also?
No middleware. Okay. No middleware and no functional. More of a technical.
More of a technical. CRM technical.
Yeah, I like functional background, functional things and middleware and all that.
Okay.
And I have a career gap of 3 years now.
Pricing configurator, all you did work on?
No, functional
okay.
Nothing. So
okay.
I couldn't.
No, technical also on the pricing side.
No, technical CRM web UI.
Web UI.
Goal, general, and adding custom fields and all that.
Okay. So you have a ABAP background.
Yes.
That's very good. ABAP background is important for ABAP on HANA. Let me tell you guys, the easiest way to get picked is if you put ABAP on HANA on your resume. Because, why? Not because it is tough or anything. Because all SAP is based on ABAP. You understood, right? So what happens, you already have applications running in ABAP. You're trying to develop a model. So you want to leverage this model in your ABAP layer, or you want to leverage this ABAP function module in this. So that is why that is preferable. You'll gel more easily with their requirements. Otherwise, not because ABAP HANA is tough or easy. No, that has nothing to do with that. Because all SAP applications are in ABAP, and they already are up and running since 10, 12, 17 years, some companies, and you are bringing a new model of HANA, and you want to leverage the existing ABAP infrastructure, right? Either a function module or a program which you want to do, or a table. So how to integrate these two and do a common reporting or a common model, I mean. That is why ABAP, knowing ABAP is very good. That's why if you have ABAP on your resume, the ABAP on HANA on your resume, there's a good chance you'll get it.
So now I have career gap of 3 years, so I just want to, I thought that studying HANA can get me.
Oh, you are not working now?
No,
okay.
I have 3 years of gap. Actually, I don't have experience in US itself.
Oh, okay.
So I thought that studying HANA can.
Yeah, this definitely will give you a way. If you have a background, it's not a difficult. Thanks.
Yeah. Gokul. So I'm Gokul. I worked for around 4 years in ABAP. So I worked in ABAP and also in ABAP HR. The last few years, like fourth year and fourth. After that, I was working in ABAP HR. and then I came here for masters.
Okay.
And I did masters in business analytics. And while doing masters, and after that, I was trying to figure out like which field to get in. So at that time, whomever I asked, they said Hadoop is booming. Hadoop.
Yeah.
So they said, and I started comparing because as my background is from S.A.P, I started comparing between HANA and
What's
Hadoop.
the equivalent of Hadoop in S.A.P?
Yeah, something like analytics, but nobody gave me proper information. They said HANA is something they said. So Hadoop is what is the future is. So I made a move into Hadoop, and then I also got a job. But then Hadoop is all Java. And once I start doing the Hadoop job, once I start customizing it, it's Java. So and all my 5 years of experience has to be in Java to do efficient work. So I was able to do, but it was too much pressure for me. So I quit the job. And then now, I spoke to you the last time I spoke. I wanted to know like how can we compare S.A.P HANA and Hadoop. You said it's a different use case. It's not a same use case at all. So it cannot be compared. So it can be integrated, but those can't be compared.
Exactly.
Yeah. So after that, maybe I got the clarity very late. So then
that's fine. It's not late. Knowing Hadoop is also good because through smart data access, you may end up in a cases. Many of the cases will be like that when you want to interact with social media. Hadoop will be your source.
Yeah.
Right. Through Hadoop, through smart data access, you can still do HANA modeling. So your knowledge is not waste. Your experience of Hadoop is not go.
Yeah.
It is an advantage and edge only.
Yeah. So that's why I was not able to take too much pressure. So I quit it, and then now I want to.
No pressure you will have on S.A.P side also, but that's a known field for you.
Yeah, I can at least.
It's a known field for you.
I'll be a little more comfortable.
Exactly. That's fine. Thanks, Gopal.
Yeah.
Hi, myself I'm Jeevan. I have completed
Jeevan. Okay.
Yeah, I have completed my bachelor's in civil engineering and I have been working for like 8 months, like back in India. Then I came to US and I started my master's in IT, which is information assurance from Milton University. And I recently completed my master's and I would like to start my career as in S.A.P HANA.
Okay, for you the challenge will be knowing more of S.A.P, right? Yes. HANA you may pick it in this class. I have no doubts about it because I had people who are masters and they freshers. They started with me and they're still on the same project, but I came out. So they're smart people, those who are masters. I have no doubts about that. But what challenge in getting a job for you will be to show that you have some associated SAP, ECC or a BW background and you're migrating into the HANA. Like these two people, they have a relevant background and they're moving into it. So that's where your challenge will be. Course one is not a challenge for you.
Yeah,
right.
I was completely wondering how will be I getting into the market once even if.
But let me tell you, whatever resumes I have seen, the MS people they put 10 years of because they compete. If I also apply, this is the challenge. If I also apply, I'll be competing with them because they are at half the rate what I ask. And experience-wise, both are same on the resume. What the client doesn't know until you go and perform, and so that is a known fact. So you don't have to worry about that part. Only thing is you have to prove the point that you are experienced enough to
I should be able to work with the scenarios, whatever.
Exactly. That's the only point you have to work more on. Okay. But HANA is a great field to start for those who are starting their career because the future of SAP is only on HANA, guys. No matter what. Forget the rates, what rate you are getting, but if you want to be in a job, you should be in HANA. Touchwood. I never looked back after coming into SAP. I didn't have to go and look somewhere else. SAP has got so many jobs. So it's a good field. Only the first break will be the challenge for which you have to work really hard. And yes, HANA is the course for freshers, but cutting through, showing the experience and getting the first break, you have to work. And if you're not ready for that, then don't take this.
I'm ready. I can push to any limit.
Yeah.
I'm ready to push myself to any limit. And I would like to get complete knowledge so that I will be able to work in a real-time scenario.
That's what I try. I try to give as many possible scenarios as practical here. I know everything can't be digested. So what I expect is that you have to prepare for scenarios. The best way is that you have to live up to your resume finally. When you are giving interviews, you have to live up to your resume. If you can speak up to your resume, nobody cares what experience you have. Resume means you should be able to tell stories on why you did this customization, why you did not do a standard function which is available, why you had to customize, what was the business reason. So such things, you should be prepared more on those lines. Got it?
Like I have also been trained in BW, but not completely in depth.
Yeah, the concepts are important. It need not be. BW is not a prerequisite for this. Let me tell you. Only the conceptual modeling, if you have that, this modeling is much easier compared to BW modeling. This modeling is very, very easy. Of course, SQL is necessary for everyone. Without SQL, you cannot. Because HANA is very easy. Trust me. Yeah, you can very easily pick up. And there's a lot of resources available for brushing up your SQL. So that's not a difficult part. Thanks, Jeevan. Yes, Mohammed.
Yes, my name is Mohammed. I come from accounting and finance background. I have taken this course earlier. And
that means I didn't do a good job.
Yeah, you know how that feels when you fail the class and you have to sit, with the new people. That's the kind of feeling I'm having. But yeah, but this time I'll get it because a couple of people from my batch have already been, placed. So let's see. I might be the first one from this batch.
No, that's all. I know what you are going through that time, and that's fine. But focus.
Yeah.
Please don't get me wrong. Were you attending the session in June?
July.
June or July?
Yeah, July.
Yeah, I was like looking into the previous recording of July's class. So I heard, and some other guy was mentioning like your story is really weird and something completely new. Like
in the orientation, that guy from Bronx or somebody came. Right?
He was on web. Like, he was connected to the GoToMeeting.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, you must be the guy.
Yeah, I was that guy. Yeah, I have taken lots of SAP courses.
Yeah, exactly.
So this is my last one.
Like so many have been traveled here. Like thank you.
So let's see what happens.
So you worked in SAP for some time, or only the accounts?
I've taken courses on the.
Okay.
So many of them.
Yep.
But don't worry, you'll get there. You have the knowledge. Only you have to do some.
Yeah, focus.
That's all.
This time, next month, I'm going, taking my family to Pakistan, and there I will have lots of time.
Good. Use that.
Kids are away to their, grandparents.
There is something called as what is that? S.A.P HANA. Doesn't recollect my mind. By S.A.P, they have these how to do things. So if you have internet access,
sure.
What is that?
Better than open.sap.
No. Open.sap is how to do that is little.
So is that on YouTube?
No, there are videos on YouTube. SAP Studio or something.
SAP HANA Academy.
HANA Academy. Yeah, Academy. Please go through those, guys. If you are stuck somewhere, how to do those. I never gone through them, but people say that they are good.
What is it called?
HANA Academy.
HANA Academy.
Yeah. There you have how to do's, but what they don't teach is the concept. That's what I hate.
Where is it? I mean, is it on YouTube?
You have all. So try to. You have access to net there, right?
Oh, better than here.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Then trust me, you spend all the time there. You'll master it.
These guys won't give you an in-depth knowledge. They just give you
how to do. These are all how to. If you're stuck, how to do, because that's where his problem is. How to do.
As a matter of fact, I was also planning on getting on this ABAP course as well. Meanwhile I'm there, I'm gonna get the recordings and I will go through all of the recordings.
Don't do too many things at a time. Focus on HANA and overall ABAP you might be knowing, right? If not, take an introductory ABAP course. Don't go to
introductory
ABAP.
Yeah.
Don't spend much time on ABAP, knowing ABAP in depth.
Yeah.
Because here you should know how ABAP can be integrated with HANA. That's the part you should know. Don't waste time, because ABAP in itself is a different course in itself. So don't venture into too many things so that you lose the focus.
All right.
Okay. Do HANA Academy. Academy thing is, but Academy you only can do after you know the concepts. How to do, see guys, how to create a model, everybody, even you bring a 10th grader, he can do it. How to do is not important. Why you are doing each step is most important. You should have that consciousness that why I'm doing this step. What is it, how it affects the system when I'm doing this step. So if you can know that, then you will be a very good consultant. How to do, you can bring a housewife also, you ask her to do, you should do. That's not a, how to do, I don't give much emphasis on how to do. How to do, even if somebody cannot answer in an interview, I know that in Google he can figure it out. So that's not my worry. My worry is that do you know what to Google or not? That is what my worry is.
Right.
You should know what to Google.
Well said.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Thanks, Mohammed. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is David.
Bunny.
David.
David.
Okay. I'm sorry I missed the introduction. You said you're Matu?
RJ.
Yeah. Okay. My background is before I came to this country, I've had some system analysis background where I'm doing a little bit of database and ERP system development. But when I came here, I got lost and I ended up doing some other things.
No issues. Yeah, survival is the first key there. Yeah, I understand that part.
And I'm pretty much appreciating what you're trying to, and going deep into explaining some of the concepts and some of the terminologies. I'm very new, just like Julian, and I already want to get into SAP.
You have to read a lot, David. You have to read a lot because terminology is the one thing where people get stuck in interviews. Your articulation in the interview, by your articulation I can tell whether did you really work or not. So if you can prepare well on the articulation, and articulation only comes from knowledge. Articulation doesn't come, you cannot make up articulation. So my sincere advice is there's a lot of resources. When I started SAP, we didn't have Google. I'll tell you a simple example which will motivate you. When I started my SAP career, guys, because before coming to US, I had more a shop floor experience. I used to manufacture vehicles. No idea. When somebody used to bring a spreadsheet to me, I used to think, wow, this is from some outer space. What is this? How did they produce this document? Because the planning spreadsheet, because we had to produce 470 vehicles per day. So I used to think, wow, how did they plan this, everything, right? When I first came here through my S.A.P, somehow through S.A.P and by the universe, God's grace, whatever you call, I got my first job. I was doing BDC. You know what is BDC? Batch data conversion, where you
upload the data.
Where upload data from legacy systems into SAP systems. So the S.A.P part I knew, but my challenge was with the keyboard because I never did. I was never hands-on much. So what in BDC you have something called as SM35, where your errors are errored out. You're loading 100 records, 5 errored out. Those 5 you have to fix manually, or you have to write another program to fix it. If it is 5 or 10 or 50, we do it manually. We don't write another program because we have to develop a program, move it to Q and prod. That will take time. So we fix it manually. So my boss was behind me and he asked me to fix the errors. So what I had to do is that it's a text field. We were doing BOM and equipments, bill of material and equipments. My only advantage was I was very sharp in business. I could understand the business very fast because that was my background. So we were doing industrial BOM equipment relationships, industrial BOM and equipment and asset relationships we were doing. So in that load, I had to take out some BOM text. The BOM means bill of material. I had to take out some text out of the bill of material. So I had to clear that whole text string field and put a new string field. I didn't know that there is a function, what does the home on the keyboard does and what does the end on the keyboard does. So I was going cursor by cursor. Okay, I was going cursor by cursor, and he figured out that I'm not very much hands-on. So, but I struggled a lot my initial few years. I knew concepts, but people don't care what you know. You have to prove. So I came from that background, right? That where I didn't know what was a home and what is an end also on a keyboard. Somebody first told me that go and place the file on the first day itself. Place the file on the network folder. I had no clue what a network folder is. Okay. And the third challenge I had was within the same first job. He told, "Can you FTP this file?" What the heck is this FTP? I never heard of it. And there was no Google that time, right? There is no internet, only proper internet. Forget Google. So FTP, file transfer protocol. Basically, we had to put files on application server and retrieve it. So why I'm telling these three cases is because you are far better than me, and I have an average IQ. I'm not a very brilliant guy or anything like that, right? Very average IQ I have, and you easily can pick it up. So don't worry about it. The most important point is the willpower and knowledge. I learned everything IT on the job only. No idea. I had no background of finance, no background of except manufacturing. I didn't know anything. I was very expert in LIS and everything, but nobody gave me a job. I was also lost like you. I wanted to be a functional guy, MMPP. I wrote papers on shop floor physics, the velocity and everything, the velocity of the assembly flow, and I'm expert in that. Even now also nobody gave me a break. I want to be an expert. Inventory management was my course. In my MBA, I did materials and systems. Nobody was giving me a break there. I had to survive as a technical guy only. And after that, my resume remained technical, so I had to remain technical. So, David, what I want to tell you is that it's not difficult. It's not the rocket science. Only thing is channelize your energy. Channelize.
So the person who told me to, I've been asking people around what can I do in SAP, and then somebody told me, the person who was telling me that he's doing FICO, and he said that the very best place to start is HANA.
It's very true, he told, because it doesn't expect much background from you. If you go as a FICO or MM or SD or ABAP, they expect a background from you, that you have that background, right? Here, they don't expect that much background. If you know basic SQL or like that, HANA modeling. So yes, to get into SAP, there are the only two fields which I suggest you guys, is HANA or security. These are the two fields, SAP security or HANA. These two doesn't require much, easy to get in, easy to maintain the job also. Other things, they expect some background, you have a lot of competition, and everything. That is the challenge. So whoever guided you correctly.
And I'm a fast to learn person. I try as much as possible.
Yeah.
Push myself. And
any immigrant will try to learn. I know that, because they have to survive. Survival will make you. But you, whatever you don't understand or can't, you think you're lost, you can stop me, because I want to take this class at a pace. You know, that's what I used to do, line balancing. The line has to be balanced at the slowest speed of the machine operation I have to do, right? So the speed of the class is also be until everyone understands. Otherwise, it's very easy. I can finish the course in 8 days and go away. That's not my goal. Okay, so you'll go at your pace. Don't feel shy. Okay. Thanks, David. Yes, guys, online.
Any takers?
Yes.
Otherwise, I can.
Yeah.
Let's start with Adil. Who is Adil? Let's start. I'm going by this whoever. Adil, I think were you there earlier batch?
No.
Sorry?
I'm sorry. I said no. This is the first time I'm ever here with you guys.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, I said this is the first time I've ever been on these classes.
Oh, okay, got it. Because I saw some Agile in earlier batches, I thought it was maybe you are retaking. I thought. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. So, quick and simple. MBA project management is a background. I have been a project manager for 8 years. So I have an interesting dilemma, and I think an honest feedback from you, whether it will work for me or not, would certainly be helpful. So I do understand content management really well, infrastructure. I've managed projects where you build customized applications, but in terms of development, zip, zero, nada. That's to begin with. Currently, what I do is really interesting. I'm fortunate, but that's where my dilemma is. So I basically help venture firms in Silicon Valley. Fortunate to work with 27 of the top 30 VC firms in the world. I'm in there day in, day out, looking at new technologies, startups, with the funding, helping them with the roadmaps, and bringing them to the market, where basically we bring in Fortune CIOs, look at the product, make the first sale, go forward. There's something missing in the market, go back to VCs. Guys, find somebody. This is a concept. Let's build a product.
Right.
So I'm a team builder. I run a team of about 20 researchers, where basically at times we are helping Gartner write what they need to write. It might sound weird, but that's the reality of Valley. That's how things work. My problem, I'm only good if I stay in or around Bay Area because of the job that I have. The minute I get out, then I'm a project manager and I'm stuck at 100K, 110K jobs, and I want to get out and travel the world with my family. So looking for new venues, we are finding jobs is easier, and that's my excuse to look into HANA. I do understand ERP systems really well and enterprise environment because that's all I do. But HANA itself, whether I go with a combination of BO, BW, that's something to think about. But that's where I'm coming from, to learn something new where I can basically reproduce the income that I have while I have the luxury to travel around the world.
Okay, two things. I have two questions because I also have a good VC exposure because my brother is a VC.
Oh, that's great.
He started as he's also into analytics now.
Sure.
So I know that market very well. He's also struggling like you guys. He also has researchers and everything, but he's an investor basically. He's into equity investing. Okay, from a seed investor to angel investor to big investments. Okay.
Sure.
Anyway, but what I tell is that you all are people who only talk. These VCs, they only know how to talk. I'm giving you the reality.
Absolutely, that's what I want.
That's what I tell my brother also. Nothing comes when the rubber meets the road. The product, they have to make the product and they fail there.
Yes.
Okay. So my point is this. That first of all, you should have a learning capability, right? Because VCs, when you're dealing with VCs and CIOs, CFOs, you try to look at a 33,000 feet high, right?
Exactly, that's what it is.
You don't try to look deep. And HANA is analytics, is trying to look into deep.
Yep, you're getting in the weeds here. Totally makes sense.
Right. And two, there is this course is really technical, guys. It's really technical. We'll be talking of SQL, we'll be talking of databases, we'll be talking of indexing, we'll be talking of all the jargon. It's a technical, core technical jargon. Does that interest you? Does that interest you? If it is not interesting to you, I may teach well, but you will not work hard if it is not interesting to you, right?
Sure.
So what I want to expose you is that you will be doing modeling here. That means you have to think, do I have to do a referential join, or do I have to think a linear join? Sorry, do I have to take a left outer join? So you have to keep thinking on a technical basis like that.
Sure.
Does that fascinate you?
Yep.
And two, as for any project, others may also have a project management experience, guys. There are two kinds of project managers I have dealt with. One who is a pure Microsoft project manager who knows
scheduler basic.
Yeah, who knows very well how to follow up, keep track of milestones, follow up with the teams, reprimand them if needed if they are lagging. That's one kind of project management. The other kind of project management is technical project management, where you should know what the deliverables are, what constraints are, how to talk to the users. Like, look guys, what you're asking a moon in the lab. That's not possible. That's not the scope of this course. Let's define. They try to keep the project within the guidelines, within the scope. Technical. They know what to do and what. They may not know in depth. They may not know that this piece of line of code will work or not. They don't care about. They need not care about it. But they know very well enough. They're smart enough to know that this is how it should be done, and this is how it needs to be presented to the client, right? So that is the second kind of project managers. So to be a kind of the second type of project manager, I advise this course to those people, even if they don't have any technical background. If they have to run HANA projects, like in Accenture and all, we get people who are these big four companies. They hire these project managers who don't know anything about anything, right? But still they are managers. But they do their job well because they have the inherent talent in them. So what my point is, for those, at least if they know what they have to deliver, they can do a still better job. So I encourage, you may not know how to do deep dive modeling, that's okay, but you know that to model this, what is that I have to require, what kind of resources I have to pick. They will know that, right? What kind of resources they need to pick, and what kind of resources they should not pick. These are the things they should know, and they should know what to talk to the users, what to talk to the client, what to talk to the technical team. If they can understand these things, and you need to have knowledge of HANA, at least this basic knowledge which we are going through these 4 weeks, you should have this much of knowledge even to manage projects. Otherwise, you will take the project to a toss.
Sure.
You take the project to a toss. So that is my 2 cents, Adil. If technical things does fascinate you, you just didn't do technical because you got other opportunities, but you have flair for technical, yes, this is the course. But if you don't have flair for technical things, no, I would say don't waste your time, look for something else. Look for program management jobs or something like that.
Sure. One more question.
Sure.
So I looked into some, there's a gazillion videos out there on YouTube and everywhere else in the world. So
right.
I went through some of the videos specifically related to modeling.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was able to do, I asked a friend for a server access he provided me. So personally, I was able to create tables, attribute views, analytical views, even calculation views. I was comfortable doing that. Did figure out join some of that good stuff. But where I struggled, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, what I'm telling you is keep to one point, that creation, I told you, I bring a house, tell her how to create, show her the video, create.
Exactly. It's straightforward. But where I struggled with the part where I looked at some of the procedures and handling that, I got stuck, seriously. Like, it took me a while. I did some very basic ones, but I had to go back and forth. So that's where my confusion is, that some of the things look very straightforward, nothing fancy about it. As you said, anybody can do it. But there are certain parts where you have to think through it time and time again to get a grasp of it. So maybe time is going to tell whether it's going to work or not. But so far, I mean, what I've seen looks interesting, and that's the important part. If there's no interest, no matter how hard I'm going to try, I'll give up.
Because I can See guys, I interview so many people. I can read the aptitude of the guys very easily. You have the aptitude, but what people lack is the interest. So if you have interest, you can do this course. If you do not have interest, I'm telling, don't waste your energies here. You can go somewhere else. But yes, you have the background and aptitude. I will leave up to you to decide that. But this is a technical course. This is technical course. We'll be talking technical only.
That makes sense. And thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, no problem, Adil. Thank you. Yeah, second, Bhargav.
Hi. Hi everyone. This is Bhargav. My background is in content management systems. So I came here to do my master's in computer science from University of North Carolina, and then moved on to content management systems like EMC Documentum, another CSA First Doc, and so on. So I've been there for about like 5 years now, doing all of that. So I just want to shift my steering towards SAP, and the best thing I could find out looking at the discussions and going through some articles is S.A.P HANA, and it was fairly I could understand various parts of it, but the thing I couldn't understand was how will it help me to get into jobs, or for the interviews, or whatever towards the career, without having any knowledge in the back, like BW or BIBO or any of that modules. How would this HANA help me to get into that, looking forward?
Yeah, thanks, Bhargav. Well, EU is in the same situation as Jeevan and David, like from a HANA perspective. Only thing is the difference between them and you is that you have some industry exposure already. So at least you know what's happening. You are doing content management, say for some ERP or some manufacturing systems or from service organizations, right?
Right.
So that part will help you. The domain part will help you a lot there. But as far as the break is concerned, guys, the break, as I told you, it's an open secret. You have to project your experience. Nobody gives you just like that. You learned somewhere and they want to give you a break. You don't get like that. But since your communication skills and like yours, Adil's communication skills are good, the best places where communication skills are good are these big four. They don't care about how much you know. So these are the best places to try. And if you want looking for a break in SAP, HANA is definitely HANA is the place.
So how would I go about? So when you're saying you got to have some knowledge on, so I am from I did quite a few domains. I've been into life sciences. I've been into a bit of financial and then all that stuff. But how would I go about say, hey, I have BWBI knowledge or BW knowledge as a background. So how would I get that knowledge or information? How?
The moment you say BWBI, people expect a lot from you. I would refrain stating that I have a BWBI background unless you can support it. See, it's all Bhargav. It's all how can you support your statements. That's what. To put on a resume is very easy. It is just you have to script. Yeah. If you have to support it, you have to study it then. Study in the sense at least have a background that yes, in BW modeling I do cubes, I do DSOs, I do multi-providers. Compared to that, what it is in HANA. So you need to have a comparative study of those. And why you did a model in BW versus a model in HANA. So such kind of comparative analysis is needed.
So having that theoretical knowledge is good enough to just to make sure that okay, I have some to say okay, I have some knowledge on BWBI when I'm looking for HANA.
I would say yes. If any causation is interviewing you, that is good. But person like me interviewing, I'll try to get into the depths. So did you really do hands-on or not? So it's a chance, I would say, Bhargav. That is the reality. If someone who believes that what you have done is done, then it's not. But if somebody tries to probe what it is, that did you really touch, did you make your feet wet or did you really swim? Then it will be difficult.
Yeah, that's my question was. So when the end of the goal is to get into, your career should steering towards HANA, right? So how?
See, once you all guys get, let me stop you. Once you all guys get in, I'm very sure you all are smart. You can do it. You can make it. I have no doubts about that. But to get in is where you have to prove your mettle. To get in is where you have to prove your mettle. So to get in, you need to have some depth. That's my point, Bhargav.
Okay.
Once you get in, I'm 100% sure you'll manage, you'll survive, you'll do the whole 9 yards, whatever needs to be done. You'll do it.
Yeah, because I am from a Java space, all that from technical space, but this is a little bit quite different, but still end of the day, it's all databases, columnar storage, these are all, these are all, yeah.
It's very easy, guys. One way it is very, very easy. The difficult part is only when you have to interface with the ECC or the BW part. That is where people go haywire. Otherwise, HANA is as such as a product, and what you are learning here in this course is product, HANA product. Okay, what you're learning is the HANA product. The domain and everything, I'm pretty sure, like you, Adil and Bhargav, they can easily pick up the domains, and because you have got industry exposure, right? The domains I'm not much worried also. But what the domain is in SAP, maybe something you have to brush up there. What tables you used, because you have to tell a story, right? That I joined a EKKO, EKPO table or a VBAC table, right? So that you have to prepare on those grounds.
So are we going to have some kind of assignments, in that picture of size, or like how?
All the assignments are, none of the assignment is on S-Flight. All the assignments are on basic, regular, daily used tables in an ERP. Okay. I don't entertain the S-Flight tables. The S-Flight are good to understand, but they don't give you actual exposure to the industry. S-Flight is the model they used in SAP trainings. They use the S-Flight model. So no, the examples will be real life, daily. Whatever I talk, guys, will be real life examples only. Nothing will be like a theoretical example.
Yeah, I can get that from your talking. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. I thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, Partner. Yeah, who is this next? Kanish? Kanish. Yeah. Kanish. Hi, Kanish.
Good morning,
Sorry.
everybody.
Good morning.
So basically, I'm having a 12-year industrial automation and control experience.
Sorry, you have to speak louder, Kanish. I can't hear you.
Is it audible? Hello?
You can do better. Yeah, still, it's not that audible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now is it audible?
Yeah, now it's good. Yeah, go ahead, Kanish.
Okay. So, good morning, everybody. I'm having around about 12 years industrial experience, and technically, I'm basically BTech and MTech from electrical engineering discipline, and more and less, I'm actually into the sensor side. So, since last 10-12 years, during the entire career of my journey, I had taken a lot of roles from design and development, from the project management, even the PNL head for Middle East
So you are into
region.
PLC controllers?
Exactly. Gotcha.
Okay, so you know assembly level programming, right?
Yeah. That's my baby.
Yeah. So
DCS.
This is all very easy. This is higher level programming. You have done much lower level programming, right?
Yeah, assembly level programming and all those things. I have done that. So apart from that, like recently, I just came to know like SAP is actually putting up alliance with Cisco and with Intel, right? Because of their new product S.A.P HANA. They are actually trying to capture the data from the sensors and actuators. So that's actually my core line area. So that's motivated me to go towards SAP HANA. So that's why I just got inclined towards this particular thing. Right now, I'm actually based in Silicon Valley, and I'm working in BigData Hadoop project for oil and gas fields. So now what I'm planning is basically switching over to S.A.P HANA and then basically moving towards S4 HANA so that I can work as an architect for right from the sensors to S4 HANA, how to capture, receive the data and all those things. So what do you
Yes.
suggest me from all the conversation I was able to make out, like this training is basically more focused as a foundation course for HANA.
That's correct.
Yeah, so that I got it, right? Like this is a foundation course, irrespective if anybody is going for BW, MM, or ABAPer, or even for S4 HANA.
That's
So,
correct.
like in my case, it won't be very easy to go for S4 HANA just like that because
Just
once you
directly.
get the foundation course, you need to do some kind of hands-on experience, and that's what S.A.P market talks about. You need to have hands-on experience, only then you can have the good dollar value. So what do you suggest in my case, based on this background? Because I'm basically non-S.A.P guy, more or less I'm a techie guy from engineering background. So what do you suggest? Like, is this the right time and right place for me?
Timing is definitely right, guys, for everyone. Your background is more like a business side of business liaison with the IT, right? Because you want to introduce, like, say, a RFID system or something, like in a warehouse, an RFID where you're reading sensors and
Everything else, ZigBee, RFID, and GSM, GPS, all those things. So I'm working on all those projects. Yes. So I do have experience in all that.
So it's more like a between a business and a IT who knows IT and who knows business very well. That's the role you will fit. But once you get that break, you will be gem. But getting those opportunities are very less. Let me tell you, Kanishk, the reality is such opportunities are very, very, very less. Those opportunities, because why they are less? Because they go to the internal people who are already there in a company. They train them and they suppose they will take their engineers and they will train them on HANA interface. If you have a HANA interface, right? Say your PLC has to interact with a machine and HANA has to capture the data, for example, right? So that's the kind of opportunities are very slim for you if you want to get placed in that. But if you get a break, nobody can take you from there. So that is the reality.
Yeah, that's why actually I'm open right now. At least this nascent level, I think I can just go for HANA-based job so that I can just have a good hands-on.
Exactly.
Once I get a good hands-on, and then I will be a little bit choosy. But now at this stage, I cannot afford that.
Yeah, yes, Kanishk, you are totally breaking, but I could listen. That's what I'm telling. Initially, you have to work maybe as a modeler, keeping off your hat as a business liaison.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You have to work as a modeler, which is kind of a fresh start for you. Again, same challenges as getting the break, and you have to go through the groove. Then only you can finally say that you are a seasoned SAP HANA interface, PLC interface guy, or a RFID HANA interface guy, or like that.
I do agree. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem, Kanish. Next is Madhu.
Hi, my name is Madhu, and I have around 15 years of experience, and basically all the experience is in IT, and I worked on legacy applications and legacy AR, GL, and billing applications. And I'm looking to get into SAP. I tried in 2009. I took a HCM training, but after that I got a job in my regular core competency. So I didn't try in SAP, but right now I'm again trying to get into SAP. I thought HANA is a good place to start. Eventually I want to move into some functional area. I have like BTech mechanical engineering background.
Great. For you, it's not a challenge because you already have a domain, and I'm hoping you are a technical guy there in whatever you're doing in legacy systems. Technical or techno-functional?
Yeah, I'm fully into technical and basically towards back-end jobs and also into database.
Oh, then this is easy course for you. Yeah, that's not very difficult. Again, only the challenge you is that how to project your non-SAP experience through an SAP experience to get the break, right? So your client, the clients wherever you work should have SAP or something like that to say that yes, I worked on their SAP projects.
Yes, right now my employer has SAP, but I'm not into that department. So
that's absolutely fine. Whether you are there or not, nobody will check that. What they check is that the client you are putting, does they have SAP, or you're just copied someone's resume. So that is the only your challenge. Otherwise, there is no challenge for you, Madhu. I'm not seeing any challenge for you. Resume preparation and living up to the SAP world is your challenge, right?
Yes, I have
domain-wise, SQL-wise, you are fine. You can pick up SQL, you can pick up domain and all that, because the domain remains same irrespective of it's agnostic to the technology, right? Domain always is domain.
Yes. Yeah, because I have like overall SAP, because I took HCM training, so I know the landscape and I know the functionalities and also
HCM is a little bit different. HCM has got payroll benefits and all that. That works a little bit differently from a SAP perspective itself. It's all info type based and human capital management, and it is more on a. But the good point is analytics on HCM is very, very in demand. Analytics on HCM domain is very good field to be in. So that is the advantage of it. But that's why if you see HCM server is always different from a regular ERP server. It is never integrated. SAP also never integrated HCM into ERP.
Yeah.
You got the point, right? Yeah. So it is good to have HCM knowledge, but you have to pick up the ERP side of it, because HCM only interacts with the finance of the ERP. It doesn't interact with much other modules. It only because when you post your payroll, it interacts with that.
Okay. Yeah. But time management, I think it interacts with other modules.
Time management, currently I'm doing that only, cross-application timesheets, CATs. It interacts with your project systems. It interacts with your, if you are having a service management, it interacts with that. Yes, time management. If you have good time management exposure, that's good. Yeah, you have ERP. You'll have ERP exposure.
Yeah.
So good, Madhu. Thanks. And yeah, you can do this course, but you have to work on your resume side of it more. That's my
that's what I'm thinking. Like now, I will do, because my current job is going to end in January, so I have to work on that.
Yeah. And let me tell you one more thing, everyone, guys, that if you don't put efforts in these 4 weeks, after that you will take it easy. If these 4 weeks you don't focus on this, either from a resume or a knowledge perspective, after that if you procrastinate it, after that you lose interest. So whatever thrust you have to put, the thrust should be these 4 weeks. Otherwise, because you are with the flow, you are in that mindset, and afterwards you'll do your regular job and you'll keep this to the side. So keep that in mind, guys. Okay?
This HCM is not on HANA. It doesn't sit on HANA.
HCM sits on HANA, Human Capital Management. They have their success. No. It doesn't. Is not integrated in the ERP package. I'm telling you.
Oh,
it's not into the ERP package. It's always a separate server, like BW or like that.
Okay, but it can sit on HANA. It could.
Oh yeah, HCM can sit on HANA. Okay, thanks, Madhu. Prasad, go ahead. I think I know you, but you can introduce yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. So, hi, this is Prasad, and I've been in this IT field since last 25 years, and out of that, 17 years I've been on the legacy system, developing applications on mainframe using COBOL, DB2, all that stuff. And last 8 years I've been in the SAP BW. I have been trying. I wanted to go into this HANA for a long time, but I was not seeing much of it jobs at that time. But it is a high time now. Everybody is looking for HANA, and even though BW, they are also asking for HANA. So I thought maybe this is the right time for me to jump into this. And I have a couple of questions. I will just read my questions, and some of them maybe it's not the right time, but I just want to ask my questions now. So either you can answer now or later. So I just want, as you mentioned, like you will be covering the data services part here. So I saw that data services is a separate course by itself. Like, so what is covered in this course?
No. What I am covering is the data services, how using data services into HANA. I am not making you a data services professional because data services by itself is a profession, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
You can be a data migration guy. Your data migration from legacy systems into target systems, right?
Okay. So do you show any extraction from using data services?
Yes, we'll be doing an example. From data services, we extract ECC data into HANA.
Okay. And the second question is like, are we recording these sessions daily, and do we get access to these sessions?
I think yes, because I started recording. You see here. Do you see here my cursor? So we do record. You have to follow up. See all these administrative things you can follow up with Purna or Madhu.
Okay.
I'm 100% sure they have these recordings somewhere, but how they deliver you, I don't know those details.
Okay. The next thing is like when you do the extraction from HANA to like at ECC to HANA tables, do you go with only the just direct mapping, or do you show any customizations like how do you transform the data before loading into HANA models?
No. The one at least couple of hours will be spending on transformations and examples on transformations, because that is the key of the SLT transformation.
Okay, so that's good. And because I'm from a BW background, I'm trying to see what we do in BW and how we do this in HANA. So I'm not sure whether this is applicable to HANA, but in BW we do the full loads and the deltas, right? Is there the same concept here also?
Here, if it is SLT, it is a real time. There is no delta concept.
So it's okay. So you don't have to do any full.
But with data services, it's a batch load.
So you go with that, right? Like you show like when you use data services, how to do the full and delta?
No, with data services, everything can be treated as a batch load, and of course the next batch will be a delta only.
Okay. So the another one is like, do you cover the migration topics? Like if you already have an existing model in BW, like you were talking about migration from one model to the HANA models, right? Like from
I generally don't. I cover that in my BW class, the interoperability. But if you want, guys, I can cover, because you need to have a BW background to cover that. I can cover it if you guys want it. Interoperability, how to consume a BW model into a HANA and a HANA model into a BW. At least I will try to show you how to consume a BW model into a HANA, because that everybody can understand, right?
Okay. Yeah, I think that will be helpful. If you
consume a HANA view into a BW model, you need to have a BW background for that.
Okay. And one last question is like, is SAP thinking of coming with a business content for HANA?
It's already there, called HANA Live.
HANA, okay.
Previously, the primitive name of that is known as RDS, Rapid Deployment Solutions. Now, what they did, they packaged all the RDS into HANA Live.
And is that like, do you show that in the class? Like,
no. For that we need a separate license. Even enterprises also, you have to buy that license because they're ready-made packages. I can cover the theoretical part, but I can't show you in the system. See, it is a separate box in itself. It's a ready-made package, right? You have to buy that package.
Okay. Are these clients buying these packages now? Like, are there any requirements? Okay.
They buy these because if I have to do a COPA, suppose I have to do a COPA, you know what are the challenges with COPA, right? especially with respect to performance and these things. So what they did a RDS for COPA. So you buy that, they come and configure. They don't give it to this Big Four or anyone. SAP only comes, configures it, and goes away.
Okay. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Okay. No problem. Yes, Ramakrishna. Thanks, Prasad. Yeah.
Hi, Jagan. Hi. So I have like approximately 20 years of experience. Till 2000, I was working for an oil company, and then from 2000 onwards, my IT journey has started. So I worked for 3 years as a PL/SQL developer on Oracle platform for a telecommunication company. So there I was involved with SQL queries and PL/SQL programs and so on. And then I went for a full-time MBA from Bombay, and then from 2005 onwards, my SAP journey has started. So initially, I was working for an automobile company as MIS manager. There, my job was to basically cater to the reporting needs in the purchasing department. So there, I was using MS Access extensively, and so since I had a SQL background,
so they didn't have SAP.
Hello.
They didn't have SAP.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have SAP, but then we had an ABAP program using which we used to extract all the spend data. But then once we get the raw spend data, operation data, on top of that, for particular queries like single part vendor if you want, or who are the single source suppliers. So those queries, right? Spend.
We have SPM now. You know that, right? We have spend performance management module.
Yeah, we did not use that. So we basically relied on MS Access to develop the different queries and answer to the management. And then we had BW project started there. So I was representing purchasing department for the BW project, BW 3.5. In fact, I got, because of my background, they provided me access to prepare BEX queries. So I prepared hierarchical reports for generating spend per product category and so on. So I got acquainted with BEX there. And then that's where I had to take a decision whether to go along BW route or SRM, because I was in the purchasing department. So I got selected as an SRM consultant, and from there my SRM journey started in 2007. And then I joined a Big Four company 2 years later. So from there I was involved in SRM as well as in project management and so on. So I got involved in BO projects also. So now I have been in the US for the last 4.5 years. So after coming here, it is a great revelation. Looking for a job here is not quite the same as in India. So I was thinking like after spending a couple of years, I can start my search. But when I started search, it's like a great experience last 1.5 years. So to improve my chances, because of my background in Oracle, SQL, and MIS, I am thinking of going with HANA. So that's why I'm here today.
So right now, are you doing SRM SAP projects in US or no?
Not exactly. I'm doing a bit of project management also here. Yeah.
Okay. Actually, you are in a very good field. SRM is a very, very, very good field for analytics especially. I don't know why you moved into project management, but anyway, that's for survival. Whatever you are doing, that's fine. But eventually try to come back into this field with analytics hat, with a HANA hat, because that's where you have to tell, you will give your value addition to the enterprises that this is where you can save money and this is where we are spending more. Because that's the first project in HANA I have done. We did a global spend project. So including the MRO, maintenance, repair, and obsolete items. So we could figure out that where the organizations are spending basically. Why we could do possible with HANA was because of its HANA's efficiency in the performance. So Ramakrishna, what I want to tell you is that HANA is a very good field to come back and leverage your SRM skills, and you'll make money, trust me. Try to be in this analytics field.
Yeah. Thanks, Jagan, and I'm happy that I have gone with TekTaurus because after spending this last 2 hours, I can tell that I made a good decision. So hope next couple of weeks it's going to be very exciting. Yeah, thanks.
I'm sure it will be very technical, so be prepared for that, guys. I'm telling you. Yeah. One thing I request you guys, keep the same enthusiasm as on the first day. What happens? Who are technical, they keep the enthusiasm. Who are not technical, they lose. It fades away. Let that not fade away. Because you have to learn this, whether you like it or not. Whatever you are learning in these 4 weeks, you need to know this no matter what. Whether you take here the course or take with S.A.P or some other institute, doesn't matter. You need to know what I'm teaching you. That is absolutely foundation and essentials. Okay? So keep the same spirit. That's only my request is. Okay? Thanks, Ramki. Yeah. Vendra.
Hi, my name is Vendra. I'm having 9 years of IT experience. I worked as an.
There is a lot of disturbance. I think you have to clear something. Are you on a speakerphone?
Now, is it okay?
Now it's a little better. Yeah. There is a lot of distortion. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm having 9 years of IT experience. In this, I worked as a sysadmin for 7 years. And remaining 2 years as I worked as an application support for management Microsoft Team Foundation server and build engineer. That's it. Just I came to US 2 years back.
But did you do any technical system analysis? Means did you do like a business analysis of the data modeling or any modeling basically?
No, I didn't do that. I'm not having any experience on database side or any modeling side.
Okay, so this is a completely new topic for you then.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah, I don't know. You have to suggest me. Is it suitable for me? Can I?
No, if you have not done technical and if you don't have interest, I don't suggest for you, Vendra.
Yeah, just I'm having a Windows and Linux administration skills. That's it.
Yeah. Then sorry, it's a totally new field for you and.
Okay.
HANA is definitely a good place to start, guys, but you should have also interest, right, in that direction. It's a very good place to start, and no doubts about that.
Just I'm looking for an HANA administration. Is it there any option?
This is not an administration class. You should take HANA 200 class for that.
Okay.
This is an application associate class.
Yeah, I'm too having a SAP basis administration for I got 3 years experience in this.
Okay. No, Vendra, then this is not the course for you.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem, Vendra. Thanks. Yeah. Vishal.
Hey guys, can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Very clear.
Okay, good. I work as an IT manager. My basic background is I'm a MCSE CCNA, and I started in the US around 2002. Basically, I work as an MCSE CCNA. It's pretty much infrastructure and design and maintenance and stuff like that. When I started in the company, it's basically they were using Microsoft Access to manage their basically core infrastructure, Microsoft Access and QuickBooks. So there's no connection between that, and basically I see the needs, and I recommended to go and jump into the ERP. And it took some time to convince them to do that, and back in I think 07, 08, I believe, we purchased a Microsoft Dynamics ERP solution. And we pretty much migrate and combine basically sales, purchasing, inventory, manufacturing, shipping, all that into the Microsoft Dynamics ERP. So that's the knowledge I have in a planning of like implementing migrations and stuff like that. And after that, from 09, once we go live, pretty much I'm the go point person to make any changes to the system, to design or implement any changes or modification to the system. Also have a good knowledge of SQL, as well as the SQL reporting services and other aspects of the SQL. Basically, Microsoft Dynamics now basically use a C-side coding, which is not very easy to understand or to build a report on it, and it doesn't look pretty at all. And for exporting point of view in like an Excel or Word or anything, there is no, like, very limited. There is some, but there's very limitations. So I started back in 2010, 2011, basically started using SQL reporting services and build basically report as each department or the department heads wanted and stuff like that. And going from there, last year my company's been bought basically by the other company, and pretty much right now they basically keep me there for until the migration's done, I guess. And so far I'm there.
Okay,
that's
great.
pretty much.
Yeah, that's the exact background. Actually, SQL in HANA also we do the same thing. Only thing is you use HANA, Microsoft Dynamics. We are using SAP.
Okay.
Only you have all the relevant background. The only challenge is you have to convert that into the SAP world. That's all. Same one. Someone else, Madhu, also had the same challenge, right? You both are coming from the legacy world, and you have to make SAPize your experience, right?
Okay.
Other than that, this course should be easy for you because it's the same SQL based and everything.
So, question I have is basically there is lots of different module. I think so far you talked about like ECC and BW and BI and all other stuff, etc.
They are not modules; they are applications. The modules,
okay, so
in ECC you have many modules like how you told shipping, sales, finance, right? That has all those modules.
Okay. So all those modules is a part of the like all these applications, or is it the?
All those modules are part of ECC application.
Okay.
So how Microsoft Dynamics is there, similarly SAP CCC is there, doing that role.
Okay, so then how's the other things you talk about, like
BW is like your SQL services server. BW is your SQL services.
Okay, gotcha.
You do the reporting. It handles your reporting layer of it.
Okay.
That's what SQSS is, right?
Believe so.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with the HANA at all or anything. I just started looking to actually started transitioning to the SAP and that environment, but I didn't get the chance to do much research yet.
Yeah, this is what, that's exactly what we do. Instead of SQSS, we do here reporting on a AO or a Lumira or some SAP reporting product or whatever that enterprise reporting product is, basically. And whatever you're doing in Microsoft Dynamics, that you can do in HANA using a SAP SQL, or you can do using ABAP of ECC. So for those who don't know ABAP, SQL can be your alternative, right? Those who know ABAP, you can do in both. Okay. Why I suggest you to get some touch with ABAP at least later, if not in this course, is whole of the SAP is written in ABAP. So the more you can integrate your application with the ABAP layer, that the more advantages you will have as a consultant to stay on that project. That's what my recommendation is. That's why I'm taking that course in the last 8th day. We'll talk about ABAP. Until that, we'll cover all the basics of HANA. Okay. Okay, guys, let's break for a lunch. We'll try to reconvene around 1:45. Okay. One thing, if people have not registered for this course, do register, because I want you to get material and the IDs by the end of the day. If you don't get IDs and material by next week, what happens is that you will never do hands-on and you will take it easy. So if you think that this class is interesting and you like to pursue, register yourself by the lunchtime, and otherwise you can pursue other courses. All right. But after lunch, what I'll familiarize with the studio, because I don't want to start the theory, because usually people sleep after lunch, which is so I'll show you the practical SAP HANA Studio, some maneuvering in the HANA Studio. That way you will be wide awake. Then I'll start the HANA basic architecture. Okay, that's the plan after lunch. Around until 5 we will have the class. 5:15 or 4:45, depending upon at a logical point where we can stop. Because you need IDs to get into the system, and you need material to read. Okay, the material is what SAP provides. We are providing the same material. Okay, so you need that material, and I think for that registration is mandatory. That registration all you can deal with Madhu and Purna. I don't deal with administrative things, so that I leave up to you to deal with them. Okay.
Then can I have a word with you?
Sure. Who is this? Yes, Tanish.
Like I was telling you, like I'm having a IoT based experience, sensor based experience. So
Tanish, if I remember, you are a PLC guy, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. IoT, Internet of Things, why you are, that is a totally different one, right?
Yeah. So I'm actually into the both side. Like earlier I was into PLC, nowadays I'm into IoT side.
Oh, then you moved to IoT, okay.
I moved to IoT, and right now I'm working with BigData Hadoop and all.
What do you do in IoT? You're breaking, Tanish. You are not audible.
I'm actually catering the data from different kind of sensors. Like from oil and gas vertical, from agriculture vertical, from different.
No, there is a lot of no. Your voice is not clear.
Is it clear now?
Yeah, now it is. After that, it fades away. Yeah.
I don't know. So basically, I'm just catering the data from different verticals, like from oil and gas, from agriculture, from
No, you're lost. No. I think you have to use different handset or something.
Okay.
When you start for the first 2 words, it's okay. After that, it's all gibberish.
Okay. Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is basically what we are doing, and specifically me, is basically capturing the data from different kind of machines and sensors from the various industries like agriculture, from automotive, and data, and sending the NoSQL data into some centralized database and generating the cloud-based report.
Right.
Those devices IoT enabled, and making the data, like sending the data.
Yeah, I got that point. So your front-end devices, there is a data that's called data capturing devices, and from data capturing devices, you are sending it to a centralized server, and from there you are putting it on a cloud.
Yeah. So basically, making the whole applications like right from the. So I'm working as a product manager as well as a project manager also.
Right. Okay.
Now, if I wanted to go for the HANA, because HANA is also now trying to, SAP is also trying to capture this particular market also, like how to interact directly with the features and all those things.
See, the HANA's role here in such cases is that to capture data and process the data very fast. So you have to model that. See, because you don't want time latency or the data latency there, right? For that only you are trying to use HANA basically.
Yeah, and even there is a use case like in oil and gas sector. Recently, S.A.P HANA has actually collaborated with the system. Like in oil and gas for upstream company, there is a Pi database. So S.A.P HANA has actually integrated and implemented with Pi database. So it's a very big actually use case that has been implemented with Shell. Loud in the globally in the market. So we are actually looking into that part. So my question is like, how can I relate my career and how can I foresee my career in S.A.P HANA now? Can you tell that particular thing? What kind of job should I look for?
You will be basically very useful in modeling that kind of business model because you understand the business, like how to capture the data in that businesses wherever. So it's everything boils down to modeling, Kanesh. You have to model based on the domain experience.
Okay. So it means I need to focus myself towards HANA modeling part, right?
That's correct. Everyone in this course will be doing that part only. HANA modeling and data capturing, which is data provisioning.
Okay. So it means it is very much related to my profile and I can reap out my benefits from it.
Oh, absolutely. See, here we are capturing data from an ERP systems and then we are putting into a HANA database and then we are doing a reporting on top of it. Same thing what you have been doing.
Yes, exactly. I'm just talking about the real-time data from here also. Now HANA is also talking about the real-time data.
Real-time data, yeah. You guys will try to...
Okay, if I can add something here?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so Kanesh, what you are saying, I recently have been working on 4 different projects, something along the same lines, one for oil and gas industry, another one for utilities companies where we are getting data from windmills, your automatic meters, sensor data, telematic data getting from all these sources out there, looking at your weather, putting it obviously in Hadoop, then taking it from there for transformation and reporting purposes, and then sending it out. One theme common in 4 different places. What in modeling you will learn here is relevant, but practically speaking, after talking to about 30 plus CIOs in different places, I don't see HANA in that picture. It's too expensive to handle that kind of data and then create reporting, and it does not have the kind of agility that some of the other products in this specific use case only that you are talking about.
Agreed. 100% I agree with you. HANA is not for small enterprises or for startups and all that, because HANA's like 256 gig is the basic unit of license. That itself costs $65,000 or $70,000. Just that. So for startups, I don't think so. This is the kind of what you can go for such things is Karnik and Adil is cloud-based solution. You can leverage the cloud-based solution of HANA, and you can you don't have to have a on-premise solution for that. So you can talk to your CIOs and CFOs and ask them to go for the cloud. Means you are basically renting out, leasing out their memory. So if that is what you are trying to do, you can attempt that. I know per unit cost even on a cloud will be also expensive. That way you are not owning the infrastructure. You are not investing in the infrastructure.
But there is actually one strategy about it. I wanted to say it now. The thing is like most of the oil and gas market has been already captured by SAP, right?
Yes.
So when we are talking about oil and gas market, so they are basically huge money makers and they are huge giants who are already having enough ample of money that they can easily afford SAP. So now what SAP has done using HANA is like all the real-time data that is coming out from different PLCs or SCADAs or DCS.
Right.
Earlier it used to happen like these different legacy controllers or legacy data used to be concentrated on one particular server and one particular database that is known as Pi database. Now, what SAP HANA has done, there is a link between Pi database and SAP HANA database so that immediate reporting can be made out.
Absolutely. That's what I'm trying to tell guys. Whenever the data source is ECC, whenever the data source is SAP or related to SAP, it is always better to go for HANA because it is like a native to SAP's solution. Okay, but what Adil is talking are very like sorry to say, but they are very startup, very non-SAP centric. For that, I don't recommend HANA.
For small, yeah, like for medical applications, what right now in IoT is actually very loud, like medical applications like wearables and all those things. For that, I do agree with that. But when we are talking about hardcore industrial applications like oil and gas and big applications, so in those applications, because that's why Cisco has actually partnered with SAP, and they have even launched a product also, or Cisco, for as a data integrator, which directly sends the data to S.A.P HANA database.
Very good.
So things are moving up, but I'm talking about the large companies, not for the small scale enterprises.
Right. No, I was
From
trying to
that perspective, I was asking.
Yes, that's what I'm also seconding the thought that for ERP and SAP based applications, HANA is that for small business solutions, maybe HANA on-premise is not the solution, HANA on cloud is the solution.
Yeah.
But just you can do research. Smart metering was the first application which SAP has developed for this public utilities company using HANA, smart metering. Do research, Adil, do research on that. You'll know that how HANA can be utilized in such use cases.
Yeah, even in the smart cities also in Chicago, like Hitachi is actually using SAP HANA only.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even the NASDAQ car race and the India World Cup, they used HANA. Sorry, the World Cup, Cricket World Cup, they used HANA. Yeah. So because they want to do another aspect of HANA is the predictive modeling, guys, the predictive analysis. So they can predict the trend based on the data you have. So yeah, HANA has many use cases. It is going to. Only thing is that the license cost SAP has to work out to make it better. Once they work out on the license cost, they will have more implementation. What we are lacking is it's very expensive for companies.
Yes.
So that's why it's not like Adil's ventures are not recommending HANA because of its license cost.
Yeah, that's true.
Basic unit cost starts with 65-70K only for the. After that, they need to have hardware and everything.
So nobody's going to pay for that. That's true. Yeah. That's true. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem, Ganesh. Yeah. You guys are not breaking for lunch?
So when are we meeting back?
Around 1:45.
1:40. Okay.
So 1:45, 1:45, we will continue. Did you guys get material and IDs and all?
Yeah.
Which one? 100, 300?
Everything I got, yeah.
Okay.
I haven't yet registered. I would be registering now.
Yeah.
But before, I would like to have some conversation.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So, as I said, I'm basically from like non-IT background, and I think this is completely new. And it's been already 3 months. I've been starting to get into SAP, and it's like completely new. I'm struggling.
Right.
Now, if I start again with my career in SAP HANA now, like how much time would it take? And I have.
It depends on you. First of all, your timing now is in the 4th quarter. So by the time you prepare, you should be ready for the job. Like it takes 3 to 4 months to prepare. Honestly, I'm telling. It is not that easy because especially with your background, means fresher, not you. Anyone who's starting fresh, 3 to 4 months you should take. Anyway, right now the market will be slow because 4th quarter nobody does the new investments, right? So somewhere Jan, February you should be ready, and that's the perfect timing for you to look for a job after Jan 15th. So you need timing until Jan 15th to prepare for yourself.
So we can use this time for preparation.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling.
This actually is the right time for preparation.
Right time for
so when the time market picks up, we would be ready.
Exactly. By the time it's Jan 15th and all that, you'll see more opportunities. And another prediction is that S4 will be, you'll see more S4 licenses in 2016 starting.
Okay.
So you should be able to capture the market that time.
What about the certification? I mean, critical certification only will be able to get. I mean, in my case, it is.
Nobody cares
like
about certification.
Most of the experts, they know the certification does not contribute much to how efficient a person.
I never see whether a resume is certified or not.
Okay.
Focus on knowledge. It means getting concepts in the system. That's more important, because if you can explain to the interviewer that you know what you are doing or what they expect you to do, that's all the most important aspect.
How's the market here in?
Right now, modelers, I'm seeing modeling.
You just see
see, one thing I tell you guys, for first break, location and money you should not care about. First break.
No, I don't care about the location, but in general, when I search for some openings, I think it's more the east side, right?
East and west
No,
has more. West has more.
Oh, the California, North America side, it has more?
Yes,
West side has more. West side has more.
The major companies and everything is on the west.
Oh, I thought this is the finance. New York is finance.
New York also is there. New York or West Coast has more opportunities.
Oh, okay, then the East Coast.
Yeah, then East Coast. But anyway, for first break, guys, don't think of anything. Just get a break.
Yeah, that's what
all. Even if it is $30 per hour, do it. Forget it. Don't.
Yeah,
it won't be minimum. It will be 70, 80. I'm just giving you example. That's
So how's the pattern? Like after class, I'll be getting the assignments, and then I do in the week, and then so I can like that.
Exactly.
So Madhu shared this one HA100 something.
Yeah.
I paid.
You should have 300 and 350 also.
Oh, okay. Maybe she'll do
send
it today.
Maybe yeah. She sent you.
No, I am just checking that one. Actually, I got 3 materials. So I thought that 300 is also included in one zip file. I just need to open
check it
that.
out, and otherwise we'll ask her to get 300, 350.
So assignments she'll give later? Or?
No, it within that only will be assignments. In the books only will do assignments.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'll have to ask her.
Yeah. No, in the book only we have the exercises.
Oh, okay.
Within the material.
It's not a zip file for me. For me,
no,
it's not.
Within the HANA 100 book, you will have assignments.
Oh, okay. The whole book. Okay. So that is what I have to do. Okay. So as I read the book, I do the assignments.
Right.
Okay. Now I understood. Yeah. So it's not assignments like a 10 exercises. It's not like that.
No.
Okay.
Yes, that's it, guys. So you have to decide if you're ready to work hard. This course is the best. If you want to do something easy, like my daughter, don't go for it. Don't go for it. It's not a cakewalk. Let me tell you that. Yeah, once you get 1 or 2 breaks, life is easy. But for that first break, you really have to put your efforts, and not with a skeptical mind. If you are determined, do it, or otherwise look for something else.
Yeah, so because of the skeptical mind, I made a move to Hadoop.
Right. Don't jump here and there.
Yeah, because like I don't have much people known from SAP background, so that's like really confusing for me. Like if I made a good step in stepping into SAP.
No, stepwise it is always good. I'm not denying that part. Are you ready to work hard or not? That you have to decide yourself. I cannot tell that part.
I can push it for any level. I'm a quick learner, but I need.
Then it doesn't matter.
I need some
push up.
This is
like a right. Yeah, that push you'll get from the class and from the group. Yeah, you get.
So we'll be having some like group assignments or something related, and that way where we can have some real.
Oh yeah, definitely we'll be doing exercise in the class. Initially, I will do like step by step, but afterwards I will not have time. If I start doing exercises, I can't cover much time because I try to cover many topics. So later, once you get familiarized with it, I expect you to do at home. Initially, 1 or 2 exercises, 3 are like that. I can handhold you, but after that, I cannot handhold you because I have to cover a lot. Yeah.
So the book, the content of the book is more than what you cover in class.
No, it's almost the same. Content is the same. Content, you will never miss anything. Trust me, you will not miss any content.
So this book, the 100, 300, and 350, they're the ones you're gonna get from here.
That's correct.
And just in case if you want to go for the certification also, like this training helps us out.
For certification, this definitely helps, but you have to study more on certification. Certification of SAP is totally little awkward. It is different.
And it's more theoretical.
Yeah.
So
here my focus is for you to get the job on.
Get the job.
Yeah, real time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for killing your time.
No problem. You should before you get into it, you should know what it is.
Yeah.
I have no issues. That's why I spent these 2 hours for that. Because once it starts, I don't want you to be unhappy. This is what it is, guys. If you want to take it, otherwise you can try something else. Yeah.
So you work for SAP and the client also, in project, right? You're working.
No, I'm an independent company.
Okay.
I was working I told you, as a senior director for AIG.
Okay.
I don't want to do any permanent jobs. Okay. I don't want to deal with the politics and all that.
And like you were working at AIG for more than 5 or 7 years.
4.5 years ago.
Yeah, I was just looking at your LinkedIn.
Yeah. 4.5 years ago. After that, I thought no permanent job.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thanks. I love the way you're more detailed and you give. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll try to explain the basics also and also the depth, so that if you know the depth, then it is easy to analyze problems in the real life, right? For me, I never do hands-on in my regular day-to-day life, but if someone stops me when I walk on the floor and somebody stops me, I give them the solution because I know the basics. So I start from the basics and I tell them, look at this. I give them the pointers, they tell me this is done. Okay. Because my job is more on a architecture and business interaction, because I have to solution. My job is to solution. My job is not to code or to modeling or anything. Okay. So the point I'm trying to tell is that if you know your concepts, if you know you'll think from basics. So what might be the wrong? It is like this. If I take the car to a mechanic, he'll ask you what are the symptoms. Based on that, he goes the basics and he then figures out where the issue is, right? Same thing. If you know your basics, he knows, oh, okay, if the smoke is a problem, he'll start from exhaust, then go to the carburetor and all that, right? So he knows that path. So that's what you get when you know your basics.
Right. Yeah. I appreciate, because the very first time I contacted myself about this class,
this was the first one, and
very well took me through the steps. I'm supposed to offer the same course, but it's part of having class.
Oh yeah, I prefer you to be in class, because in class we'll have a real interaction, right?
Oh yeah.
It's not online, you'll not get that interaction, and I don't know whether you're understanding or not, or like I have to be under assumption that you are listening and understanding.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Pardon?
Fine.
What do you want?
No, I want to.
Restroom?
Yeah.
Restroom here?
Hey, I paid yesterday but I got one. But she had got a zip file. I didn't get the zip file. You ran over the materials? Yeah, materials. Okay. You got only part 1. Yeah, something initially she sent, but it looks like they're getting a zip file which has all the materials. Yes. Can you show me the email which you got? Yeah, I'll show you. Just logged out. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one I got. Okay, you got only one article. Fine. I'll just forward you the
And I have
yeah, some packages too. Yes. Because of yeah, I'll forward it. Yeah, do you have to give? I don't know. I have your email ID, so I'll just forward it. Oh, okay.
ഞാൻ രണ്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞില്ല ആഴ്ച 2 റോൾ ഞാൻ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കഴിക്കാൻ പോയിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഇവിടുന്ന് തന്നെ ഇത് വെച്ചതാണ്.
It is done.
അത് രണ്ട്
Online is cut. No, it's still going on. Oh.
ഇതുവരെ കുഴപ്പമില്ലായിരുന്നു, നല്ല കുഴപ്പമില്ലായിരുന്നു. ഞാൻ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. എല്ലാവരും ഇവിടെ 1 2 3 4 5 പേരുണ്ട്. ഒരു സൈഡിൽ ഞാനിരിക്കുന്നു, പിന്നെ ബാക്കിലായിട്ടുള്ളൂ. എന്റെ റോയിൽ ആരുമില്ല. 4 റോ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്, റോസ് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. 1 2 3 റോസ് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഫസ്റ്റ് റോയിൽ ഞാൻ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഫുൾ സീറ്റില്.
Is there any Indian restaurant here?
Yeah.
Where do you have this?
Yeah, there is
drinks.
Me. I usually get my food from Gongura అని ఒకటి ఉంది తెలుగు.
Gongura.
తమిళ వాళ్ళది. ఇక్కడ
Gongura అంటే తెలుగు.
కానీ అక్కడ పనిచేస్తారు తమిళలో మాట్లాడతారు. తమిళ అనుకుంటారు.
Oh, okay. So those guys who work there might be Tamil, but Gongura అంటే
తెలుగునేమో, కానీ అంత చూడడానికి ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ ఏమి ఉండదు. జనరల్గా మేము న్యూ బ్రన్స్విక్ లో ఉంటాం కదా, ఫుడ్ వాళ్ళు డెలివరీ చేస్తారు కాబట్టి అక్కడ నుంచి తెప్పించుకుంటాం.
Where do you say? You say in Jersey City or here?
New Brunswick.
Huh?
New Brunswick.
Oh, you live in New Brunswick.
Yeah. Okay. So ఇక్కడ అంటే ప్లేన్ ఫీల్డ్స్ అవెన్యూ అని సిగ్నల్ వస్తుంది.
Okay.
అది దాటాక జస్ట్ 2 blocks తర్వాత లెఫ్ట్ లో ఉంటుంది గొంగుర.
No, from here I can't walk.
You can walk, but walk I think 20 minutes. Oh, okay.
No, I must.
Only
so what after finishing MS you also joined S.A.P here?
it is not S.A.P. So looking for campus placements.
Oh, okay, yeah. In campus S.A.P. Microsoft all that.
ഞാൻ റോളായോണ്ട് ക്ലാസ്സിൽ നിന്ന് കഴിയും. 4 ദിവസം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ എല്ലാവരും പോയി. അവരുടെ ലഞ്ച് കഴിക്കുന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് ആള് കുറച്ചേ ഉള്ളൂ. നമ്മൾ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ആള് പോയി കഴിക്കാൻ പോയി തോന്നുന്നോട് 4 കസാര ഇട്ട് വെച്ചേരാ. ഞാൻ പോയില്ല. ഇങ്ങനത്തെ റോള് കൊണ്ടൊന്നും കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ക്ലാസ്സിൽ കഴിക്കാം. ചൂട് നോക്കണ്ട പോലെ ഉണ്ട്, അതൊന്നും ആവശ്യമില്ല. ഇത് ഓൾറെഡി കുഴപ്പമില്ലാതെ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ നാളെ ക്ലാസ്സില്ല. നാളെ ക്ലാസ്സിലെ കാരണം പുള്ളിക്കാരന് നാളെ എന്ത് പണിയുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടു. പിന്നെ സിസ്റ്റം ഒക്കെ തന്നെ ഇനിയിപ്പോ പാക്കേജ് പ്രശ്നമാണ് അതിന് ശേഷം. എനിക്ക് മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടല്ലേ? എനിക്ക് നല്ല തലവേദന കൊടുത്തു. എനിക്ക് എന്താന്ന് പറഞ്ഞോ, എനിക്ക് രാവിലത്തെ എന്താണെന്ന് അറിയത്തില്ല. മേ ബി ഇവിടുത്തെ ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ അവിടെ ഫുൾ തണുപ്പ് ഇരിക്കുന്നത്, ഇവിടെ ചൂടാണെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. ചൂടിന് വേണ്ടി ഇവര് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അവന്റെ റൂമിൽ നിന്ന് എനിക്ക് ഭയങ്കര തലവേദന. കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഹലോ. വേറൊന്നുമില്ല, ഞാൻ കഴിച്ചിട്ട് ഞാൻ പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി പോകുന്നു. പഠിക്കാൻ കുറച്ച് കൂടുതൽ സംസാരിക്കാനൊന്നും പോകുന്നില്ല. കാരണം കൂടുതൽ സംസാരിച്ചാൽ ശരിയാവില്ല. ഞാൻ ഇൻട്രൊഡക്ഷൻ്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പം വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല, 3 വർഷത്തേക്കെന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞായിരുന്നു. ബാക്കി എല്ലാ ഇപ്പം മനസ്സിലായി. ബാക്കി ആണെങ്കിലാണ് അവർ തന്നെ സ്ട്രഗിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് ജോലി കിട്ടുമ്പോൾ ദൈവത്തോട് പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കാം. എൻ്റെ ജോലി അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് അങ്ങനത്തെ പാടൊന്നും വന്നില്ല. ഇവിടെ ആണുങ്ങളായിട്ട് ജോലി ഇല്ലാതെ കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് സ്ട്രഗിൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് കേട്ടപ്പോഴാണ് എനിക്ക് ദൈവത്തോട് നന്ദി തോന്നിയത്. അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് നമുക്ക് ഒരു പെണ്ണായിട്ടല്ലേ. ഞാൻ വന്നത് ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് ഒക്കെ പറയാം. ഞാൻ ഇപ്പോൾ കഴിച്ചു തരാറേ പോയിട്ടും എനിക്ക് 1 hour ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ട്, ടൈമുണ്ട്. ഇനി 1:45 വരെ ഉള്ളൂ. ഞാൻ ഇരുന്ന് നോക്കാമെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കും. അത് തലേന്ന് എടുത്തിട്ട് വരിക. നേരത്തെ വേണ്ട, അതിന് നാളെ തരാം. ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു കോഫി. ഞാൻ പോയി നോക്കട്ടെ. എല്ലാവരും ജോലിക്ക് വേണ്ടി സ്ട്രഗിൾ ചെയ്യണം. താൻ സംസാരിൻ്റെ മോനോ ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടാകും. എൻ്റെ ചോറ് കൊടുക്കും. അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് താൻ പോയി ഞാൻ കഴിക്കുന്നത് എടുക്കാം. ഫ്രിഡ്ജിൽ നിന്ന് എടുത്തിട്ട് ചൂടൊക്കെ കഴിക്കാം. അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് എനിക്ക് പിന്നെ കഴിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഞാൻ കഴിച്ചു. വേണ്ട 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 അത് നമുക്ക് വൈകുന്നേരം വല്ലതും നോക്കാം. ശരി. ശരി.
Hello. Hello, Bhargav. Are you on the call? Bhargav, Adil, Vishal. Is anyone of you on the call? Okay.
got brighter.
Oh, okay.
At least had some light.
Okay. So where do you live?
Piscataway.
Oh, close by. Pune? Just to start the Tomorrow there is no class. You guys know that, right? Okay. Actually, earlier we were planning to start the class around 21st. That's why.
21st, okay. Because in net and all that, I thought it's first. So I
1st December?
Yeah,
November?
net and all, it's registration and all the way, November 1st.
Oh, November 1st? Okay.
Here is also, technical training for CRM and everything is there. CRM also.
CRM? Maybe there is online. Usually what I do is FICO, HR, previously it was BW and HANA, and HANA, etc. I teach these four, and then basis I think they had.
No, just
CRM I do. Yeah. Previously they used to have something long back when I started teaching. I think that moved to online as well.
In the beginning I was confused. I mean CRM background, I don't know what to do. No getting job here and all that. Family reasons and all
right,
that.
Right.
Like, and also West side only opportunities are more. I can't move there like. And 3 years more.
Yeah, that's okay because family constraints here, but since you have background, you can get back into S.A.P. fast. That's not the issue. And HANA is the best. Now it is the best thing to join.
I was searching to FT and all that.
Yeah.
Just like.
Yeah, we have.
Latest version is S.A.P 10, right? So there is no
It's
much.
not in the market.
Okay.
So it's not in the full-fledged market yet. S.A.P 9 is the one which is the latest, which has been used.
So everything is same only compared to that.
Yeah.
Features will just add.
Very little, very different. Between S.A.P 5 and S.A.P 9 there are many features change, but not between 9 and 10. It's very on the core data services side there.
So generally, many customers are using SP9 or
SP9. SP10 is not there much on the market yet. Even if you learn also, you cannot say that you have learned SP10 because there is no client.
Yeah.
Many people are not on even SP9.
So like, how would the customers upgrade from like SP7, 8, or 9? How would they be going? Is it a patch or
like patch?
Just a patch?
No, sometimes you may have to do functional upgrades and all. That means your models may change and like that. So it goes through a process. There is a technical upgrade and there is a functional upgrade. So it depends upon what are the changes that will have your. Sorry. Rama, I think you have to mute yourself. Did you check the material?
Yeah.
What did they
I got all. Did you get this file, HANA and BobJ? There should be a file called HANA and BobJ like this. Yeah, remotely connected.
Remote desktop. That's what we need for logging.
Yeah. Is that you? Because it's showing HANA username, someone is already. Mine is not 553.
Yours is 553. No. Say other user.
Okay then.
Yeah. cover the reporting part of. Yeah, I'll introduce you to reporting, not the whole how to do reports I won't cover, but how to see the data of HANA in reports is what I'll cover.
So generally, like there are third-party tools like Universe, Crystal Reports, Dashboards, and
yeah, BO. They are not third-party. They are SAP's reporting tool set.
Yeah.
So Lumira and AO, Analysis for Office. These are the two tools generally used with HANA. AO and Lumira. These are the two things I'll be covering. So did you also get user ID password? No.
Hi, Jagan, can you show from the beginning?
No, I haven't started anything. I was just testing the system because I didn't also log in since 3-4 weeks, so I don't know whether the system is ready or not. No, I'll take from basics. Don't worry. I'm just checking whether it is there or not.
I think somebody have posted a few questions in the chat box.
This was 1:03 p.m. Vishal. We answered this question of Vishal. Vishal, are you there? Vishal, Bhargav.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Vishal, your question.
I'm
1:03
yeah, go ahead. No, sorry, I just got back actually.
Who is this, Vishal or Bhargav?
Vishal.
Vishal, at 1:03 p.m. Do you need to know have a background of other SAP products? It is preferable but not mandatory.
Okay. So.
Is everyone back? 140, 149, 150 guys. Is everyone back online?
Yes, Jagat.
Vishal, because Purna had some questions with you three guys. Vishal, 1 second. Keep on it. Purna?
Hello, Bhargav, are you there on call? Hello, Adil.
Yes, I am.
Hey Adil, I just want to check if you are willing to continue with the class. Okay, I'm giving you a call, Adil. Could you please answer my call?
I'll pick it. Yes.
Sure. And Bhargav, are you on call?
Yeah. So whoever are not willing to continue, guys, then drop off because I don't want confusion. Whoever are there here, I may assume that they are continuing the class. Okay. So if you are not interested, please drop off. I don't want to waste everyone's time there, going back and forth because Purna has to finalize it. I have to start the class. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, Adil, I'll call you.
So Bhargav is not there.
Yeah,
right?
Bhargav.
So can we drop him?
I think so. In the bottom. So all of this are confirmed.
Vishal also I'm dropping.
Yeah. Yeah.
Adil, you'll let me know, right?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So what we'll do in next 1 hour, 1 hour like that is we'll try to familiarize ourselves with the SAP Studio, HANA Studio. Okay. Now before that, some basics how to log on to the system and everything because it's a remote desktop. The system here is it's a remote desktop, and that means you're logging on to a server which is remotely in India. Okay. We are trying to build our own S4 HANA server, which will be, I think, local here, the next room 25, the next suite. Until that time, we are taking from a company called Mica IT. We have a contract with them, so we are using their server. Okay. So how to get on to that server? Okay, you must have received a file called. If not. That's why I ask you to complete those registration things because these are important. A file like this called HANA and BobJ. You should receive a file like this, HANA and BobJ. Right? This has the details, and along the mail, this has the details of the BODS server, of the HANA server, and of the BobJ server, and of the ECC server. You should have 4 logon details for those. That file. Okay? You don't have to do anything with this file. You have to just double click on it, download it and double click on it, download it and save it somewhere in your documents or somewhere, and just double click on it. It will connect through remote desktop to a server. So how does that work out? So I'm closing this. You'll know what. I'll go from absolute starting. Okay, so I will X out from here. So what I do, I go to that file and double click on it. Okay. So what happens? Automatically it pings behind behind the scenes it pings to this. It pings to the server 122.175.42.43. Okay. Then it will ask for you a user ID and a password. You should get in your email. This is the domain. This Mica ARDSS8 is the domain. Okay. You don't have to worry about the domain. The domain comes by default. What you have to worry is this. You will get something like this: HANA user and some three numeric numbers. Okay. So use that. That is your user ID. Okay. Your password would be whatever they have given you. Okay. And it is case sensitive. So whatever case they have given you, use that. Huh? No, then you have to say use another account.
Oh yeah.
Because your earlier domain it remembers. You must have connected to some other machine.
Which is my PC is the domain.
Yeah, your PC is the domain. That's what I'm telling you. You're connected to that. So do use another account. The moment you put this, and are you seeing this?
I'm logged in. I'm in the remote desktop.
Okay. So say OK. So the moment you say OK, it will start connecting to the remote desktop. Okay, and this 3308 is the port. So you have to remember the port 3308. Okay, sometimes it asks for that port. So you'll get something. I don't know what you must be getting a desktop like this. You should get a desktop like this. Okay, that means you are remotely connecting to that machine. Okay, you are remotely connecting to that machine. Now here, we cannot directly talk to the database. What are the fundamentals? I cannot directly talk to the database. I have to talk to the HANA database only through a tool called HANA Studio. What you are seeing here, this icon you are seeing, this is the tool through which you can see the HANA Studio basically. It's not. I try to show you, but.
Turn it to the opposite direction.
Yeah.
The other way?
Yeah. That's it.
Some wire is.
No, that is nothing. I don't think so. You can do much more than that. It's not. You want light? Light. If you put light, it will still be fine. Yeah. Just be dark on it.
Yeah. Actually, what I've done is just I've gone to WebEx. I'm just following what you're doing. You can do it.
Through the Citrix? You enter the Citrix? No, he's connected actually. His connection is not the problem. He's unable to see the screen.
Yeah, I'm seeing what.
See, he's seeing in the system with WebEx.
Oh, you're talking of this one.
The GoToMeeting link.
GoToMeeting link.
It will be easier for him to look into the laptop rather than
right. Oh, I thought you were talking of the system. Yeah. To the GoToMeeting you can log in as a remote person. That's what he's saying.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah. 1.0. So SAP HANA Studio is the tool to look anything you do, either administration or modeling, anything you have to do, it doesn't let you. If anybody is a database administrator, what do? Using a Toad, they get into the database server, right? If you are in suppose other systems, say you want to log on to Oracle database, how would you log on to Oracle database? You'll use a Toad or some tool, right? And you log in using your database user ID and password, correct? So similarly, the Mica IT 586 which I have entered is not an application user ID. There is a difference here. This is the database user ID. What does that mean? That means I can do database operations using the user ID has a credentials to do DML, DCL, and DDL, right? And the behind the scenes, the MICA user 586, MICA IT user 586 is having a database user authorizations. Whereas in SAP, when you log on, for example, you log on to SAP. How to log on to SAP? SAP, you log on using this icon called logon pad. This is called SAP logon pad. When you log on to SAP front end, I told you, right? Here, if you remember our picture, if I am logging on to this box ECC, then it is not a database user. Here I am logging as an application server user. Got it, guys, over the phone? This is an application server user ID, this ECC. Whereas if I want to log on to the HANA database, then I log on using a studio, and that time I will be logging as this is my studio. So using studio, I'm logging on directly onto the database. If I'm logging here, I'm logging as an application server, application user. Here, when I'm logging in studio, I'm logging as a DB user. Okay. Whether you are a modeler or whether you are an administrator, that depends upon your user credentials. You don't have to worry about it. You will be given that kind of profile. Okay, you will be given that kind of profile. If you are a modeler, you can do certain things. If you are a administrator, you can do certain kind of things. Got it? So here you understood the difference. Here I am logging in as an application user. Here I am logging as a DB user. So if I go to the system back, so here what I am doing, EC2 means I am logging on to the ECC system of the landscape here. So I am logging into user ID and password is same for all systems. It is not a single sign-on. Do you all understand what is a single sign-on SSO? SSO means my authentication happen only once, and that system checks your credentials for all the underlying systems. That means whether it is a ECC or a HANA or a BW or a APO or anything, right? That is called single sign-on. You don't have to sign on into each system separately. Okay? There is a one central user authentication happen, and that central user authentication verifies your credentials in all the systems. That is called single sign-on. But here we are not following single sign-on concept. But the user ID and password is same in all systems so that you won't forget it. That's why he kept the user ID password same. But it is not a single sign-on. In a single sign-on, you sign on into a central server, and that directs you to all other systems. Got it? That is the difference. Now here, when I'm logging in, my user ID password is same, which is HANA user 586, and whatever password they have given you. So when I'm logging, I am logging into the ECC OLTP system. So I logged in here as a application user, not as a database user. Okay. Whereas when I'm logging into HANA, by default you are a database user. That's the difference I'm trying to tell you here. So how to log on to SAP applications? You have to go to the SAP logon pad, and for you this will be configured one. Already they have configured this for you. In real life situation, you will go to the you'll be given the application server and this like this. You'll be given this and you have to log on in real time. They will give you this application server name and the instance and the SID of the instance. So you have to configure using these three. Got it? If suppose this system is not added to your logon pad, okay, now for you the system, it is logged on to your logon pad. Now let's go back. So to log on to SAP systems is your logon pad icon, and to log on to studio, you'll go to the studio. Now once you are in the studio, there is a system. This may not be there for you. Okay, this may not be there for you. So what you have to do is that you have to right click here on the left pane and say add system. Okay.
Should we do it right now?
So it's not there for you guys?
No, should we try it right now?
If it is there, you don't have to add.
No, I don't have.
Yeah. I would prefer, for this you do now, but for other exercises, first you see what I am doing. This you can do now because this is a system ID installation. You do now, and then you can verify. Okay. So what is the host name they give you? What is that? Can you read that file they gave you? Because they changed, like previously it used to be Mica HD9, now they changed it. It should be in your email that they should. No, minimize it.
I didn't log
Does anyone else have a ID over the phone?
Yes, I have logged in actually.
Yeah, can you give me your, go to your internet, and where they sent you the logon ID and password, they give you 4 systems, right?
Yes. One second.
Who is it? Rama, was that you talking?
Yes.
Yeah, Rama, did they send you the, email must have come from Madhu, right?
Yes. So ECC system, I got, for all the systems I got like RDP, HANA, ECC, BW, BobJ, and BODS.
Right. What I'm asking is, for HANA, what is the host name they have given?
Server is like Mica HD1.
Mica, HANA is Mica HD1. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
I got it. So it's Mica HD1. Because previously it was Mica HD9. They changed a few weeks back. So you have to type, when you say add systems, type here Mica HD1. And the instance number they give you there. Okay?
Yes. Yeah, instance number is HD1.
Yeah. So the host name is Mica HD1. Instance number is 01. And description you can give whatever you like. Okay? That you can, or leave it blank and say next. And here you have to put your user ID and password which they gave you.
Is this the one?
Whatever they gave you.
This is what it is. Is it
common? Yeah. That's common for all systems.
Oh, okay. ECC, HANA.
Everything. That is the same user ID and password for everyone. Got it? So you'll right click on the left pane and say add system. Then it should add a system like this, HD1 HANA user 586. Got it? Yeah. When you give your user ID, yeah, tell me.
Here normally I know, like, for connecting to ECC and other systems, we have to add the system and connect. But for HANA also, are you saying that we have to add a system like this? I'm thinking like we will be primarily connecting to HANA using only Studio. But as per what you're saying, we are using SAP GUI or connect to HANA.
No. To connect to any SAP system, okay, either it is a HANA or a BW or a ECC or a APO, you need a application server, and you need an instance number and a SID of it, which is what we are giving on the first screen. Okay.
Right.
And after that, it logs you onto that respective system. Are you clear with that?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't follow your question. You were breaking. What was your question?
No, so see, for rest of the systems, I'm clear. Like we have to add a system and all the rest of the details, and we can do them like the video and all using.
Right, right.
But here, since you asked me for HANA system details, I'm a bit confused. Like I thought HANA system using Studio, HANA Studio, not.
Yeah. I'm in HANA Studio only. If you see, I'm in HANA Studio only here.
Okay.
In the HANA Studio, I go and say add system.
Oh, got it. I thought you were in GUI and doing that. Okay, got it.
No. And also, most of you, it must be blank, right? You didn't have a system on there. I had a system because I added it when I started the course, right? Now if you ideally this left side would be blank. This would not have been there. Okay, so to get that onto your dashboard, onto this screen, you have to do this add system. And once you add system, it adds like this, and you see this green color. That means you're connected. This green color you are seeing, you're connected. If you're not seeing the green color, you're not connected. So what you do if you're not connected, you must have added a system, but you must not have connected. That means you have to double click on it and then give your user ID and password.
So is this system common for everyone? Like
yes.
If I delete the system, it gets deleted for everyone?
No. It only deletes on your...
my user. For my user alone.
Yeah.
So, like, is there any limit of adding a number of systems? We can add any number.
But why would you add more than once the same system?
I mean, if you like want to add some other system.
Other means, give me example.
Like now we have like maybe 586. Like if there is anything. Like
no, 586 is a user ID. It's not a system.
Okay.
HANA user 586 is a user ID. The system is this HD1. So for you it will be HD1 HANA user and your credentials, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. The system is only one, HD1.
Every user creates their own piece of her own system.
No.
No.
Only the instance of it. Only the instance of it you are creating. The system is only one.
Okay.
For you to access the system in the HANA Studio, you are creating an instance of
for
it.
each person.
Yes. With your name your name must be there, right?
Yeah, mine is 5852.
Yeah. Yeah.
Different
number. That user, in the parentheses, it's the user. Okay? But the system is HD1 only. Got it? Now, knowingly or unknowingly, you asked a question which I wanted to come. I can have more than one system. How? Okay, this I have to explain. This is a general knowledge of SAP, not necessary for HANA only. What happens in SAP is, generally I have a three-system landscape. What does three-system landscape mean? I have one application server. I have one database server. And I have one presentation server. Presentation server P, this is application server A, and this is database server D. So right now when you're logging into Mica HD1, so also it's the same instance. What is your presentation server? Presentation server is your laptop, because you have loaded the HANA Studio GUI onto your machine, right? So that is acting as your client basically, okay? And then this is the second one is the application server. This is where the whole logic is written by SAP, right? And database is the one where actually the data is actually stored. Nothing is stored on application server, anything, only except the buffer data. Nothing is stored on the application server. Everything is stored in the database. So any system will have these three components: presentation, application, and database, right? Now, when you are adding HD1, you are basically adding this and this, technically, onto your presentation server. Got it? So this is one of your instances. Now, what happens in real life? You will have a combination. You will have a
another database.
So you'll have another server, application server, and another database server. But this is database server QA. This is application server QA, quality. And this will be a presentation server. So what do? This is my development landscape. I develop here and I move it to quality. In the quality, when users sign off, they say yes, the data looks good, the model is giving what we are expecting. Then I move this to production landscape. So I move this to production landscape. So I'll have another presentation server, another database server, sorry, application, and another database. This is DB prod, QA prod. Sorry, application prod, not QA.
Yeah, it should be A, not Q.
Yeah, application server prod. And this is presentation prod. So this is called three system landscape: dev, quality, and production. This is called three system landscape. Okay, there are 5 system landscapes. There are n and n+1 landscapes. I'm not going to deal with those because they're different when you have multiple projects going on and all that stuff. For now, you need not worry about that. For now, understand that you have a 3 system landscape where you have your development box, you have your quality box, and you have your production box. Now, in this training environment, it's very expensive to maintain 3, so we don't have quality and production. We have only one instance called training instance. That's all. Got it? We don't have dev quality. In real life, you have a dev box. You do your development there. Once you do, okay, what are the general testing cycles? If everybody must be knowing this, except few who have not started their career, that in development box, I do my development and I do string test and a unit test. Okay, I do a string test and a unit test. Once I do a FUT, it's called functional user testing. I do these 3 things: string test, unit test, and functional user testing. That I do in the development box. String, unit, and FUT. Then when I move it to quality box, I do quality checking, which is integration testing. Okay, I do integration testing, and I do UAT, user acceptance testing. That means I first see whether it is working with other modules, and after that I check with the user whether the data is correct or not. So when the user signs off on this, then I move the changes from dev to production. The transport is always moved from dev to quality or from dev to production. It doesn't move from Q to P. Never the transport moves from Q to P. The transport always moves from dev to quality and dev to production. Now, what is a transport? People must be wondering, what is a transport? Okay, in SAP systems, you created a model in development system. How does it move to quality? It moves to quality through a mechanism called CTS, Centralized Transport System. Okay, centralized CTS, that is a process of SAP moving your design, moving your metadata from one system to another system is called CTS. CTS is configured by basis people, not us. Okay, we don't configure CTSs.
So
So those are separate physical boxes, those three landscapes.
Usually dev is a very small box, quality is little bigger, production is the actual size. You have to do sizing of it also. You don't do, architects do generally. What is sizing? Sizing tells that what should be, when you are buying a computer, what do you say? Yeah, you configuration and you say that I want a 30 gig or a 60 gig or a 1 terabyte, right? Based on your needs, that what you are planning to store on it. Similarly, when I am doing a HANA, I am trying to install HANA, I try to do a, initially before even I go on installing the development box or anything, I try to do a sizing exercise. What does the sizing exercise mean? That how much of the data I am going to hold on to this HANA box, approximately. Am I going to have 16 terabytes, 30 terabytes, 40 terabytes, depending upon what is the volume of the data I'm going to keep here. That is called sizing of the box. Right? Usually the size of the production box is much bigger, 2-3 times bigger than a quality or a development box. Development box size is generally very small. So now that is the sizing. So once I have sized, there are 3 different boxes. Now once there are 3 different boxes, I move from dev to QA using the CTS system. What does the CTS system tell? The CTS system tells, what is a CTS system? The change you have done, it is captured in the form of a operating system level file. It's an OS level file. All the changes you have done, say you configured a table or you configured a model, it is stored in the form of a file that is called at a OS level, operating system level. So what do? You move, the CTS moves. How does it move? It does the FTP. It FTPs, file transfer protocol. It moves the file from dev box to the quality box. So the moment you save a change, it generates a file with some number called BHDK or HANA DK 917345, like that, generates a number. That is the name of that file. So when you are ready to, when you did your string testing, you did your unit testing, and you did your functional user testing, you move that file from dev box to Q box. That is called, that is done by the CTS management, Central Transport System. Okay. Similarly, when the user signs off on Q, you move the same changes from dev to production, because the source of the movement is always should be dev. Target can be Q, target can be production, depending upon when you are transporting. Got it? So this is known as a transport mechanism.
It would be same as from dev to Q, and QA, and it would be same from dev to
what is same?
Like the CTS process.
Since you have asked, I'll tell you. There is, what does CTS? CTS is based, it creates a transport layer behind the scenes. In the transport layer, you tell that, you tell like this. You tell that this is my source and this is my target. You tell that your source is basically dev, and you say your target is QA. Okay, you tell the system that this is dev. Then in the same one, you say that this is called transport layer. So you create a transport layer, not you, basis people creates a transport layer, which from a dev to a QA it moves, and once the user signs off, it moves from dev to QA. This has to be done manually, it's not automatic. It's not automatic, because how will the system know when the user signs off? You have to do it then manually. Okay, this is the transport layer, so it moves from here to here and then here to here.
So someone is basically physically taking one file to another.
Yeah, it's a F, that's what I told you. When you save a change, it creates an operating system level file with that number BHDK91 or depending upon whatever is the SID of your system. It creates a file. The name of the file is that number, and it FTP is that file from dev to queue or dev to prod.
How does the system know? I mean, if it like if we configure to see the delta, and then it basically starts moving it, or I mean, how does the system actually know that there has been change? And we need to
what happens? Okay, what happens in real life is, suppose I created a table, okay, and I moved from dev to QA. After moving to QA, you realize, oh, should have added another column. So what do? You come to dev and add another column. The moment you add another column, it asks you to save as a new file. So it takes the changes and moves the changes to qual.
So as soon as you click save, it automatically gets transferred to the...
No, it doesn't. Transport you have to do manually, but it automatically creates a file for you behind the scenes.
Alright, then
with the changes,
and then the basic people will...
Yeah, when you are ready, when you do your string testing, unit testing, and FUT, when you are okay with the change, you will ask the basis people to move that to queue.
Oh, okay. So it's not generated automatically.
No. Between dev and queue you can automate it, but between dev and prod they never automate that. That is always manual. Between dev and queue you can always automate it.
So it is not moved from queue.
Never.
Now to move.
The source is always dev. That's what I'm trying to show you here.
Oh, so you cannot make change from the
QA environment is entirely different.
Yeah. The origin always has to be dev. The target can be QA, target can be production.
But
you can skip QA.
We move from QA to production. So no, not like
that's what people think. It's not like that.
Okay. I used to think like that, right?
No. You will always move from
changes
dev only.
What we do, the changes in dev only.
Dev
but
only.
we move to QA, and after that,
once it signs off on QA, the same transport is there, right? The same transport is moved from dev to production.
Okay.
It is in your transport layer, never QA is connected to production.
Okay. So QA is not
transports.
QA is not connected to the production server.
For transport, no. But what we do is that if I have to build a QA box, what I do is that I take a copy of the production and make a QA box. That time it may be RFC connection may be there. But for transports, they are never connected.
And why is that?
No, because you never move from QA to production. QA is never your source of transport. Dev is only your source of transport. That's all. Because your development is where you are able to make changes. In QA, I cannot make changes.
So basically what you do, you develop something, move it to QA, test it, perfect it, bring it back to...
you don't have to bring back anything because the same changes what you have in dev
is already there.
There in queue, yeah.
Then you...
When you get the sign off, then you move the same file from dev to production.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay. So basically QA acts like a guinea pig of production server.
Right.
Also, dev is a replication of production server.
What is it?
Dev mostly is the replication of production.
No. Dev is your development system.
But while developing, it would be good if it's a replication of production system.
No, you never have the big SOX. No. You can never have a production data in your dev or QA boxes. Even if it is there, it has to be masked.
Okay.
Because Sarbanes-Oxley compliance is that you are exposing the production data to development systems. No. Because in development, every developer has an access.
Yeah.
Suppose it's a core financial data. You should not have, technically you should not have the same data in quality and production. You should mask it. It's a big Sarbanes-Oxley compliance issue if you do that. Is that clear? What is a transport system? Now, to answer your question, yes, I can have more. I can have a HANA dev system. I can have a HANA QA system. I can have a HANA production system. So that time what I do is that oh, somebody else is trying to log in my, does somebody has my ID? No, he says somebody else log. Oh, you also got the same?
I mean, the server has been shut down, I think. Technical issue. That is the reason it's not connected.
851 is given to me. Jagan.
Yeah, you should have that. That you should not share with anyone. No, I am doing 586. I think we are down or what?
I'm not able to connect to the remote desktop.
I think it is down. Even I got disconnected. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, we'll get the server provider needs to check it. Yeah, I had to. Just now we are connected. Server connection remote desktop. RDT. రాదు ఉంది ఫైల్ ఉంది కనెక్షన్ పోయింది రాజు. So we are calling the administrator whenever he answers. He's in India, right? Okay, so that was the concept I was trying to tell you. You can add more than one system to the screen. Okay, yeah, because so similarly here also for SAP also you can have ECC dev, ECC Q, ECC prod like that, right? Similarly, HANA also has HANA dev, HANA Q, HANA prod. You always operate in a 3-system landscape, no matter what. In real life, here being a training system, we have only one system because we are just showing to demo it, right? We are not using it for any customer production purposes. If you are doing some data with the customer, you need to have a development box, you need to have a quality, you need to have a production box. Is the concept clear to everyone? Next point was I wanted to familiarize with you the studio. So until it comes, we are forced to learn theory. So don't sleep. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Now that you brought in the idea about the QA environment, can you have S.A.P HANA QA for the profession? Like you go down that line of the HANA.
No. This QA is to test whatever you have developed. Okay. Yes, I know what you are asking, but this QA is to test real life scenarios, because here you don't test real life scenarios. In dev, you just do a string testing. You give some junk data, means basic data which is not real also. But here you do the real life testing, with the real data of the enterprise you test here. Yes, you can be, there is no job as such as a HANA QA tester. There is no such job as. In other fields it is, but in HANA you don't have a HANA QA tester.
But in general, S.A.P tester testing
is very less, yeah. What is your question?
Who do these kind of testing? We are supposed to do this testing.
Project team members. The project team members only are the testers. Like, that's what I'm telling you. If you are a developer, you do unit testing and string testing. Then the functional guy does the FUT in the development box. He says, okay, this looks good, move it to queue. In the queue, first the functional tester tests it. He tests with the real scenarios. Then he gives it to the end user. See, what is the difference is, there is a guy between developer and the end user. That guy is known as functional guy. He's the one who configures the system for you. He's the one who knows the business process. See, we as developers, we may not know the business process, that how here a purchase order process works or a sales order process works. But there is a guy who owns that process. That guy is known as the functional guy. So the developer develops and gives it to the functional. You get the requirements from the functional guy. So how does this work in a real life? First, you get a BRD document, which is known as Business Requirements Document. The Business Requirements Document is given by the business user to the functional guy, or to an architect like me. He gives that, right? He gives me the business requirements, that this is what I want. I want a general ledger balances at this level and at this level. He'll give me all the specifications. What I do is that I create a functional specification document out of BRD. From the business requirements document, I create a functional specification, FS it is called. In that I tell that, okay, this is how the model should be, this is the calculation view, this is the attribute view, these tables you have to get it, and I give it to a developer. What the developer does, he creates a technical document. He says that I'm going to use this table, this join, and these are the attributes. He splits out the details of how he's going to develop. So a BRD gets converted to a FS, FS gets converted to a TS, technical spec. Got it?
Yes,
now what I'm trying to tell here is that, so the functional guy or the architects are the ones who prepare these functional specifications. So usually in development system, a developer and a functional guy tests it. And once he signs off on it, it moves to quality, and there the functional guy along with the users test, and they both sign off. They say, okay, this is what it should be and this is what you are getting. Is that everything okay, right? That is so in the QA is generally done by the functional people and the users and the end users who are going to use the system. Got it?
One quick question, please.
Yeah, please go ahead.
In the development environment, when the developers had the requirements, they created the calculation view with all this and used dummy data. Now,
yes.
obvious logic is already there. But when we come to QA and we are going to utilize that's relevant goes to production, how does the data change happen?
No, the data change is you have to load the data in those boxes.
Okay.
Suppose, so what you do, the project happens in phases, right?
Right.
In the realization phase of the project, you do your development in dev system. Whereas in your integration testing phase, before your integration testing phase starts, you have to prime the system with the data you are planning to test with. Either you have to create or you have to load from production, mask it and keep it in the QA box as ready.
Basically, you had the data now, whether you do it through SLT or whatever provisioning method, bring it or whatever you're doing, use the proper data in QA. And if things look good, you move things from development like that.
Yeah, you only move, guys, you asked a good question, you only move the configuration or the development, you never move data. Data is always loaded in each respective system separately. Got it? If I say 100 customers, I load those 100 customers in queue and I load the same 100 customers in production. I don't move the data by loading into queue and move the data to production. I never do that. The data is always loaded in each individual system separately.
Why is that?
Why is that means? I never load data, the same data I don't migrate from dev to quality or dev to production. It's only the configuration which I move. My development files I move, not the data. Data is always loaded into the systems individually. First of all, why? Because of compliance, you cannot have production data access in a queue. You should not give it to the users to load because they will have access, they can view it, right?
Right.
So what you do is that you take the production data, run it through a tool which will mask the data, and then load the data into the QA. That is what practically people do in the system, in the environments. Got it? Masking, sometimes if they are serious about compliance, they do masking, otherwise masking may not be done. That all depends.
One question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, in nutshell, system landscape, what we're doing is basically whatever the files we're creating in development environment, we're just transferring those files through CTS. Like any SAP basis guy will be moving files from development environment to development environment.
You're breaking in between, Karnik.
Can you hear me now?
Your starting is always correct. After that, you break.
Is it audible?
Audible, but with a lot of echo coming back.
Okay. Is it fine?
No, there's a lot of echo coming.
Hello. Fine now?
Now it is better. No echo now. Yeah.
Okay. So what I was saying is basically in three system landscape, like you were telling, there are three things. One is development, then quality, then production.
Correct.
So in all these three cases, we are basically based on the user requirement. Like whatever the requirements that have been generated using functional FS and PS documents.
Right.
Only the files have been developed and data has been
data I load in individual systems separately. I don't load data. I don't use the same. I don't move the data between systems. I move only the configuration and the development files.
So physically data is there at the backend at the HANA database.
See, all are HANA databases only. This is a dev database. This is a quality database. This is a production database. All three are HANA databases only. They are not separate. They are not any other databases. Only thing is, this might be 64 gig one. This might be 256 gig. This might be 3 terabytes. That's the only difference. The production might be the actual size. The dev system may be just a 64 gigabytes one, and the QA may be 128 or 256 gigabytes. Only the size matters because I don't load all the data into the QA also, right? So that's the only difference. But all three are HANA databases only.
So physically, in all these three sections, the data are different.
Yeah, data is different. Data is different. See, example I'll tell you. Here I may have only 10 customers. Here I may have 10 customers. Here I may have 50 customers. Here I may have all my 1,000 customers. Because with QA I'm only going to test 100 or 200 customers, right?
Yes.
That's what. So the data is different in each object. It need not be same. But your configuration and your development and your models, they are the ones which move from dev to Q and dev to prod.
So CTS do take care about that.
No, CTS never deals with data. CTS only deals with the configuration file. It never generates a file when you create a data in it.
Yeah, so basically configuration file is taken care by CTS.
Yes. You configure, and when you save it, when you activate that object in the dictionary, it creates a file for you.
Okay. Got it.
In the HANA world, it is little bit different. Okay, in the HANA world, it is little bit different. I'll explain that when the system, in the HANA world, it is not a CTS. It is not a CTS. Only in the web layer, it is CTS. In the HANA world, it is something called as package, and that concept, it's a different concept. I'll tell you later, okay? For now, it will be too confusing for you if I tell now.
Okay.
Any other doubts, guys? Adil is saying, can we mute everybody and the person? Yeah, actually everybody is muted only when Karnik speaks. I think there is some issue with his address system, his sound system. But yeah, everybody can mute themselves once. Otherwise, I have to force mute everyone. Then people can't ask questions if I mute.
Hello, Jagan. This is Rama here.
Yes, Rama. Tell me.
Can you show us the schedule, like when what will be covered?
Yeah. Why you are suddenly asking that one?
No. In fact, I wanted to ask earlier. So tomorrow you said, right? It is there.
Tomorrow we are not having class. You all know that, right?
Yes, and also 28th there is a public holiday.
Yeah, because everybody goes on vacations that time. So generally we don't conduct classes during long weekends.
Yes, I know that. So now, can you lay out like?
I'll lay out. Don't worry. Right now I'll lay out for you.
So you're saying we'll not be having class on Sunday?
Tomorrow I'm not, but next week Sunday will be there. Only tomorrow because I have some work. I was not planning to start the class, but she told me that on 14th they have advertised that class will start. That's why we started the class. So the schedule you are asking, right? So let me first open the calendar. So 14th, 21st, 28th. 28th will not have class. So
We're going to have class on 28th?
You can have. I am not coming. You want to come and have a class, give a class, you can. So 14th, I'll be covering basics. Okay. Basic HANA. Okay. Today, technically 14th is the second half. Then 21st, I'll be covering architecture, and I'll be starting. This depends upon the speed of the class, guys. Don't hold me to this. Architecture, and I want to start attribute views. This is HANA Basics and Studio introduction and Studio introduction. That's what I was wondering. Suddenly we are talking about dev quad and production, and he's asking suddenly schedule.
Scared.
Architecture and attribute views basics and basic attribute views part 1. Then on 22nd, attribute views deep dive part 2, deep dive, and introduction to analytical views part 1. Actually, this itself takes time, this deep dive, because I deal with every property and everything I have to explain. Anyway, this is the target. Let's see how much we can reach. Then 28, 29 is a holiday, right? 28, 29 is a holiday. Then comes 5th November. No, this is November, right? 5th December. 5th December is Saturday, right? So 12/5, I'll be continuing analytical view deep dive. And introduction to calculation view. These are all modeling views, okay, how to model, basically these analytical calculation views. In 6th December, you will have calculation views, deep dive, and I'll be talking of currency conversion here. Currency conversion. This is actually analytical view deep dive is a very big topic. I'll be covering here all variables, parameters, input variables, and all that. Okay. And currency conversion, and then if time permits, I can also start decision tables. Okay. Now then 12:12. We'll continue decision tables part 2 and data provisioning 1 with SLT. Then 13th December, data provisioning 1 SLT may continue, but otherwise my plan is to start DXC, direct extractor connection, and second part data provisioning 3 BODS. Usually this is very aggressive to have this in one, but let's attempt. This is my plan. Okay. Then comes 19th December, and here I'll be doing data provisioning flat file. Actually this you can do on your own also, but I'll just give a revision. Data provisioning 4 flat file loading. Flat file loading. And I'll start with basic introduction to and security, then security and reporting. And reporting. Then on 20th December is your horrible day. This is when people don't like me. Yeah, I'll be introducing to SQL script basics and ABAP on HANA. Okay, guys.
Modeling is
Sorry?
Where is modeling?
Which one?
The modeling.
This is all modeling. This is all modeling until here.
Okay.
From here. This is all modeling.
So data provisioning.
Data provisioning and modeling, this covers both. See, creation of what is modeling is technically this. You create attribute view. You create analytical view. You create calculation view. You create decision tables. You create procedures. This is procedures. This is procedures. What? Twice I already. Procedures, and then you do analytical privileges. Analytical privileges, security, for security. So this is all modeling, creating attribute view, analytical view, calculation view, decision tables, procedure, analytical views. This is all what you do in modeling. These are the objects once you model. Got it? And data provisioning is?
Yes.
Data provisioning is, this is model. Data provisioning is SLT, System Landscape Transformation, SAP to SAP. Generally, when you take data real time, is SLT. Then, when you want non-SAP data, it is BODS. And when it is a SAP extractors you want to use, it is direct extractor connection. Or if it is a totally non-SAP and non-ERP, non-data, then it is flat file. Or it can be a DB connection, but that we are not covering, like a smart data access. So these are your basic things in modeling and data provisioning. Is that clear, guys, everyone? And programming is how to do customization, programming. Either you can use SQL script, or ABAP, or if somebody wants to do statistical, they can use R. Okay, for you should know this for now. R is a language for statistical programming, for predictive analytics. It doesn't have any definite full form or abbreviation. R, that's all. R, L, like that. They are different languages. Yeah.
Right, again, this is Prasad. So where do you cover the transformations and like a filtering of data, and what type of data we want to bring to HANA?
SLT.
Okay.
SLT's core area is that only.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Yes, for the SQL part, basically, that's where you said you will be covering the procedures, and also you'll be doing, let's say, we are creating tables or so adding, deleting fields or assigning things to that, and the engine will be there as well.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, I didn't. I thought you were still explaining me. What was the question?
So adding fields or deleting, removing it through SQL in the tables, will we be doing that in the SQL script portion?
No, SQL script is to join tables. Okay.
To join tables. Okay.
Yeah.
And then also, will you be covering?
I'm not going to cover SQL basics here, guys. I'm assuming that you all know SQL or learn SQL if it is. Because if I start teaching SQL, then this course will go in a different direction.
Totally makes sense. So again, the CE functions will be covered in the
That
SQL
is what
part?
this is. SQL script is CE functions.
Okay, perfect. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
CE functions. Who asked this question?
Adil.
Adil, okay. This is SQL CE functions. SQL scripts as CE functions. Actually, this is very easy part. Very easy, actually. If in SQL I have to write 10 lines of code, in SQL script I can do it in 1.5 line using CE functions. That
if I want to go for the certification, the 2015 certification, so is this material enough?
There are some other things like, of course, here something miscellaneous. I'll be, if we have time, something like text analytics, geographic, GIS, text analytics. I'll be covering if we have time. This is like miscellaneous topics.
So these are the added ones in 2015 version.
I don't know the certification. I never know what certification includes. You can tell me if there is any topic I didn't cover. I'll teach that.
Oh,
certification.
No, I'm asking about the material, like something that you know. So I don't think that.
I didn't design this course from a certification perspective, guys.
Okay.
My goal was to make you more practical. I designed this course content based on your practicality. How when you land on a job, what is that you should look for. GIS and text analytics, somehow I will embed somewhere. Okay. Is this clear? What we are covering, what we have to do?
Yes, Thanks.
I'll save as a file and send it to you guys.
So Jagan, one more those documents. Some of them I have received.
Okay.
But should we write to Madhu? 350 and 400.
400, they may not provide that. But 300, 350, and 100, they should definitely get it. 400 also you can have it, but we no restriction on that. But only thing is 400 you may not understand anything. So people like Nitya can understand, those who have a web background. But there is no harm in getting it. You can get it. No issues. I will be covering a overview of 400 only. I'm not going to go each page by page. Other topics I go page by page. Other 100, 300, 350.
400 is
okay.
For ABAP.
As you mentioned, 200.
200 is not for us. 200 is for administration.
Jagan, one more this migrations, like guidance for project managers. How to migrate ECC to HANA. What course number is that?
That is not part of the scope, but I'll cover it. That is not. That is for S4 HANA and HANA on Business Suite.
Right.
What you do is that if suppose your HANA is ECC is sitting on an Oracle database and you want to move from Oracle to HANA, then you have to follow a migration approach. Usually that migration approach is given by SAP itself, right? So I can touch that as a miscellaneous topic. Okay, so let me include that also. Migration, if somebody is interested in, along with text and memory.
Is Activate compulsory for migration project?
What is compulsory? Activate means?
Some tool is there, new project management tool from SAP for Agile, uses Agile methodology. Activate or Active or?
We use generally A.S.A.P methodology.
Okay.
A.S.A.P is the SAP standard methodology to do any projects. We don't use Agile and all that. They are non-SAP methodologies. Accelerated SAP, maybe that's what you are meaning. Activate me, I don't.
Yeah, but recently this year, I think late 2015, they are planning to release some new methodology.
I'm not aware of that. Then I can research and get back to you on that. Yeah. Because until now we are using A.S.A.P methodology, accelerated SAP methodology.
Right.
Yeah.
Now that you mentioned those methodology.
Yeah.
Question that probably now that you've been doing it for some years, what is the duration of time of deploying a system?
It depends on the scope of the project. There is no duration. Usually it ranges from 6 months to 3 years, 4 years, like that. It depends what is the scope of your project. Are you implementing Big Bang? Are you implementing phase-wise? For example, the current project I'm working, we planned that we will go live in 1 year, but it went for 3 years. That is a different thing. But we only went for North America and Canada. That was the scope of the project. It's a financial transformation program. We are totally revamping the financial systems, which were in SAP only, but we were re-engineering the whole process. Okay. So that was. Now the next phase is rest of the world. We went only live with North America, which is US and Canada. Now we have to go with Australia, Europe, Asia Pacific, Asia and Nordic countries. So that is another 2 years. So it depends upon how you are scoping the project. Okay. Some projects can be simple, just they want to implement one region and do region by region later. It all depends how you are scoping the project.
So the
S.A.P methodology.
Does it
for every region it will be the same. It follows S.A.P methodology.
It doesn't give a timeline on how to do that.
No, you plan the timeline. In the S.A.P methodology, you plan the timeline. I think I have to introduce you to S.A.P methodology. 1 second. How S.A.P methodology works is, first you have a business, you have a project preparation phase. Project preparation. What is project preparation? In the project preparation is where when I decide the scope, okay, who are the stakeholders, who is the steering committee, who are my integrators, who are going to come and help me, like Deloitte, someone like that, Deloitte, Accenture, IBM, and I decide what is the project team, okay, who from clients will be there, who are their counterparts on the consulting side, like that we form about the project, okay. The next phase is called business blueprint. This is the key phase of the project. This is where you basically design the whole system. You do your BRDs, you do your functional specs, you do your technical specs, you do your quality scripts, what you have to test, what should be the test results, right? You do all this in the business blueprint. Basically, you are laying out the design of the whole project in this business blueprint phase. Then comes the realization phase of the project. What do you do in realization phase? You do the actual development of the objects. You do the actual development of the objects, right? Like you configure your analytical views, attribute views, calculation views, decision tables, your analytical privileges, your procedures, all that you do in the realization phase of the project. Then comes your integration testing phase. Integration testing phase. So here, what do you do? Here you test end-to-end everything. Okay, integration testing and UAT, user acceptance testing. Then what you do? You do cutover and go live. Cutover and go live. What is cutover? This is the question which Karnik was asking. Here, this is the time, during the cutover time, I move all my transports to production. I load all the data that is required to start the system, right? Say I decided that I will load 5 years of data into HANA from legacy. So this is the time I will load all that 5 years of data. This is called cutover time, which we just finished 2 weeks back in our company. Then after cutover, what you do? You go live. What is going live? That means you are turning off your legacy system and you are giving the users the new system to work on. Got it? Suppose you are moving from a BW on Oracle to BW on HANA. So people will be logging the BW on the Oracle server will be gone, and during the cutover you will replace the Oracle server with the HANA server that weekend, and from Monday onwards they will be doing on BW on HANA all the. So that is go live, and after go live it is usually go live support or hypercare, whatever you call. So these are the distinct phases of the project generally. And this is S.A.P methodology basically. Accelerated methodology. Got it? So here in the business blueprint can run from 3 months to 11, 12 depending upon what is the scope of your project. Usually it runs between 3 months to 9 months, the business blueprint phase, because that's the time where actually you're designing. That's the time where you are actually designing the whole project. Project preparation, generally the big shots are involved, so we are not involved. You guys, usually here architects get involved here in this phase. In these 3 phases, architects get involved, developers get involved in these 2 phases. Usually they get rolled off after this. And here the support team, production run and maintain team takes care from here. They take over from the project team and they run the project. They run the show now. So your jobs can be either in production support or can be in the project phase, depending upon, right? It can be a production support job, that means during hypercare and later, or it can be during the project from realization to cutover and go live phase. You can enter the project somewhere here.
In the support, Jagan, like what type of issues do we have to address? Is it extraction?
Yeah, it's usually data provisioning, and they may ask for new models, and they may ask for new reports.
Yeah.
So basically, it's the enhancement of existing models, mainly in support. You know what? In HANA side specifically, performance tuning. So that's why in my interviews, I try to see how much people know about performance tuning. You have to performance tune the model such that it is giving good results, means time wise. So whole focus will be on performance tuning.
Performance tuning is mostly, as far as my experience knowledge goes, is database the scope of work.
No. Right? Yes, it is, but as an application provider, you have to also see in BW and in analytics world, performance tuning is also with developers. Because your model should be robust enough to handle performance. You should design your model from a performance perspective. That is what I try to check in interviews, that when I'm designing my attribute view and analytical views and calculation views, to do is very easy. But did you think from a performance perspective? That's the thought process what I look for. And that is what I teach also. I teach this not from a certification perspective. I teach from a performance perspective, that how you should design from a performance perspective.
Right. So in BW world, we segregate the info cubes into by year or by region or so on.
Right.
So
right. That is partitioning, right? Or
yes.
You can do by partitioning, or while designing itself, you will say that I will use line item dimensions, right?
Yes.
So that way my performance is good. I won't mix my high cardinality attributes with the high cardinality attributes with others, right? So these are all some design principles involved, right? So similarly in HANA modeling also you have some design principles. So you have to always design these models from those principles. Got it? So that is what you have to be learned. Creating an attribute view, anyone can do it. So
right.
Of course you should know how to create. I'm not discouraging that part, but that's not what you should focus on. You should focus on how to do. That's why in deep dive sessions I take those kind of hints I give how to do from a performance perspective session.
Okay, we'll be touching upon those.
Yeah. Every topic I will talk only from a performance perspective. Also, is the system back or no? If the system is back, I can show you the studio.
No.
Actually, it rarely happens. The system usually never down. Yeah, it didn't come. So let's continue with our theory. Any other questions, general questions which bother you before I start? So I think these yeah, go ahead. Somebody had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to discuss about the system landscape if we have some time.
Pardon? Which system landscape? You broke in between. 3 system landscape?
Yeah, can we discuss about it?
Yeah, sure. What is your question on it?
So, like you were saying, PAT. So, P is the presentation.
Presentation server, application server, and database server. Yep.
Yeah. So, like in our case, presentation server is our laptop.
Correct.
So, what about in scenario? What would be the present? When we
I don't know. In between, you totally are cut off. Totally cut off. So I don't know your words. In production, what you are asking?
I'm asking when we are at the real time in front of client.
Yeah.
So, what do you mean by presentation server there?
Anywhere, any system, whether it's a dev, quality, or production, your presentation server is always your desktop or laptop. Only thing is you configure different instances on your machine accordingly. Like you will have a dev instance, quality instance, like how I showed you on that adding a system. So you will have 3 different. So in HANA world, all 3 are in the same SAP GUI. They are in the same HANA Studio. Your studio is same. Only thing is your boxes, the connection to the boxes are different. To a dev, it is a different box. Like for a dev, right now what you connected to? HD1. Quality might be HD2. Production might be HD3. But your studio is same. Are you getting it? Your studio is same.
Okay.
So your studio is on your desktop. So it acts as your presentation server.
Okay.
Right. This is Rama here. Just a request to everyone. Computer audio is getting a lot of echo. So if possible, please use phone call. So
yeah. Use a landline, guys. I always tell that because the moment you put the computer and you open it, it gives a lot of echo. Your questions are valid, but what happens in the middle, you are breaking. So I am not unable to figure out what I am unable to fill those blanks.
Okay.
Somebody had a question? Okay, so coming back to our course content, okay, just some basic exams, some theory only, not the right time to start, but coincidentally, since we don't have studio, I'm starting. Don't fall asleep. These are some basics. You can go through this. I'm not going to go line by line of this, but I use these books just for the pictures, so that way. Yeah. I use this so that I don't have to draw pictures. For that I use. Usually when I teach at SAP, I have 3 blackboards on 3 walls. I fill all the 3 blackboards. I don't need these books. But here I cannot do that because it's online. So why we need HANA? I have talked about it. So generally I'll cover that in fast. Why I need HANA? Okay, what happens in traditional databases? In traditional databases, the fundamental issue with my traditional database. Does anybody know what are my issues with the, okay, performance is the issue, I know, but why there is a performance issue? Can somebody guess what it is? Those who has knowledge of databases and application servers.
It's all stored in the row format. And,
okay, that all are technical. Let's not worry. But okay, the basic thing, where is your constraints? Where are your constraints? How you are doing that? The row and column format is how you are solving the problem. But what is the problem?
Reading from the disk.
Yes, both of you are correct. It is the reading. What is the? How is the constraint? Why reading is a constraint?
It takes a lot of time.
Yes, but why?
Too much data. You have to really
huge amount of data. Huge amount of data. And
right.
You have to go through every. So
it's
the disk and.
The disk operation itself is instantly limited in efficiency.
What is disk?
Disk operation in terms of finding the sector and going there and reading it. That itself has speed limitations associated with that, right?
Okay, for that, say I have a solid state. I resolve the problem by having a solid state database.
So which is HANA, right?
No. Before HANA, nowadays your laptops are coming with solid states, right?
Oh,
instead of the
solid state, is
hard drive.
Yeah, the hard drive, the disk read is not by sectors. Okay, it's not by sectors. So yes, it solves your disk read problem, but is disk read your main problem?
There's too much data to read, and you have to, if you're looking for, let's say, one quantity, you have to go through like 100 billion lines to basically, to find the actually quantity line.
To some extent, but I'll get the answers from you only. What happens when my database talks to an application server? That is the hint. What happens when my database server, when my application server talks to the database?
Okay, it pulls a lot of data from
going and back.
That gets and keeps in the application.
No. Who is that going and back guy? Who is that? What did he tell? Connection?
Doing the connection from the application to database and bringing the information back, one. And secondly, whoever was talking about earlier, you're going through the entire data instead of specific information. So two of them becomes a bottleneck.
The second one I won't call it a bottleneck, but it is a way to handle the data. I can optimize that. But the going back and forth, can you elaborate on that? What is your understanding?
Two separate things, database and application. Oh, sorry, somebody else is going on.
Go ahead, the first guy, whoever was talking, Adil, I think. Go ahead.
As far as my understanding is, both of them are in two different areas. So they are connecting to each other and then bringing information back. That's where probably that interaction of connecting and bringing the information takes time. That's where the regular database methodologies.
You guys are somewhere there, but not exactly. Let me explain. You told the word correct. It's the I/O. I/O is your main issue. I/O means input output. What happens? I'll tell you. What happens in a database is when I say select star from this table where the employee name is this. First of all, what happens? Orchestration happens in your application server. That means the application server plans that how I should send this statement so that the database can understand. So first that happens. Okay, it happened. That's fine. That is not our issue. Our issue is the moment it says go to this table and get this data. What is your constraint? Your application server has a limited memory. Correct? Your application server has a limited memory. That means how much your application server may be having 30 gig memory. What is memory means? Your RAM, the RAM of your application server, right? What do you do when you have to play video games on your computer? You increase the RAM. Why? Because the memory required to load the whole application of the video game needs more memory. You can't say that, okay, half of the memory you load now and half keep it in the disk. You cannot do that, right? So for that you increase your memory size, RAM size. So, but still I have a physical limitation. I can't have infinite RAM on my application server, right? So for example, say I have to as you guys said, if I have to unearth from the database, say, half terabyte of data, right? So the half terabyte of data doesn't sit in my RAM in one shot, correct? So what it does, if my RAM is 25 gig, it will take 25 gig and make it trips of 25 gig of 20 times to the database, right? So it will bring half 25 gig of data every time to make, say, half terabyte, right? So what is happening? There is a I/O happening between your application server and your database server. There is an input-output happening, lot of it, because your mouth only can chew some amount of food. You can't have all the food in one shot, right? Similarly, the application server RAM cannot process the whole 50 gig of data which you want to query. So it queries in chunks, and the chunks is known as the input. So there is a lot of I/O happening between your app server and your database server. Got it? So you're losing performance there. So what would be your obvious choice? Have a big RAM, right? Have a big RAM, which is nothing but HANA. That big RAM is nothing but HANA. So what you are doing, I ask a simple question in every class this, that which is the easier file to access, the one on the network drive or the one on your USB drive? Which file is faster to access? Which is local to your machine, right? So similarly, if the data is local to your memory, local to your RAM, that is the fastest to access. That is the fundamental principle of HANA. Okay, one of the fundamental principles of HANA. So what was my constraint? My constraint was handling the size of my data which I have to analyze, right? And that is compounded by the fact of our data explosion. What is our main issue? Our data is growing exponentially, humongous. Is growing exponentially, right? Our data is so much that is why when I am designing, when I am sizing my box, when I am sizing my HANA, what I try to do is that I try to take out the redundant data before I build my production HANA box. I try to take out my redundant data. For example, Prasad, on the BW on HANA, what are the things I can take out before I build my BW production HANA box? My PSAs, persistent staging areas, my change logs, right? So like that, for those who don't understand, I can take out the data which I'm not going to use any time, right? Because I have to pay SAP by the size I'm using, the memory size I'm using. So I have to be very, very stingy in that. I have to be very cautious in using the data which I require. If I don't require data beyond 5 years, don't even bring it to HANA. Got it? So anyway, our main challenge with I'll give you a simple example before I talk information explosion. I give you a stack of 1,000 papers and I ask you to search for a particular topic, right? You'll take, say, 5 minutes to figure that out. Now I'll give you a stack of 100,000 and I ask you to find the same topic in the 100,000 papers. Naturally, your time taken to query that is more, right? So same concept applies to the databases when your information is exploding, right? Today I had 2 years of data, but tomorrow I have 5 years of data too. So if I have to insert a record, in a table where it is 500,000 records, for example, say, you know what database does? The database checks whether this key already exists or not. And if the key doesn't exist, then it inserts a new line. If the key exists, it modifies the current line, right? If the primary key exists. So imagine that when you have to check so many lines, your time consumed to write is also more. So you have two problems at your hand. One is read, one is write, right? If your data is more, you have problems both. Reading is a problem, writing is a problem.
Writing is when we try to insert it.
Yeah. So I have to figure out whether this is an existing record or is this a new record. If it's an existing record, what is it I have to change, right? Okay. Some of the smart DB people may say, okay, I will index Do you all know what is indexing? Indexing means I'm giving you a set of related topics, okay, and I ask you to compile a book. And if I ask you to find a particular topic, you won't go page by page, right? What do? You prepare an index sheet before that, saying that this topic is this. So what you'll do, you'll see the topic, go to the page, and then directly go there. Otherwise, if you didn't have an index, your job was go page by page, right? By page, you start indexing your databases, right? But indexing helps only in reading. What is the flip side of indexing? My writing. Because what does that mean? You had a stack of 100 pages, you prepared an index for it. I give you another 10 sheets and I told insert at 10 different places. Then isn't your whole index table disturbed? So you have to rebuild your index table every time. Correct? That is the flip side of indexing. So indexing is not your solution all the time. Indexing is a solution for read, but it is not for a write. So it is an expense. It is an expense at a write statement. Got it? So this is my challenges. So I'm just showing you the challenges that how HANA has came into picture. The technical challenges. For both read and write, my fundamental issue is information explosion, because my data is coming from various. My inventory is generating data, my planning is generating data, my emails are my social data, my mobile data, my COPA data, my demand planning, sales orders. All this is an integrated system, guys. So everything is generating its own set of data. Finally, the database footprint is increasing exponentially, right? So when my database footprint is increasing and my read and write are the problems, I have a performance issue, right? Both in reading and writing. That is what I think he's trying to explain here. I don't know, I never read these books, but you can check it out. Okay? And what the business user doesn't care what your database footprint is or what. He only says that give me, this is what I want. I want an immediate answer to any question. That means he's hinting for real time. He's not saying that, okay, give me tomorrow. You know, especially in BW world, those who have worked, usually the time is, they keep the max limit of 45 seconds. That the report should come within 45 seconds. People don't want to see the hourglass. They say that the moment I click, I should get a result. Right? 45 seconds is too much for them. Such is the impatience and such is the relevance of whatever they are asking, right? So my fundamental challenge from the business side is I want immediate answers to the questions, any question. That means I should be able to extract data very fast. But this is the challenge. When I was managing the whole BI Center of Excellence at AIG. I was the BI lead there, Center of Excellence lead. You know what were my targets? My targets was, my boss used to call me and tell, I don't want to pay too much for SAN. SAN is storage area networks, basically. Because my data is an insurance company. Data grows like anything, right? But the challenge they gave me is that my SAN cost should be low. My storage area network cost should be low. That means I have to very minimally manage my storage. And what includes storage? Just to give an example, suppose I have a 1 gig of data in my production. I will have at least another gig of data, if not a gig, half gig in QA box, and I have say 0.25 gig in dev box, right? And I also have a disaster recovery system. That means suppose some catastrophe happens and the whole data center is lost. So what organizations do? They keep a similar data center in some other place, right? In a totally different place. That is called DR. Okay? And then what they do, there is something called as HA, high availability. Okay? That means this for this. So for high availability, what I do, I maintain in different servers, and I have a backup server so that if one fails, the other node picks up. Okay, so between this, my 1 gig turns into 7 gig between a dev through a production, between my DR, between my HA, right? So 1 gig turns into 7 gig. So my challenge was I had to monitor every gig of data because my storage cost was increasing, right? So why I'm telling all this is that I have to manage it a very cost-effective way. I can put it on a, you know, the cost. I can put it on a low cost. Your hard disk is RAM is the most expensive. After RAM, hard disk is more expensive. After hard disk, I can store it on a, what we call, the name. You can store on a cheaper media also, okay, which is archiving we generally do on a very cheaper media, okay. NLS, nearline storage, is one of the options. NLS it is called. So my cost of storing all this, I have to take into consideration. So what is my challenge? What is my diametrically challenging thing? Cost versus speed, right? Cost versus speed is my main challenge, and I have to balance this. Of course, the user says I want current and complete information. He wants real-time information, current information, and complete information. So these are all your technical challenges which IT's landscape is. So what are your challenges? For that, you have to have a skilled workforce. The flexibility of the system they expect very high. That means today I want on 10 dimensions, tomorrow I want to measure my business on 15 dimensions. So immediately your model should be flexible enough to accommodate those extra 5 dimensions, right? And complex system landscapes, immediate results, massive growth of data volumes. So these are all your problems, okay? So with HANA we are trying to solve these problems. How and why, we will see that. They are giving an introduction to these problems. So what are the repercussions of those problems? Suboptimal execution speed. If my data is very high, naturally it will be suboptimal. It is not optimized for performance. So lack of responsiveness, user gets frustrated seeing the hourglass. Users unsupportable business processes. What is unsupportable business process? I can't give them a point of time, say, reports, right? I cannot. They are unsupported business process. Then lack of transparency. That means I have to keep on aggregating. See, what is this is, in earlier times, Prasad and these people who are BW people, they'll know. If I have to say I have 1 million rows of data, let me explain here this example. Suppose I have a sales order 1 for a customer C1 on 1st January for say 500 USD and say 5 quantity just. And similarly I have this is 2. Just an example of aggregation I wanted to give you. Suppose this is called the atomicity or the granularity of the acid. First word of acid is A, atomicity. What does atomicity mean? Pardon?
Either success or fail. Atomicity.
Atomicity is the detailness, the detailness of the transaction, the transparency of the transaction. Let's understand that. Here, if my CEO or CIO asks, what does he care about whether this sales order is generating this? He will just ask, what does my customer is doing? Does he care about the other details of it? No. Then what you do, if he just asks about customer, you will have just one record aggregated as 1800 of quantity 7 plus 6, 13 by 18. So here in your aggregate, you are just storing one row instead of 3 rows, correct? Here you are storing only one row instead of 3 rows. So what is the advantage? My performance. If I have aggregates, my performance is stellar, right? I don't have to search for 3 rows. I just can give. So here, but what is the loss? I'm losing transparency. If I have aggregates, I don't have other details. Which sales order brought this? Who was the salesperson who brought this business? I don't have any other details. I just have the detail of the customer, correct? So this is kind of an operational report. This is kind of a KPI reporting. My CEOs and CFOs, they don't care about the details. They only know at a high level figures what they want. So for them, I used to build aggregates for them, right? So that my dashboards will come here and look at this aggregate instead of this set of data. But whereas my information consumers, say I'm a business analyst, I want to know all the details. Then I don't go here. I go here and get the details, right? So what happens? To improve performance, you're bringing aggregates, but at the expense of losing the transparency. You're losing the granularity of it. Atomicity and granularity means you're losing the details of the transaction. How that 1800 came, you don't know. Whether it was a 900 or it was a 1700, 200, you don't know. That only you can get here. That atomicity you can get here. Got it? So this is another challenge. So this is what is happening in S4 HANA also. In S4 HANA, I used to store intermediate tables like this. Persistently, I used to store. Now I'm taking away these tables because my HANA can generate these aggregates during the fly. During the execution, it can generate these aggregates. Previously, to generate these aggregates, I had to consume a lot of resources. If I had to do on the fly. Got it?
Kind of confused. Can you please repeat again?
Okay, sure.
So you are saying there won't be any data in HANA?
No, data will be there, but I won't store aggregates. I won't store this line.
No, what my question is, there won't be any archive in HANA database?
No, in HANA I will have the basic data. My model will generate the data. My model will generate the data the way I want during the runtime of the query. The basic data I will have like this, sales order, customer, all this I will have in my HANA database like this. But if I want this aggregate, it will do during the runtime. But previously to HANA, I was physically loading this data. I was doing the calculation and storing as a separate record in some other aggregate, in some other place. Persistently, do you all understand what is persistence? Persistence means I'm physically storing it. Whereas in HANA it is virtual. Virtual means it is calculating on the fly. It is not stored anywhere. During the runtime in the memory of the application server, it is calculating because I have that much of horsepower now.
So where is it stored then?
It is not stored. It is calculated and given in the report.
No, but the data has to be stored somewhere.
No, this data will be stored in the HANA database.
Okay, so it will be a granular data.
Granular data will be stored, but the aggregation will be happening during the runtime of the query. The aggregated is not stored. That aggregated record is not stored anywhere.
And it is virtual.
That is virtual.
Created virtually.
Yeah, that means during the runtime it is aggregating and give you on the report. So on the report it will show you. Once the report is gone, the data is, you don't have the access to the data. But previously you had that record in a table.
So is it like an aggregate table? That is why we are saying that aggregate table, because in the traditional database and all that
we used to have aggregates to improve performance, but now we don't need aggregates. That's why those who know SAP, your BSIT, BSAT, BSIC, BSAC, BSIS, BSAS, all 6 tables are aggregate tables. All are gone. If anybody finance guy is there, they will understand. All these 6 tables are gone now in simple finance. So only my BSEC and BKPF are remaining. Because on the fly I can generate the BSIS, BSAS, BSIC, BSAT with my queries. You understood what is happening in the HANA world and what is, so that is what is this. So
my question is the aggregation is going to happen both live data and archive data?
See, archive data is, to you it is known. Once it is in the memory, it doesn't care where it is sourced from, right? Is it Prasad?
No, this is Madhu.
Madhu. So your data, whether archiving is your source of the data, whether, see, these three records, for example, say these three records are there. Two are from regular database and one is from, say, archive. Okay? Here, I'm telling, say this is from regular database, this is regular, and this is, say, from archive. What happens is that when you query, it will query all three records and bring into the memory. Once it is in the memory, it doesn't care whether it is from archive or anywhere. Got it?
Oh, okay, yeah, I got it. Thank you.
So to bring into the memory, you may have to query an archive database and a regular database. But once it is in the memory and it starts doing the calculations, you don't have to worry about it. You just worry about the calculation part.
The modeling part.
Yeah.
Bringing it from archive and the regular.
Right. That is so from an archive table you will bring, and from a regular table you will bring. Okay. Since you have brought this archive.
Sir, this is Prasad. These have to have the like the aggregate model available, or is just a query?
It's just a query. It's just a semantic definition. That's all. That's why I call it as virtual. You know what my rule is in my class? If somebody is sleepy, I throw cold water on them, and I know who are sleepy. Okay, so be careful one next time.
If the sleeping person doesn't know, then they can find with the cold water for some.
Exactly. Okay.
I have a small question.
Yeah.
There are two different systems, OLTP and OLAP. HANA database has both combined OLTP and OLAP, or what exactly HANA?
HANA database, everything is in HANA database. The OLAP layer you build using queries.
Okay.
So in HANA, when it is a HANA on a business suite or a S4 HANA, there is nothing called as OLAP database and OLTP database. Everything is one. OLAP I'm doing in the reporting layer. OLTP I'm doing in the transaction layer. Database is same. Whereas earlier your question is relevant, where BW, which is a OLAP system, has its own database. ECC, which is a OLTP system, has its own database. And if you're reporting, you're using this database. If you're transacting, you're using this database. But here, everything, that is the ideal of S4. Everything is happening in one system. You do transaction there itself, you report there itself. Got it? So somebody asked me, yes, this aggregate is not persistent, so I don't have to have a table with it. It can be calculated on the fly. So I will have a SQL which says select star from sales order table, group by customer. That's all. Group by customer. The moment it hits the runtime, it groups by and gives you the C1 data. It doesn't have to be persistently stored there. Is that okay, Prasad?
Yes. Yes.
And that group by you are storing in a model basically. That definition. Select star from C1 in a procedure or in a model or somewhere you are storing. Select star from SO, group by this, sort by this, and group by this.
Yeah, because why I'm asking is in BW, like when you create an aggregate, you have the model and you have the data also in that model.
Yes, that's what I call it as persistence. In BW, I have persistence of aggregates. Now I don't have to have persistence. That is why in HANA I'm removing those aggregate concepts. That's why, Prasad, I'm taking away the BSIC, BSAT, BSIC, BSAC, and BSIS, BSAS tables. Because they are aggregate tables, right? I'm taking away from my dictionary itself, my data ABAP dictionary itself, I'm taking it out.
Okay. So basically on an, in BW, when you run the query, it just first looks into the aggregate. If an aggregate table is available, if it is available, it gets from aggregate. Otherwise, it goes to the main queue.
Yeah. Yeah. So first, actually, it looks into cache. If it is not in the cache, it looks into aggregates. If it's not in the aggregates, then it goes to the cube, right? In BW world.
Yes. Yes.
So first it looks into the cache. Cache is nothing but your application server memory. Okay, cache is nothing but your application server memory. General knowledge. What is the difference between cache and RAM? Think. I need a 1 minute break. Cache and the RAM. What are its functions and what are
Cache is a temporary memory. Buffer memory. It's more near to processor as compared to
Human style, the frequently used command. There memory storage. Cache, I think it's something like logs.
Yes.
Something like the logs. The RAM is actually the memory.
You have some things, right? So that is stored in a cache. That is a cache memory.
Yeah.
And if you remove the cache memory, again it keeps loading and it will become a cache memory, and it stores on RAM. That cache.
Yeah. Cache is more of a tracking.
The history is in the
history.
Yeah, temporary
tracking tool, I guess.
You must give a different answer. No, if you all have this kind of concept. That's how cache works.
Temperature here, the temperature I think is a bit high.
Yeah,
And bad headache.
Yeah, how do you install the
We don't have that.
Yeah, it's too hot and it's headache.
what happened? You're not well?
Bad headache because my thing the
Because of the
temperature.
light?
Yes,
Temperature. You want me to reduce that?
If there is possible fix.
Anyway, guys, if you want, we can break here. I don't want you to suffer. We can break here. Anyway, we can.
I reduced it just now.
Okay.
78.
Yeah. Anyway, this is an extra class only. If you want, we can break. Otherwise, I can continue. I have no issues. I'll leave.
I reduced it. It is 70.
Oh, Raj. Okay. Okay. What is the consensus, guys? You want to continue the class or not? 4 o'clock.
So what is the answer, Karan? Cache and RAM.
No, you tell me what is the difference?
Yeah, I think cache.
My thinking, when you say RAM, it's a general system. Cache.
Random access memory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that could be available for whole of the application or maybe system, but cache could be specific to an application.
No.
Cache is like a temporary.
Cache is for the processor. You know your CPU. Your CPU has the cache in your computer, right? Mm-hmm. RAM is your external RAM. So what happens? There are 3 layers. One is cache, one is RAM, one is hard disk. So in a computer, what happens? You take data from your hard disk, put it in your RAM, and when the RAM data has to be processed, it takes to the complete individual CPU, and the CPU has the cache. So CPU has got a cache. It can only chew this much, or it can only handle this much. It takes that data from the RAM, processes it, and goes back to the RAM and asks for the next data. So there is a I/O between your RAM and your cache, CPU cache. The cache is of your CPU, your processing unit. Got it? So what happens? This is what is the concept of compression and decompression comes. If somebody knows databases, it's a hit and miss. Okay? With a cache, you get a lot of hits and misses. But whereas in HANA, we reduce that hit and miss. Okay? I'll explain. For the first day, these might be difficult for you to understand, but I just asked if somebody knows. That's all.
Can I have a small example of the hit and miss?
Okay. That means I have to explain compression and decompression. Does anyone have a question? No, then mute yourself, guys. If you don't have, there is echo coming. Okay, simple thing. You know how data is stored in memory? Huh?
In a row.
Forget row column. It is a contiguous array of memory. Like if you say first name, last name, social security number, and you have 10 rows of that, it is stored as first name, last name, social security number, followed by first name, like that 10 contiguous area of memory is there. Okay. Now I give you a query. I'll give you a query that select star from these 10 rows where social security number is this XXXX, right? What it does is that in the RAM it loads all the 10 rows, but to select the where the CPU processor has to have either all the 10 rows in its cache, or it takes and says, is it in the first hit, miss. It goes to the second hit, miss, like that. If your cache is good, if I can put everything of the 10 rows in a cache, then my life is good, right? I can immediately find a hit.
Yes.
I don't have to do a hit and a miss, right? That is the concept. So what happens is that if I can compress these 10 rows of data and I can send it to the cache, my cache can decompress it and find the hit and miss. That is what the principle of HANA is. I take out the hit and miss probability basically. So what I send the compressed data to the cache. Okay, the expense of decompression is okay compared to the hits and the misses. Got it? Okay, any other questions, guys? Okay, so that is the lack of transparency. Now, need for aggregation, I told, and outdated figures and guessing current situation. Outdated figures. Who can explain why he is telling of an outdated figure? Prasad, I can expect that from you. Answer. Why there is a lack of transparency with an outdated figure? Answer is real time, guys. That means yesterday my sales order quantity was, say suppose I'm running this query, okay? In my BW, I only have these two records. Say these two records I have, for example, okay? So in BW I have, but in my ECC I have all the three records. My ECC will show 1800, but my BW will show 1100 only. So my figures are outdated here. Why? Because my data is not real time into BW. My data, because tonight I will load this 700. So today if I run the report out of BW, it will only show 1100. After tonight it will show me correct. So I don't have a correct picture of the business today, right? That is what the concept of real time is. Then guessing current situation. That means you can't guess the current situation. Can you make me the presenter? Why? Oh, sorry. Is it shared now? I don't know why I hit that. Okay. So I'm talking of these outdated figures. So I was telling this, that what does outdated figure mean? Suppose I have loaded only these two records into the 1st January and 2nd January into the BW, and I haven't loaded the 3rd January yet because today is only 2nd January night, right? So my report will only give 1100, but the correct figure is 1800, right? So I'm getting an outdated figure here because my data is not real time. That's what I was explaining here. And so what happens? What are the repercussions of that? You have missing opportunities and you have a competitor. Your strategy won't be correct because you don't have the real data, so you miss opportunities and you miss advantages. If you want to give a volume discount or something, you'll miss those. Okay, so these are some lab results they have done, and based on that value proposition of HANA, that I have a fast, with HANA I have a, how we will see tomorrow next class, but what are the effects of HANA? That I have a faster reporting speed, and my data records analyzed are in less than 1 second. 460 billion records are analyzed in less than a second. Do this for me, guys. Go home. In OpenSAP, there is a Vishal Sikka. He's known as the father of the HANA in SAP. There is a topic of he discusses in OpenSAP. Just type Vishal Sikka's OpenSAP HANA introduction. He tells how he has built HANA, what they tested. Hasso Plattner and Vishal Sikka, these are the pioneers of HANA in SAP. Okay, Dr. Vishal Sikka. He tells that how they have gone through stages and achieved that this lab results of 460 billion records in less than a second.
Is that a YouTube video?
No, it's an open. Not a YouTube, OpenSAP's course it is. Go through that. So how does it increase in revenue? How does it increase in revenue? Can somebody guess?
The faster the data is processed.
You can have some business increase, business competitive advantage. But in IT landscape, how does it increase my revenue? Fundamentally, I am not storing aggregates, so I am saving space there itself, right?
Okay, so this aggregates are basically models. At the runtime, it will calculate the aggregates and give you.
Yeah, earlier I was storing them.
Okay, so now only the models are stored.
Yeah, so that itself will give me a lot of space and cost to manage. Space is one cost. There is a cost to manage. I will have a developer. I will have a compression. Basically, in BW we do aggregating also. I have a process. All that. So it saves the cost like that. Okay. Don't see now, guys. Don't see that.
Oh, okay. Just
I don't. Okay, so that is the proposition value, and these are some of the test results. You can go through that. So let's understand this HANA as an appliance. This is what I mean by HANA as an appliance. Okay, so HANA as a not as an appliance, HANA as a platform. This is the concept of HANA as a platform. Okay, it started as a database, then it became an appliance, then it became a platform. How? We'll see here. See, this is how. I have, it's a in-memory computing. It can be used as an appliance, software. It can be used as a database. The question you asked, Gokul. It is an appliance also, and it is a database also. And it can be solutioned using a cloud also. What is this cloud? Cloud, you must have heard. What is this cloud is? Basically, somebody else is managing for you. That's what the cloud means, nothing else. It doesn't mean that it's somewhere else. No. I am not owning any infrastructure. Okay. If it is on premise, I am owning, it's my server and my software license. But cloud means somebody has already purchased a license. Okay. A phantom license of some 10, 100 terabytes, whatever their capacity is. And they are telling you, come to me, I will host for you. I am a hosting agent for you. That is what the cloud means, right? That means SAP's one of the business model is that they are ready to do for clients. They are telling clients, you don't invest in hardware, you don't everything, you just give our data, we will manage for you, we will secure for you, and we will run the services for you. And the services are again 3 types. They can do only software services, or they can do both software and hardware services, or they can do the entire, all 3 things, software, hardware, and maintenance, right? So different kinds of levels are there. So cloud means, like for example, somebody was telling in introductions that they thought HANA was very, I think Adil, HANA was very expensive. That's why they did not go for that solution. They can go for that solution because since they don't want to invest more, because it costs a lot to buy that infrastructure, they can go to the HANA cloud and say that we'll pay you this much. It's like leasing. We'll pay you this much, host our data here, and our application here and give us back, means they will retrieve, means they are hosting, SAP HANA is hosting for them. Okay.
Just like the server access which we take.
Yeah, that is almost like a cloud only. Yeah, that's the model. Perfect. So I can use the HANA as a cloud application also. Okay. Then application powered by SAP HANA. For example, SAP, what is this? SAP, what it writes? Smart meter. I remember I talked about smart meter analysis powered by SAP HANA. That means I can have applications which are powered by HANA also. For example, this NASDAQ car race, this World Cup cricket, this smart metering. These are all applications which I have developed using HANA, right? So I can have that applications also. Basically, you can use HANA Access also, Access engine I told you, right? Then you have another component for development environment. It's called Studio, which we started seeing. Now, since we are talking of Studio, so you understood what HANA is a platform. So it is both an appliance as a database. It can be a cloud solution, or it can be an application powered by HANA, and it is also a Studio. Now, let me delve into Studio some little bit. Why SAP is going with a Studio concept? The concept of SAP Studio is, if you had to write a SAP ABAP program, where would you write? SC38. How would you go to SC38?
The T code.
You have to go into the SAP GUI, yes, right? Okay. Now I ask you to develop a SAP HANA model. Where would you go? Studio. If I ask you to write a Java program, where would you go? Java editor, which is outside. So 3 different applications, 3 different places, right? What SAP has done is that, this has nothing to do with this, but I'm talking about Studio. What is Studio? SAP has made Studio as a IDE, Integrated Development Environment. So from Studio itself, I can log in, I can do all these 3 developments at the same time. I don't have to log into 3 different systems. I have to log into 3 different systems, but I don't have to go to 3 different client softwares.
3 different GUIs.
Yeah, I don't have to go to 3 different GUIs. I can log in from the Studio itself. I can do. That's why Studio is the IDE, Integrated Development Environment. Got it? Why he mentioned about HANA Studio here is that he is telling that as a HANA as a platform, I can do development. I can do development for SAP HANA databases, for SAP, and for non-SAP also, all from Studio. So he means here that SAP HANA Studio is the IDE, Integrated Development Environment. That makes HANA as a platform. Got it?
Integrated what?
Development Environment, IDE. So he is telling that what is driving, what are the drivers for the HANA? The hardware cost. Previously, RAM was very expensive. You know, initially, like in late 90s and early 90s, your RAM was very expensive. Or your computer used to have how much?
256.
Yeah, 256 MB of RAM and 128 MB of RAM, right?
Yeah, 128 MB.
MB of RAM. But now, even 5 gig, 6 gig, 10 gig is nothing. Yeah, 16, I never saw that configuration.
16.
The basic one is 8 gig RAM.
Yeah, 8 gig RAM. So that's what he is trying to tell. Your CPU cost is decreasing, your memory cost is decreasing, your addressable memory, which is basically like RAM, and your network speed. All these are the factors which basically is the hardware side factors. Okay. Software side factors, you will see compression, columnar analysis, and all that. These are the software advancements. Hardware advancements are these. Your memory is getting cheaper, your CPU is getting faster and faster. The improvement 143 times. In 1990s it was 0.5 and now it is 7.15 mega. Memory is 250 times faster, the way it is processing also. And disk data transfer also is increasing at an enormous rate. So these are the improvements in technology which is bringing. So this is what he is trying to tell, that. And also, if you have known, now you have, previously we used to have a single core architecture, right? And initially when 386 PCs, you know, IBM 386 used to be there. They were all single core architectures. Now we have a multi-core architecture, 8 CPUs by 10 cores per blade. You know how a HANA box is? HANA box is in terms of, it's like a storage rack. If you have seen a storage rack, did you ever see any server? It is, so what happens is that in that storage there is a chassis. In that chassis you have racks. Each rack is a blade, and each blade has got 10, 12 CPUs. And how are these CPUs? The CPUs are multi-core CPUs, like 8 CPUs by 10 cores per blade. Wow. So your processing power, that's what Vishal Sikka that tells, that how your processing power has increased. It is like this. You have to query a 1 million row database. So if you have 1 million people, how much time will it take? Each guy will process one record, right? So it's at this, how much it would take for a one record is the same. So similarly, if I have so many processors, you got my analogy, right? If I had 1 million people, each guy will process at the same speed whether select star from where this employee is there or not. So he will check his record and say yes or no. Similarly, each 1 million will say yes or no, and somebody will give the correct answer, right, of the 1 million. So your processing speed is at the speed of how one person processes it. Similarly, if you have many processors and multi-core processors, that means you are having 2 processors at the same time doing the work, 4 processors doing the same work at the same time, 100 processors doing the work, your speed definitely increases. So this is one of the factors that it's a multi-core architecture, massive parallel processing. This what is the manifestation of this? That it does have very massive parallel processing, searching many blades at the same time, right? That is what this is. And of course, your 64-bit, previously it was 32-bit memory space. You all know the 32 and 64-bit concept. Now it is a 64-bit memory space. So naturally you have more memory to handle. Okay, and then what is this? Price and performance, definitely. Oh, on the hardware side, what are the, on the software side, what are my improvements? In a traditional database, we were querying the data is arranged in a row fashion in a traditional database, whereas in a columnar database, the data is arranged in columns. How this is, I'll explain in detail when you are fresh. Okay, how row and columns efficiency you achieve. Then you have something called as compression. Previously, my compression ratios were very less. I could not compress data. Okay, but now my compression ratios are very high. That means what? When I size a HANA database, if my database footprint is 25 terabytes, my compressed size comes to 5 terabytes. Means I can compress it to the zip files, like how your zip files are basically, right? So I can do a lot of compression on the database. Okay. Then I can do partitioning. What is partitioning? You remember Prasad was telling that if you have 10 years of data, you have to load. How will you load? You will load 2005 in one place, 2006 in 2007. That way you will partition the data. When you are querying also, what it will do? It will query each partition and improve. So your partitioning will improve. So previously everything, if it is stored in one place, you have to search by year. But whereas it will go by partition and get it. Then no aggregate tables. This I have explained why there is no aggregate tables. Insert only on delta. I'll tell this and we'll call it a day. I can see people already sleeping. Okay, insert only on delta. The concept is, I have to explain this. If I have, if I have, say, I'm doing a point of sale activity, right? And I want to record and report at the same time. I want to record and report at the same time, or 2 transactions. So if I have say regular, I don't have a insert only on delta feature in my database. Okay, if I have a regular, what will happen? Say million transactions are being generated per second, right? So what it will do to insert, it has to figure out whether this date record exists or not, right? And then it will insert. So it will take time for the insert, right? Whereas, and at the same time I have to report out of it, right? So I have to read all these 1 million records plus whatever are the earlier. In insert only delta, what I do is that I have something called as main memory and secondary memories. I will have two secondary memories, one main memory. What is the concept of that is that for now today, just understand your row storage is very good for write and column store is good for read. Just for today, understand how it is. We will see next week. My row storage is good for write and my read column is good for read. So for this business process, what I have told you, what I will do, I will receive in a secondary memory. In one of the secondary memories, I will have my tables in a row fashion. Because I have to receive those 1 million rows in less time, so I'll keep them in the row storage. Okay. Then when I will do a delta merge, that means whatever are the new 1 million records, I will merge into the main memory. My main memory is a columnar storage so that my reporting can be faster. Okay. Now between my row storage and my main memory, I will have a secondary storage, secondary column storage. The difference between this column storage and the main memory column storage is in my secondary column storage, the data is not compressed. Whereas in my main memory, the data is compressed. Got it? That is the difference. This concept is called insert only on delta. So I will do only inserts if there is a change, and that insert will happen only it is going from, that means these are the changes, these 1 million records are the changes, and that is treated as delta in the main memory. This is a concept called insert only on delta. Anyway, I'll explain in detail with a picture also. Somewhere there should be a picture. I don't know whether this book has not. I'll explain all those 5 concepts in detail. Okay. So this is the architecture, very high level architecture where I have my applications. Okay. Here when they say HANA as the box, here HANA as an appliance they are talking. They are not talking as a database. So I have a HANA Studio, I have a HANA database, and here I have a SLT which brings data real time, and this is BODS which brings data in batch. And this is my HANA server, and this is my reporting layer, business objects and other applications. So here this is what I was telling, row and column in memory, which I will explain insert only on delta. My data is stored in a row and a column fashion, and these are my calculation engines. What are these calculation engines? This is where your calculations happen, runtime calculations. Got it? And this is your studio where you are developing and accessing. Sorry, I had a question. What is it? Where will we implement this concept in? Oh, the insert only on delta. All yes. Your point in any database merge, in any record insert, or in any point of sale kind of thing, you will use that concept. Okay. Where you have to receive large number of rows, and at the same time you have to report on a large number of rows.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay guys, we'll break here. Some people are already falling on the desk. We'll talk about these features. This is what I was trying to explain, the IO thing, but we will start here next time. So somewhere around 10ish next time we'll meet between 9:45 and 10. Okay, Saturday.
What do we do?
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. For this week, I would ask you to read 100 as much as possible. Okay. At least initial, so that we can continue. I can go in a fast basis. I need not explain. Read 100 as much as possible. And studio you could have played, but I could not show you studio much.
The assignments are within the book.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you want to do that, I can do the assignment.
You can do that HANA studio exercise. You can do.
Oh, it's in that book.
Yeah.
HA100.
Right.
Again of sending the schedule.
Oh, I didn't send.
Sorry, where are the exercises?
They are within the book, like exercise 1, 2, 3, like that. For the topic, you will have that.
Oh, within 100 books.
Yeah, within 100.
Okay.
Okay. Schedule to whom I should send? Where is the schedule?
You need to drag it left.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. That's why I stopped the class. I can see you. Yeah. Yeah, I think something was wrong here.
It was like 2 hours.
Yeah. After he reduced, it became somewhat okay.
It's okay. Morning, by 4 o'clock it's at the peak.
And this also generates a lot of heat.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
A lot.
I'll send it to Madhu, okay? Or I can send it to one of you. You can pass it. I send it to Madhu. Because she has all your ID, she'll send it.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, guys, over the phone. We'll meet next week. I'm calling it a day now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.